Hölgyeim és uraim, kedves vendégeink, kérjük, hogy foglalják el helyeiket, konferenciánk hamarosan kezdődik. Ha tolmács készülékre lenne szükségük, akkor a bejáratnál megkapják hostess kollégáinktól. Köszönjük szépen! Dear ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats. Our conference will begin shortly. Thank you.
It's one of the great American success stories. A builder who left his mark on skylines around the world. A businessman with an extraordinary ability to communicate directly with the American people. A leader who grew tired of politicians, leading our country down a road to ruin. He didn't do it for money or power or fame. He had all that. He did it because of his love for our great country.
And we will make America great again.
Donald J. Trump beat the odds, smashed the establishment, and won the presidency for the American people.
The best is yet to come. Hello, CPACHungary. I want to thank, before we begin, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, as well as the director of the Center for Fundamental Rights, a fantastic person. Miklo, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let me also send my regards to Prime Minister Viktor Orban, tremendous man, tremendous leader. It's a true honor to address the freedom-loving patriots gathered in Hungary to celebrate the timeless values and principles that unite conservatives all over the world. And they're united, and it's hot because they know what's happening and they're doing well. Together we believe that faith and family are the bedrock of a good and free society. We believe that a nation without borders is not a nation at all. We believe in tradition, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and the God-given dignity of every human life. These are the ideas that bind together our movement, and these are the ideas that will save Western civilization. And believe it or not, it needs saving. It is in serious trouble. As you know, we are now engaged in a historic battle with the Marxists, globalists, and communists all over the world. We are fighting against barbarians who want to demolish our liberty and our traditions and everything we hold dear. As I said in Warsaw 6 years ago, all of us, both in Europe and in America, must stand together to defend our culture, our borders, our Judeo-Christian values, our identity, and our way of life from those who want to destroy our beloved nations. We will win. As president, I was honored to strengthen the special friendship between the United States and Hungary over 4 incredible years. The relationship we had, also largely due to Victor and his incredible staff and people working with him. To the people of Hungary and conservatives throughout Europe, keep up the fight and never waver in defense of our freedom and our civilization. We have the communists and globalists in retreat, and as long as we press confidently ahead, we will absolutely win. We're winning now, and we will close it out. Thank you once again, and everyone, CPACHungary, what a great job you're doing. God bless you, and God bless America.
Azt hiszem, hogy ennél jobban nem is lehetett volna elkezdeni a CPACHungary második napját. Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntök péntek reggel is mindenkit. Én Bohár Dániel vagyok, a Megafon véleményvezére. Tényleg, ha már a Megafonnál tartunk, meglátogatták már egyébként a Megafonnak a standját a kiállítói térben? Na de hogyha valakinek esetleg még kimaradt, akkor kérem mindenképpen tegye meg, és tapasztalja meg, hogy milyen a legjobb közösséghez tartozni. Na de menjünk is tovább, hisz most egy olyan vendég érkezik hozzánk, akinek miniszterként elég fontos feladata van. Az a feladata, hogy modernizálja a magyar hadsereget. Olyan időket élünk, amikor egy nemzetnek szüksége van arra, hogy erős hadserege legyen. Miniszterként 2020 májusában nevezték ki, tehát 2022 májusában elnézést, tehát pontosan egy évvel ezelőtt. Az a fő feladata, hogy újra ütőképessé formálja a magyar hadsereget. Ő az az ember, aki tudja, a béke mindennél jobb, a háború mindennél rosszabb. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják hatalmas tapssal Szalai Bobrovnicir Kristófot, honvédelmi miniszterünket.
Jó reggelt kívánok, hölgyeim és uraim! Erőt, egészséget! Trump elnök úr után beszélni igazán embert próbáló feladat. Össze is kell szedjem minden harci tapasztalatomat ehhez, de minden esetre hatalmas megtiszteltetés, és nagyon köszönöm, hogy ezt a lehetőséget megkaphattam. Tisztelt miniszterelnök úr, miniszter úr, államtitkár urak, elnök úr, főigazgató úr, hölgyeim és uraim, our dear American friends, it is wonderful to have you here and feel part of the great CPAC family. As Matt said yesterday, help is on its way, and your presence already is of great help. Thank you very much for it. Isten, haza, család. Ez volt a CPAC tavalyi jelmondata. Magam sem tudnám jobban összefoglalni, pontosabban és fontosabban, hogy mi az, ami a teremben ülőket és sok millió barátunkat a termen kívül összeköti, az ezekért a gondolatokért való küzdelem. Hívő katolikusként, és immáron már pápai áldás birtokában, 3 gyerek édesapjaként a 2 másik fogalomhoz is csatlakozom, úgy érzem, de itt ma honvédelmi miniszterként a leginkább a haza, és ezen belül is a haza védelme az, ami ide hívott és ide köt önökhöz. A szavaknak nagy ereje van. Honvédelem. A haza, a hon védelme. Elnézést kérek a tolmácsoktól. Nálunk magyaroknál erre külön szó van, az ország fegyveres védelme. Ezt mi úgy nevezzük, hogy honvédelem. A magyar hadsereget nem magyar hadseregnek nevezzük, hanem magyar honvédségnek. A magyar közkatona számára a honvéd megszólítás jár. Számunkra a hon védelme talán a legfontosabb. Hogyan kell tehát a hont védenünk? Egyrészt, ha kell, fegyverrel. Másrészt gondolattal, szellemmel, azaz helyes nemzeti politikával. Ahogy tegnap a magyar miniszterelnök úr is mondta, mi magyarok nem támadunk, mi védekezünk. Sokszor fegyverrel kellett védekeznünk. Más kultúrájú, más vallású, idegen hódítók törtek ránk, és ellenük fegyverrel kellett megvédenünk a hazát. Az egész történelmünk harcok, háborúk, szabadságharcok folyamatos láncolata, amelyben a magyar mindig helytált, mert a magyar jó katona. Ma is az. Az én feladatom az, hogyha ne adj Isten erre végül mégis sor kerülne, akkor jól felfegyverezve, jól kiképezve, bátran és elszántan, ahogy a magyar történelem során mindig, ismét helytálljunk és megvédjük a hazánkat. A szomszédban egy 20. századi típusú véres háború dúl, amelynek nem látszik a vége, nem látszik, hogy bármilyen katonai megoldás születhetne erre. Az egész világ időközben is emiatt a feje tetejére állt, és 100 000-ek pusztultak el, és ki tudja, még hányan fognak. Nekünk magyaroknak ebben a kezdetek óta teljesen világos az álláspontunk. tűzszünetre és béketárgyalásokra van szükség. A szomszédban egy 20. századi típusú véres háború dúl, amelynek nem látszik a vége, nem látszik, hogy bármilyen katonai megoldás születhetne erre. Az egész világ időközben is emiatt a feje tetejére állt, és 100 000-ek pusztultak el, és ki tudja, még hányan fognak. Nekünk magyaroknak ebben a kezdetek óta teljesen világos az álláspontunk. Tűzszünetre és béketárgyalásokra van szükség. A béketárgyalások valók arra, és nem pedig az azt megelőző fegyveres küzdelem, amelyben egymással szemben állunk és pusztítjuk egymást, hogy a béke feltételeit meghatározzák. Mi magyarok a saját történelmünk tragikus csapásaiból tudjuk, hogy a katonai frontvonalak nem mindig egyeznek a béketárgyalások során elért frontvonalakkal. Hogy Napóleont idézzem, a háborúhoz keménység, elszántság, álhatatosság szükséges. Ugyanez igaz a békére is. Mi nem veszünk részt ebben a háborúban, nem hagyjuk belesodorni magunkat. Ehelyett folytatjuk a megkezdett haderőfejlesztésünket. Trump elnök úr szólította föl a nemzetközi közösséget, és mi ezt nagyon komolyan vettük, hogy mindenki arányosan fizesse be a maga részét ahhoz, hogy egy nagy nemzetközi védelmi szövetséget lehessen, a NATO-t üzemeltetni. NATO sincsen a saját védelmi erőnk erősítése, felépítése nélkül. Mi nagyon komolyan vettük Trump elnök úr felszólítását, így évek hosszú és fáradtságos munkájával büszkén jelenthetem önöknek itt ma, hogy már ebben az évben, egy évvel korábban a korábban tervezetnél elértük a 2%-os kiadási szintet, a GDP-hez viszonyított 2%-os kiadási szintet, amit fenn is fogunk tartani. Aktív, elkötelezett és megbecsült tagjai vagyunk a NATO-nak. A NATO-nak a világ legelősebb védelmi szövetségének, amelyben biztonságunk végső garanciáját látjuk. A NATO védelmi szövetség jellegét tartjuk a legfontosabbnak, és minden alkalommal óvunk a szövetség háborúba való belesodródásától. A NATO keleti szárnyának megerősítésében földrajzi elhelyezkedésünk és a haderőfejlesztésünk okán is megkerülhetetlen szereplők vagyunk. És az Egyesült Államok pedig, mint a NATO legfontosabb és legerősebb tagja, Magyarország szövetségese, és ezen keresztül az Egyesült Államokkal való politikai kapcsolatunk minősége is rendkívül fontos számunkra. De a hont nem csak fegyverrel, hanem a helyes nemzeti politikával is védenünk kell. Erről szól ez a konferencia is. Ezért vagyunk itt ilyen sokan, ezért kapaszkodunk össze, mert együtt erő vagyunk ebben a harcban. A mindent elsöpörni vágyó globalista progresszió ellenében a nemzetre támaszkodva, de az azonosan gondolkodók világszintű összefogásával lehet csak védekezni. Erről is szól a CPAC. És ha már védelemnél tartunk, tudnunk kell, hogy mit akarunk megvédeni, és azt is, hogy milyen ellenséggel szemben akarjuk ezt megvédeni. Az ellenség ismerete nélkülözhetetlen a győzelemhez. Magyaroknak volt annyi történelmi szerencsétlenségben részünk, hogy amit most a javunkra tudunk fordítani, és pontosan föl tudjuk ismerni az ellenfelet. Számomra, mint a kommunizmusnak nevezett ostoba és gonosz társadalom kísérletben fölnőtt magyar számára teljesen érthetetlen, hogy szabad nyugati kultúrákban miként terebélyeshetett el ilyen mértékben az ateista, szovjet bolsevik mindenféle új neveken nevezett ideológiai áramlatok mutációi. Egyszerűen nem tudom megérteni, és azt sem értem, hogy hogyan fordulhatott elő, hogy a mindenkor hadsereg és fegyverellenes, álpacifista, progresszív baloldal vált most a háború legnagyobb támogatójává. Tegnap még a történelem végét, a világbéke közeli eljövetelét, vagy ökokatasztrófát hirdettek. Hol van egyébként most Greta Thunberg? Nem nagyon látom. Ők mindig azt a bizonyos végső harcot vívják. Akik hozzám hasonlóan a kommunizmusban nőttek föl, biztos jól emlékeznek az Internacionáli azon híres sorára, hogy ez a harc lesz a végső. Most valahogy az az érzésem, hogy ők mindig ezt az utolsó harcot vívják, és most úgy tűnik, hogy ennek a háborúnak a folytatása az ő utolsó harcuk, amit el kell érniük. Ismerjük tehát az ellenséget, és ismerjük a haditervét is. Nyugati barátaink tudnak erről pontos beszámolót adni. És azt is tudjuk, hogy mit kell megvédenünk. Mert azok, akik ellenzik a nemzeti politikát, azok a honvédelem hagyományos felfogását, A vallást és az egyházat, az iskolát és a családot vették célba. Mindenhol végig meneteltek ezeken az intézményeken, és így próbálták meg gyengíteni a társadalom védelmi vonalait. Ezek azok az intézmények, amik az embereket megvédik. A politikának, a nemzeti politikának pedig az a dolga, hogy megvédje ezeket az intézményeket, mert ezek hiányában védtelenül maradnak az állampolgáraink és a magyar emberek és a világ bármely embere. Ezen intézmények megszállása maga a nemzeti katasztrófa receptje. Ezek nélkül, az intézmények nélkül egyetlen közösség sem tud fennmaradni. A honvédelem területén pedig ugyanazokat az elveket fogjuk érvényesíteni, mint eddig tettük a nemzeti politikában. Érzékeltük, hogy bizonyos ideológiai megszállók a gyermekeink lelkére támadnak az iskolák falainál, ezért nemzeti politikánkkal megállítottuk őket az iskola kapujában. Ha a honvédelem irányába indulnak el, őket is meg fogjuk állítani a laktanyák kapujában. Ígérhetem itt önöknek, mint ahogy ameddig én állok a honvédelem élén, itt Magyarországon nem lesz semmilyen LMBTQXYZ, sem gendersemleges, sem másmilyen progresszív ideológiával fertőzött haderő. A magyar haderő a magyar honvédség a maga feladatát fogja teljesíteni, Magyarország területének és a magyar embereknek a biztonságát fogja garantálni. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Egyedül biztosan hősies ez a küzdelem, de azért sokkal jobb együtt. Igazi barátokkal. Az imént a tavalyi CPAC jelmondatával kezdtem, most az ezévi CPAC jelmondatával fejezem be. Együtt erő vagyunk. Köszönöm a szervezőknek a lehetőséget, hogy itt beszélhettem önöknek. Köszönöm mindazoknak a nemzetközi vendégeinknek, akik eljöttek ide, és reményt adtak ahhoz, hogy a magyar sors magányossága enyhülhet egy kicsit, és szövetségben, igaz barátokkal tudjuk folytatni azt a küzdelmet, vagy ha másképp mondom, védhetjük a hont. Védhetjük a magyar hont, a magyar hazát, és védhetjük a közös szellemi honunkat, az Isten, haza, család szent háromságát. Köszönöm szépen, hogy meghallgattak.
Jó napot kívánok! Én is nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit itt a CPACHungary második és egyben záró napján. Hát micsoda kezdés volt ez a ma reggel, de ígérem, hogy a folytatás is legalább ennyire erős és izgalmas lesz. És itt szeretném emlékeztetni önöket arra, hogy az Alapjogokért Központ és az Ökumenikus Segélyszervezet adománygyűjtés szervez itt a helyszínen a Kárpátalján élő magyar családok megsegítésére. Így kérem, hogy a kiállítói térben keressék az Ökumenikus Segélyszervezet feliratot, és egy terminál segítségével pénzügyi felajánlást tehetnek bankkártyával. Ezúton is nagyon szépen köszönjük. És folytassuk is akkor programunkat következő előadónkkal, aki egy televíziós, híradós műsorvezetőből lett politikus. Arizona állam republikánus kormányzó jelöltje volt a 2022-es amerikai félidős választásokon. És hát a politikus nő nemrég azzal hívta fel magára a figyelmet, hogy élesen kritizálta Joe Biden hozzáállását az orosz-ukrán háborúhoz, és bár a demokraták nem fogadták meg az ő tanácsait, viszont ő elfogadta a mi meghívásunkat, úgyhogy most itt van velünk a CPACHungaryn, és beszédet mond önöknek. Személyesen is a békepártiak táborát erősíti. Fogadják nagyon-nagyon sok szeretettel Kari Lake-et!
Good morning, everyone. This is a full house. Good to see you all. Greetings from America. Wow. Such a beautiful place. I've spent the last couple days really enjoying your amazing country and this amazing city. And I come from, as you know, Arizona, which is a border state. But when I was a child, I grew up in a river town. Not so similar to Budapest. It was in Iowa, which is a rural part of our beautiful United States of America. I was the youngest of 9 children, 8 girls and 1 boy. Yes, he turned out normal. So usually the first question they ask, how did the boy turn out? He turned out great, and I'm so blessed to come from a big family. We didn't have a lot. My father was a history teacher. My mother was a nurse, but we were raised with a good work ethic, and we knew that if we worked hard, then we could enjoy the American dream. And so I set out as a youngster to be a journalist, because I love to tell people stories. I love to dig for the truth and present that. And with the grace of God, I became successful in my career and was the leading news voice in Arizona for nearly 27 years, which was such a blessing. And then something happened that changed all of our lives. COVID struck. And as I was reading the news and explaining what was happening to the good people of my state, I started to realize that some of that news wasn't really true, that there wasn't the full story being told. And so I made a very difficult decision to walk away from my career that I love so much. I just decided that if I can't be fully truthful with the people, then I don't want to lend my heart, my soul, my voice, and frankly, my reputation to propaganda, which is what it was becoming. And so it took a great deal of courage to step away, because I'm going to be honest, I was walking away from a large paycheck. And that was not easy to do, to walk away from that. But I prayed to God, and I said, God, give me a hint, give me a sign if I'm doing the right thing. And one day in my office, I opened up my Bible, and the first verse I saw was 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 7. You bring nothing into this world, and you take nothing out of it. And I thought, what good is a paycheck if we're losing our country? So with that, I walked away. I stepped away from my career. And I really never regretted it for a second. But the amazing thing happened. I put a video out to the people of Arizona telling them why I was leaving. And they said, thank you for being honest. We've appreciated your coverage. You've been one of the fair ones. Would you please consider running for office? Would you consider getting into politics? To which I immediately thought, well, they must hate me. If they want me to leave the corrupt world of news and go into the even more corrupt world of politics, they must think I'm crazy. But I decided this is really what our founding fathers in America had planned. They planned for real moms, dads, citizens to step forward and run for office. And so I took a great leap of faith. I stepped into the political arena, and we created the greatest movement of mama bears and dads, and a great political movement where all kinds of people got involved. Students got involved. It was truly one of the greatest political movements the state of Arizona had ever seen, because it was really set up with policies similar to what you're doing here in Hungary. I had no idea when we decided that our top priority was going to be to secure our southern border, to stop the invasion at Arizona's border. Our borders in Arizona at the time were being controlled by the drug cartels in Mexico, and the fentanyl was pouring across, and it was killing our babies, our children. And I said, this is nuts, we gotta stop this. And so with that, I said, we're gonna build the wall, we're gonna protect our citizens. I wanna be that mama that would protect my family, and I wanna be that kind of a governor for Arizona. So we had an amazing movement, and we were going to do all kinds of great things to strengthen the family, much like what you're doing here, so that families were able to work and raise their family and have a healthy environment for their children and have an education where our kids are not being indoctrinated, but rather they're getting skills training so that when they get out of school, they can go out and be contributing members. We also have a plan to end homelessness and chronic street homelessness so that our streets are safe. Little did I know I would walk into Budapest and basically see all of the policies that we dream for in Arizona, right here in this beautiful city. My daughter came along with me. She's somewhere. She's right here in the front row. And unfortunately, the airlines lost her bags. So she spent the day roaming the beautiful streets of Budapest, shopping and gathering a few things to wear. And I didn't worry about her for 1 second. I knew she was exploring this beautiful place, And that's the kind of safety and security that every mother should be able to see for her children. And we can do that if we put forth strong leaders. Unfortunately, yes. So, unfortunately, it is those strong leaders like your Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, who I had the great pleasure to meet yesterday. What a gentleman, what a kind man, what a hardworking man. And President Trump, who we heard from earlier. The people who are the truth tellers and the peacemakers who are being destroyed by the fake news. We call it fake news, and I think you call it that as well, right? And we have to push back against this megaphone for the globalists. They will destroy our globe if we allow them to. And you know, it's interesting because I worked in the media. It's always opposite day in the media. If they say that what you're doing is bad, it's probably good. If they say that what's being done is good, it's probably bad. And I always said on the campaign trail, before they stole our election from us in Arizona on November 8th, I said, you need to vote for the people who the fake news is attacking. Those are the people who are fighting for you. The Viktor Orbans of the world, the Donald Trumps, the Kari Lakes, the people who are willing to take the heat, take the hits in the media. It's almost gotten to a point where if you're not strong enough to take criticism from the fake news, if you're not strong enough to not worry about being canceled on social media, then maybe you're not strong enough for the fight. And so we need to get strong. We need strong leaders. We need strong mothers and fathers who aren't afraid of the criticism, who aren't afraid to be called names because they stand up for their children's education. They don't want their children to be indoctrinated in school. And we have that. That's growing in America, and I'm so happy. You know, one of the things my team does every day is they print out the news headlines. I haven't gotten them. Colton, hand me the headlines real quick. It's almost comical. Hang on. Every day they print out the headlines, and I feel like I'm on Planet Crazy. I call it Planet Crazy because if you believe what the fake news says, you really do start to think we're on Planet Crazy. Here we go. This is just on CPAC. Hungary hosts European CPAC in hopes of rallying global far right. Orban's vilification of migrants is at center stage in CPAC and returns to Hungary. I mean, this is crazy stuff. Vilification? How about Orban is pushing an agenda that helps the people of his country, that protects the people of his country? That's how that headline should have been written. Hungary's autocratic leader tells U.S. conservatives to join his culture war. Now, I would write that with a strong leader like Viktor Orban encouraging mothers and fathers and people around the globe to protect their families. But see, they don't know how to write headlines. And here's one. They actually went after one of my favorite people, Congressman Paul Gosar, one of the greatest congressmen to walk the halls of Congress in our great country. Paul Gosar to share stage with members of a party founded by Nazis. This is insane stuff. I'll get to the last one here. They called us ultra-conservative. You know what? I've been called worse. Here's one, and this one hits us. Kari Lake and Paul Gosar to appear with far-right politicians. You know what? I'll take that. So far, we have been right about everything. And the far left have been wrong. They've been wrong, and if we continue to allow them to bully us with their propaganda, which frankly is garbage, tear it up, don't read it. If we allow them to continue this, we will lose our country. We will lose our children's future. And so we need to fight what the media is saying. It's all lies. And they wonder why we don't believe them when they start to talk about the war in Ukraine. We start to really wonder if they're telling us the truth about everything. And I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm out of time, but as a mother from Arizona, we've sent $170 billion to Ukraine while we have a wide open border and we have drug cartels running our state. We can't afford to do that anymore. We need to invest in America. And I believe that the first way out of this war, to bring the peacemakers in, and I understand that Prime Minister Orban has offered up this beautiful city for peace talks, the only way to stop that war is to turn off the money to it. And I believe that in America, we need to turn off the money to this war and bring together Zelensky and Putin sit them down here in this beautiful country, in this beautiful city, and sit them at a table and say, come to peace. We need peace in this world. The mothers demand peace for our children. I thank you so much, Hungary, for inviting me. And I just want you to know, I have great hope, and I'm going to end it with this because I know that God doesn't make mistakes. God put each and every one of us here, at this pivotal moment in human history, in American history, in Hungarian history, that He put us here for this fight. We are fully equipped for this fight, and everybody can play a part in it. So let's continue fighting for our children and for our countries. Thank you, Hungary. Thank you, Miklas, and thank you, CPAC, for inviting me. Appreciate it.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük Carrie Lake-nek ezeket a kemény és hasznos szavakat. Szerintem alapvetően két fajta ember létezik. A romboló és az építő. Na, a következő vendégünk mindenképp az utóbbi kategóriába tartozik, vagyis egy építő emberről van szó. Azt mondja magáról, hogy akármilyen feladatot kap, mindig a hazájáért dolgozik, azon belül is a szülővárosáért, Hódmezővásárhelyért. Volt már a Fidesz frakcióvezetője, a harmadik Orbán kormány kancellária minisztere, és jelenleg hazánk építési és közlekedési minisztere. Tavaly az országgyűlési választásokon a saját választókerületében a baloldal közös miniszterelnök jelöltjét győzte le, aki egyébként akkoriban Kapitány Fedő néven futott. Szóval következzen a kapitány legyőzője, Lázár János.
Jó reggelt mindenkinek! Hello CPAC! Végre valami jó is érkezik Amerikából hozzánk Magyarországra. Isten hozott mindenkit! És ráadásul ami jön, az legálisan is érkezik. Félreértés ne essék, nem irigykedünk az itthoni ellenzék amerikai pénzekből történő tőkeemelésére, sőt, magunk részéről ezt a föltőkésítést abszolút visszautasítjuk. Hiszen a támogatás, kedves barátaim, nem ugyanaz, mint a beavatkozás, a kettő között óriási a különbség. Ez a különbség még annál is nagyobb, mint egy valódi műalkotás és egy Hunter Biden festmény között, ami pedig, mint tudjuk, nem kicsi. Komolyra fordítva a szót, a magyar baloldali pártoknak vannak civil fedőcégei, és ezeken keresztül nagyon sok pénz jött Amerikából, és ez nem volt más, mint külföldi beavatkozás a magyar politikába. A szuverenitásunknak a megsértése külföldről, és nagyon sajnos aktív belföldi kollaborációval. Ami a rendszerváltozás utáni történelmünkben egyrészt példátlan, másrészt erkölcstelen, harmadrészt pedig törvénytelen is. Nem ebben kell tehát a liberális példát követni. Amiben viszont kell, az a nemzetközi együttműködés, kedves barátaim, mármint annak például törvényes formája, mint amilyen a mai CPAC, transzparens módon fogunk együttműködni. Számunkra konzervatívok, nemzetiek számára persze a saját országunk és a saját közösségünk a legfontosabb. Két nacionalistából pedig nem lesz internacionálé, szerencsére. Attól még a patriotizmusunknak nem kell elzárnia minket egymástól, hiszen nem egymás ellenében akarjuk újra nagyjá tenni a hazánkat, hanem egymással szövetségben. Kedves barátaim, tegyük újra nagyjá a hazafiasságot. Ezért kellene többet tudnunk egymásról. Konzervatívnak, a konzervatívról. Egymás sikereiről és kudarcairól, máshol bevált receptekről és eszközökről, de elkövetett hibákról is sokat kell beszélnünk, és a néha téves stratégiákról is. Szeretném azt gondolni, hogy ez a tudás megosztáshoz a saját tapasztalataimmal a mai napon én is hozzá fogok tudni járulni. Hiszen valószínűleg éppen azért lehet, hogy most ebben a megtiszteltetésben van részem, hogy itt állhatok, mert én vagyok az a bizonyos másik magyar fickó, aki legyőzte Soros Györgyöt tavaly, illetve annak magyar emberét. Méghozzá abban a proxy háborúban, amelyet a hálózatán keresztül tavaly a magyar választásokon folytatott. Különben nem tudom, megfigyeltétek-e, hogy a globalisták háborúban valahogy a proxyt szeretik a legjobban, gondolom azért, mert alacsony kockázat mellett magas profittal kecsegtet. A magyar szuverenitás ellen vívott proxy háborúnak ugyanis több frontvonala is volt Magyarországon. A fő frontvonal természetesen az országos politika, sőt, a magyar külpolitika területén húzódott. De volt ennek a proxy háborúnak egy másik, egy vidéki frontvonala is, ez pedig épp az én választókerületemre, a Délalföldre esett. A hálózat ugyanis éppen ott dobta le legújabb ügynökét. Valljuk be őszintén magunk között, jól képzett ügynök volt. Úgy nézett ki, mint mi, úgy beszélt, mint mi, úgy viselkedett, mint mi, Isten, haza, család, sok gyermek, vasárnaponként templom, a választásokon pedig a nemzeti oldal támogatása. Legalábbis ezt hangoztatta először. A szülővárosomban, Hódmezővásárhelyen nagyon sokan be is dőltek neki, megválasztották először polgármesternek. Ekkor azonban egyik napról a másikra minden megváltozott. Az alvó ügynök felébredt. Elkezdte teljesíteni a valódi feladatát, azt, amiért hazaküldték annak idején Amerikából. Nem a helyi ügyeket vitte fel az országos politika fórumaira, hanem az országos vitákat hozta le hozzánk helybe, hogy ezzel megossza a közösséget. És valljuk be őszintén, jól csinálta. A rosszban, kedves barátaim, soha ne feledjétek el, a rosszban mindig a liberálisok a legjobbak. 2022-es... A 2022-es országgyűlési választásokon végül ő lett az egyesült, s ma már jól tudjuk, dollármilliókkal pénzelt, pontosabban illegálisan finanszírozott baloldali ellenzék miniszterelnök jelöltje. Ezért mondta 2022 tavaszán mindenki azt, hogy ezúttal szülővárosom, Hódmezővásárhely az egész ország. Ezért jutott annyi figyelem egy kicsi délalföldi választókerületnek. A történet végét nyilván jól tudjátok, vagy kitalálhatjátok, hiszen ha nem győztem volna tavaly áprilisban, most nem állhatnék itt a CPAC színpadán. Köszönöm mindenkinek a támogatást! De végül is mégiscsak ez történt, Orbán Viktor legyőzte a liberálisokat országosan, én pedig legyőztem az ügynököt helyben. Mindez azonban, kedves barátaim, mindez azonban nem miattam fontos. Ez a pár perc nem rólam szól, hanem azokról a tanulságokról, amelyek közösek lehetnek. A küzdelmünknek és a győzelmeinknek ugyanis mindig vannak helyi, országos és talán nemzeti szinten is érvényes tanulságai. Mégpedig az, hogy a liberális hálózat már nem csak globális, hanem immáron lokális is. Képes egy kisváros, egy tradicionalista, konzervatív közösségbe is beépülni. Ez pedig teljesítmény, amit meg kell értenünk, ha védekezni akarunk ellene, ha védekezni akarunk a károk ellen, amiket okozhat. Mi erre tettünk kísérletet az én választókerületemben, ezekre a felismerésekre építettük föl a helyi választási kampányunkat. Néhány ilyen felismerésünket hadd osszak ma meg veletek. Az első, ami talán a legfontosabb, kedves barátaim, hogy nyerni ugyan lehet felülről, de győztesnek csak alulról lehet maradni. A politikusoknak közel kell maradni a választópolgárokhoz. Jegyezzétek meg, nyerni ugyan lehet felülről, de győztesnek csak alulról lehet maradni. Az elszigetelődés, amelynek egyik formája az elitizmus, az egyik legkontraproduktívabb dolog. Kontraproduktív, mert teret nyit az ellenfélnek, amelybe az benyomulhat. Márpedig a politikai ellenfél, ezt is meg kell tanuljuk, olyan, mint a gáz, mindig betölti a rendelkezésre álló teret. Ne engedjünk tehát, kedves barátaim, az elitizmus kísértésének a politikai hétköznapokban. Töltsük ki mi magunk, konzervatívok a teret. Legyünk jelen a hétköznapokban, miniszterként, képviselőként, helyi politikusként. Járjuk az országot, legyünk ott a vidéken. Ne csak öltönyünk legyen, kedves barátaim, hanem terepruhánk is. Mondjuk, hogy legyen olyan zöldcsekije mindenkinek, amelyben itt a CPAChen most szintén Steve Bannont láthatták, aki korábban zöldcsekivel várt ismertté egész Amerikában. Nekem is bevallom, van egy hasonló zöldcsekim, ezt viseltem a választási kampányban, és azóta sem akasztottam szögre. Abban járom a választókerületemet ma is, mert azóta is járom, ugyanúgy, mint a kampányidőszakában. Én már megtanultam, öltönyből nem lehet választást nyerni. Az egyik fontos dolog ugyanis ennek kapcsán, amit az elmúlt években megmutatott nekünk az idő, hogy nekünk, konzervatívoknak fizikailag is mindig az emberek közelében kell maradnunk. Arra kell törekednünk, hogy a választópolgárok azt érezzék a mindennapokban, van egy saját emberük a törvényhozásban. Van egy emberük a brüsszeli, berlini és a washingtoni tárgyalóasztalnál. Van vagy bárhol, ahol a sorsukat meghatározó döntések születnek. Hogy azt érezze minden választópolgár, mi vagyunk a garancia, mi konzervatívok vagyunk a garancia arra, hogy semmilyen döntés sem születik róluk és nélkülük. Az amerikai telepesek, mint jól tudjátok, 360 éve azt üzenték a hatalomnak, nincs adózás képviselet nélkül. A mai választók azt üzenik nekünk, a liberális hegemónia ellen küzdő konzervatívoknak, nincs konzervatív fölény valódi érdekképviselet nélkül. Legyünk hát bátran választóink lobbistái mindenhol, a közösség ügyes-bajos dolgainak hatékony megoldó emberei. És kedves barátaim, ne bizonytalanodjunk el attól, ha a liberális média ezért populistának nevez minket. Ha a populizmus ellentéte az impotencia, a cselekvési képességnek az a fajta hiánya, amivel a mai magyar ellenzék rendelkezik, akkor legyünk büszkék erre a címünkre. Higgyétek el nekem, jobb ma egy konzervatív populista, mint holnap egy impotens, liberális népnevelő kormány. Nem árulok el államtitkot a külföldi vendégeknek, ha azt mondom, Magyarország nem a legnagyobb, nem a legerősebb, és nem is a leggazdagabb ország Európában. Más lehetőségünk nekünk, 21. századi magyaroknak nincs, a legokosabbnak kell lennünk. Legalábbis ez a célunk, ezzel próbálkoztunk az elmúlt években, és ezzel próbálkozunk itt ma is. A nagy kérdés, kedves barátaim, mégiscsak az, hogy ebben a mai világban elég-e okosnak lennünk. Most, amikor egy új világrend, vagy éppenséggel világrendetlenség van kialakulóban, elég-e a hitünk, a politikai tapasztalatunk, az intellektuális fölényünk ahhoz, hogy helytálljunk és sikeresek legyünk? Elég-e az, hogyha igazunk van? Elég-e az, ha igazunk van, de nincs erőnk? A magam részéről attól tartok, hogy nem elég. A tudás szükséges, de nem elégséges. Kell mellé nagyság, kell mellé gazdaság és gazdagság, és kell mellé erő is. A mai világ ezt üzente meg nekünk a háború kitörése óta. Kell mellé nagy terület, lakosság vagy piac, kell mellé pénz vagy az ipar, és a tudás mellé igenis kell erős védelmi kapacitás és erős védelmi képességű hadsereg. Ez lehetne dióhéjban minden konzervatív kormányzás programja. De sajnos mi magunk, konzervatívok is követtünk el ezen a területen hibákat. Hadd emeljek ki csupán egy témát, az erő témáját. A német konzervatív vezetés lemondott a katonai, hadipari fejlesztésekről, a hadsereg megerősítéséről. Az európai konzervatív vezetés feladta az egységes európai hadsereg projektjét, Sőt, különböző konzervatív kormányok a határvédelem kérdésében sem voltak mindig egységesek, és voltak támogatóak. Mi magyarok igen korán szóltunk, jó előnkre mondtuk, és valóban igazunk volt. Okosan csináltuk, igen. Volt hozzá erőnk? Sajnos nem mindig. Ahogy azt az elmúlt években a saját igazunk mellé megtanultuk, mindig erőre van szükség. Úgy most, kedves barátaim, ezekben a napokban, ezekben a hónapokban a békéhez is erőre van szükség. Nem csak nekünk magyaroknak, hanem egész Európának. Van-e erre újabb esélyünk? Kérdezheti bárki tőlünk. Nem tudom biztosan a választ. Azt azonban tudom, hogy külön-külön semmi esélyünk nem lesz ebben a világban. Viszont szövetségben, a szuverenista erők és kormányok szövetségében nagyon is nagy esélyünk van. Háborút csak a liberális elitek akarnak. A tömegek Európában békét akarnak. Hiszen a háború, mint jól tudjátok, drága, emberéletben, gazdasági fejlődésben, fogyasztói árakban mérhető ára van. Ezt az árat pedig nem vagyunk hajlandóak megfizetni mások helyett. Hölgyeim és uraim, Istenben bízunk. Ez a reggeli panel témája. In God we trust. Angolul sokkal ismertebb és fülbe mászóbb ez a jelmondat. Ugyanezt jelenti, mint magyarul, de valahogy ellentmondás nem tűrő módon. Politikailag is egyértelmű az üzenete, főleg, ha egy ország saját jelmondataként használja. Ezt a mondatot nem mellékesen az Amerikai Egyesült Államok használja jelmondataképpen. És az is sokat segít, ha az egyik legnépszerűbb és világszerte használt üzenet hordozójára írják rá, igen nagybetűkkel, In God we trust. In God we trust. Kedves barátaim, sokan tudják rólam, hogy a teremben ülők jelentős részével ellentétben kisebbséghez tartozom, hiszen protestáns vagyok. És azt is tudják rólam, hogy az Isten hitemről csak nagyon ritkán beszélek. Viszont a személyes hitemről annál gyakrabban. Az én hitem abban van, hogy az Isten hit és a személyes hit egymástól nem elválasztható. Ez határozza meg számomra, hogy mit gondolok a családról, a társadalomról, a közösségről, az értékeinkről és a politikánkról. Azt is tudják rólam nagyon sokan, talán sokkal többen, mint az előzőt, hogy pragmatikus vagyok, ahova belépek, ott mindjárt történik valami. Márpedig, kedves barátaim, a magyar pragmatikus istenhívőknek van egy jelmondata. Bár mi nem használjuk országmottónak, és a magyar fizetőeszközre már ráférne, nem írjuk rá, ezzel a fontos jelmondattal búcsúzom tőletek. Segíts magadon, és az Isten is megsegít. Segítsünk egymásnak, kedves konzervatív barátaim, és az Isten is megsegít bennünket. Köszönöm, hogy meghallgattatok. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Miután Ábrahámban Isten szövetséget kötött az emberrel, Izraelben felépült az első olyan állam, amely Isten oltalma és fennhatósága alá helyezte magát. Az évezredek során számos más ország követte ezt a példát, megalkotva a nyugati civilizációt. Civilizációnk gyökerei egészen az első szövetségkötésig nyúlnak vissza. Amikor Jézus elhozta az örömhírt, minden egyes férfi és nő megváltásának hírét magával hozta. Mikor kereszthalált halt értünk, nem csupán a mi vétkeinket váltotta meg, de az egész világét.
Mikor megtörtént a csoda, nem csupán ő maga támadt fel, de a nyugatnak is elhozta egy új hajnal ígéretét. A zsidó-keresztény hagyományainkban Európa békét, megértést, közös alapot lelt a legsötétebb korszakokban is.
A honfoglalást követően Szent István felvette a kereszténységet,
Magyarország a nyugat részévé vált és virágzásnak indult. A tengeren túl a szabadság új fellegvára épült, egy nemzet Isten alatt, Amerika.
Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth.
Az Egyesült Államok sokáig kitartott a zsidó-keresztény értékek mellett, de Biden és a BLM Amerikájában ma már semmi sem szent. A liberalizmus haláltusájából egy új szekta született, mely nem csak Isten rendjét tagadja, de a természet korlátait is lebontaná. A woke szekta és a gender ideológia, mintha a transzcendentális gonosz földi megtestesülése lenne, úgy támad gyermekeinkre.
If you need a family, you can come hang out with me.
Létrehoztunk egy kereszténydemokrata államot, egy közép-európai és magyar kereszténydemokrata államot. A mai magyar állam a keresztény demokrácia és nem a liberális demokrácia alapjánál. Demokrácia igen, liberalizmus nem, ez a mi programunk.
Magyarország alaptörvénye ennek szellemében íródott. Védi hazánk hagyományait, keresztény örökségét, a gyermekeket, a családot, és kimondja, az anya nő, az apa férfi. Mi oltalmazzuk a gyermekeket és a családokat, mert megvan hozzá a hitünk és a bátorságunk, hogy megőrizzük azt, ami számunkra a legfontosabb.
A keresztény szabadság a politikában nem valami elvont dolog. Nagyon is konkrét, érthető és kézzelfogható. Világpolgárság helyett hazafiak. Internacionalizmus helyett hazaszeretet. Azonos neműek kapcsolatának propagálása helyett házasság és család. Drogliberalizáció helyett gyermekeink védelme. Migráció helyett határvédelem.
Most a magyar jobboldal egyik szoros szövetségese következik, akit Donald Trump egyik legnagyobb támogatójaként gyakran becéznek a szlovén Trumpnak is. 1993 óta a szlovén demokrata párt elnöke, amely azóta a legjelentősebb konzervatív párttá nőtte ki magát. 3 alkalommal bízták rá a választók Szlovénia vezetését miniszterelnökként. Óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy a CPACHungary színpadán köszönhetem Szlovénia volt miniszterelnökét, Janez Janšát.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from Hungary, United States, Europe, across the globe, from across the globe. I'm afraid my speech will be much more serious than previous, so I ask for your patience. Western civilization is fundamentally based on the 10 commandments of God. I think we don't need to count them here. But in the Communist Manifesto of 1848, however, it is stated that the precondition for establishing a classless society of equality is the breakdown of the key foundations of the Western civilizations. This involves the breakdown or destruction of the family, nation, private property, religion, and private education. At the same time, the abolition of representative democracy and the establishment of the rule by the people. Following the instructions of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the implementation of the manifesto began with revolutionary terror, as they described this attempt by themselves. In a good part of the planet, a communist dictatorship was established by violence. Because there were no realistic conditions for a violent seizure of power in some more developed environments in the Northern and Western Europe and America, individual advocates of Marxism conceived a different path for breaking down the foundation of Western civilization. They called it cultural Marxism. In terms of values, cultural Marxism represents a culture of death. In technical terms, it is a formula. First discredit, then liquidate. According to their plan, it is necessary to first occupy the institutions that shape human values and then devalue the five fundaments of Western civilization. This is the family, nation, religion, private property, and private education. When these values are sufficiently discredited, most of the population will no longer defend them. As Antonio Gramsci wrote, newspapers, publishers, universities, and cultural institutions must first be occupied. In the century after Gramsci, technological and general development automatically added radio, film, television, and of course social media on this list, to this list. Among the institutions that need to be specifically occupied and controlled, all international or multinational organizations have been added. Various factions of the culture of that, especially corporate socialism or fascism, international and national socialism, have chosen partly different emphasis and ways of destroying the foundation of Western civilization, but all have attacked its essence, its spiritual dimension, that is religion. The factions of corporate fascism and national socialism were dismantled at the end of the Second World War. Marxism, in the dimension of the international socialism, even strengthened territorially until the end of the Cold War, when it seemed to collapse. In fact, it only fully transformed into cultural Marxism. Slovenian communists described this transition by claiming that the Berlin Wall fell on both sides. Cuban communists responded by founding the Sao Paulo Forum, which today controls the majority of Latin America. Former working class or proletariat, as the carrier of progress according to Marxist believers, has gradually been replaced by all those social categories that can be justifiably or manipulatively labeled as minority, underprivileged, or oppressed. The classical Marxist goal, once openly named socialism as a word process, has been masked in more neutrally sounding humanitarian, social, or environmental global goals. Uniform formations with swastikas or red stars on their caps have been replaced by urban Antifa, awakened groups and individuals, and numerous other leftist so-called non-governmental organizations that are supposed to represent all oppressed and minority categories in society. Wherever leftists have access to public funds, they massively finance the so-called modern civil society. Organizations that invent all sorts of things to achieve the goals of cultural Marxism, invent gender theory, special LGBTQ human rights, summarize justifications for euthanasia like Hitler did, invent new social or racial injustice and their alleged victims every day. These groups were not elected by anyone and have no contribution to the common good. But they receive incredibly rich financial injections from state budgets of various domestic or foreign foundations. In Latin America, they are also heavily funded by drug cartels. Leftists finance hundreds of various civil initiatives, quasi-institutes, and quasi-cultural events that serve to discredit the foundation of Western civilization. Often also as a political army that organizes street protests and violence when the left is not in power. The rules of the pre-election campaign do not apply to them. There is usually no control over the expenditure of money for their political struggle. Even more, many such associations are also richly funded from the EU funds, while some European and other international conventions grant them a special status in decision-making process. In this way, alongside classic political and multinational organizations and corporations, a special supportive structure of cultural Marxism is established and financially supported, which no one has elected. They usually call themselves the voice of the people. The most important role of the unelected is in many cases the destruction of the culture of life. That is everything that represents the real traditional social capital of a community. We must take this strict rule of the unelected seriously, as it deliberately weakens or even destroys representative democracy. And this is the strategic goal of cultural Marxism. Free elections in an environment where basic political freedoms, especially freedom of speech, free economic initiative and equal rules for all are central problem for cultural Marxism. For many people in former communist countries in Central and Eastern Europe, it is incomprehensible, difficult to understand that a large part of the financial support for the extreme left or destructive interventions of cultural Marxism comes from the capitalist West. However, this financial support is not so illogical, and it is not based solely on the common denial of the spiritual dimension of man. Because an individual without strong emotional ties to their environment, for instance, family, local community, nation, and moral values, is the logical meeting point between cultural Marxism and political globalism. Both prefer a pliable and spendthrift consumer, a person without attachment to home, a local community and nation, a person without oikophilia, as Sir Roger Scruton would say. A person who is only connected to the virtual network and their screens. A consumer who they can access directly without formal, for instance, national and moral barriers. At the same time, there is nothing better for a financial speculator like George Soros than a spendthrift socialist government that borrows heavily and whose taxpayers then pay high interest rates. With the extremely dangerous and frighteningly successful march of cultural Marxism through our civilization, instead of an increasingly free, relaxed, and orderly environment for the individual, we get a semblance of freedom, in which freedom is what the unelected label as freedom. Whoever refuses to be blinded or refuses to submit becomes a problem. If they speak out loudly, they are accused of hate speech. They are publicly persecuted and discredited. If they try to connect with others who do not accept the illusion, they are declared fascists. If they resist, the so-called independent, unelected judiciary in many countries persecutes and suppresses them. Western civilization, dear friends, is not under attack from some other, more advanced culture. It is under attack from structures that want to destroy it, but do not offer an alternative. Only its illusion, which then, when we unveil the veil of cultural Marxist illusions, reveals the socialist chaos of today's Cuba or Venezuela. And we are not witnessing a clash of civilizations, but a barbaric attack on civilization. We are witnessing an attack by the culture of death on the culture of life. An attack that is far from a clash of two equally powerful sides, but a brutal conquering march of the culture of death through the values of Western civilization. So far, we have to admit, it has been very successful because of mainly three reasons. First, because it was skillfully disguised by the perversion of concepts, so that the central discourse today, language, no longer describes the reality. Language no longer describes the reality. Because the culture of death, or cultural Marxism, was sold, wrapped in the cloak of liberalism, human rights, and environmental protection. And because it has been globally led and financed. The conquering campaign of the culture of death through Western civilization was very successful also because the destructive power of the culture of death was underestimated and the resistance was insufficiently organized. One of the essential initial mistakes of this resistance was the repetition of the fallacy of the beginnings of the classical Marxism, according to which material conditions themselves would change people's consciousness. Many individuals from the camp of the culture of life, from the conservative side, believe that the economy, the forum of liberal democracy, and technology would, by themselves, deal with the fallacies of cultural Marxism. Of course, this did not happen. On the contrary, wealth produced or created precisely due to the conservative values, life forces and evolutionary abilities of modern capitalism were abused in many places to destroy its foundation. And this even though classical conservative philosophers and thinkers warned of the dangers of the cultural Marxism from the very beginning. Unfortunately, their ideas were not followed by an effective organization at the national and international level quickly and strongly enough. Today, if you are really frank, within the framework of the Western civilization circle, we have only one country that openly and fully resists this danger, and this is Hungary. And one international political organization, CPAC, which fully realizes that the values of the Western civilizations, its fundamental rights, must be defended where they are actually under attack. Dear friends, in the Holy Bible, in the Gospel of John, we read, "In the beginning In the beginning, it was the Word, and the Word was with God. All things were made through Word, and without it, it was not anything made that was made. Therefore, we must regain the Word. We must regain the language that will describe reality. We must name things and phenomena for what they are. We must regain a full freedom of speech. We must regain the autonomy of the family and the sovereignty of the nation. We must regain schools where there is no place for cultural Marxism and the culture of that. We must regain sufficient space in universities, publishing houses, media, cultural institutions, and social networks. We must regain democracy that will be the rule of voters and the elected. Thank you all who were among the first to resist the destructive campaign of the culture of death publicly and bravely. The masks have fallen. The real fight begins. As Victor said yesterday, Reconquista, and the culture of life will prevail. God bless you all.
A következő vendégünket már volt szerencsém testközelből látni munka közben. Ezt a munka közbeni dolgot nem úgy kell elképzelni, hogy valami íróasztal mögötti kényelmes üldögélés, hanem az ő hivatása arról szól, hogy a világ legdurvább helyein álljon ki a keresztény értékekért és emberekért. Afrikában jártunk közösen, ahol egy borzasztó nyomornegyedben a magyar segítség volt az egyetlen esély a túlélésre. A Hungary Helps nevű program lebonyolításáért felelős államtitkárának már Donald Trump politikai főtanácsadója Jared Kushner is gratulált. Fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel a CPAC színpadán Azbej Trisztánt.
Harminc kioltott emberi élet. 30 meggyilkolt asszony, férfi és gyermek. 30 ember, akinek a bűne mindössze annyi volt, hogy megvallották Jézus Krisztus nevét. Kedves barátaim, kedves hölgyeim és uraim, ismerve a keresztény üldözésnek az egyre növekvő erejét, arra számíthatunk, hogy itt Budapesten a 2 napos jelenlétünk alatt szerte a világban 30 keresztény ember életét fogják elvenni. 360 millió ember. Magyarország lakosságának a 36-szorosa, ez az a lélekszám, amelyik a világon azért szenved diszkriminációt, azért él a terror támadások árnyékában, azért szenvedi el a rendszer szintű üldöztetést, mert Jézus Krisztusban hisznek. Itt a CPACHungary nyilvánosságát kihasználva el kell mondjuk újra azt, amit nyugaton megpróbálnak eltagadni. Korunkban a kereszténység a legüldözöttebb vallás. És miközben minden másfél órában meggyilkolnak egy keresztényt a hite miatt, a woke kultúra követői az emberi jogi fórumokon nem hajlandóak erről beszélni, helyette inkább olyan emberi jogi kérdésekről tárgyalnak, mint hogy a transzgender sportolóknak meg kell adni a szabad sportág választás jogát. Magyarország fölismerte történelmi küldetését. Magyarország a világon elsőként 2016-ban egy kormányzati egységet alakított arra, hogy a világban azoknak a szenvedő keresztényeknek a szava és a hangja legyünk, akiket nem akarnak meghallani. Ezért indítottuk el 6 évvel ezelőtt a Segítő Magyarország programját, a Hungary Helps programot, aminek a keretében több mint 50 országba több mint 1 millió szenvedő, üldözött emberhez juttattuk el a magyar embereknek a segítségét. Véres terrortámadások után nyújtottunk azonnali segítséget a sérülteknek és az árván maradt gyerekeknek az ellátására. Szíriából és Irakból Jordániába menekült keresztényeknek adtuk meg a lakhatás és az oktatás lehetőségét. Bibliai tájakon, az észak-iraki ninivei fennsíkon segítettük a keresztényeknek újjáépíteni lerombolt otthonaikat. És amit semmelyik más nyugati kormány nem csinált, nem csak az otthonokat, nem csak az iskolákat, hanem nem behódolva a politikai korrektség semlegességének, segítettünk újjáépíteni a templomaikat is. Ennek köszöneteképpen az iraki keresztények az egyik káldeus katolikus településüket úgy nevezték el Bint el Magyar, Magyarország leánya. Az elmúlt 6 évben 1 millió keresztényhez juttattuk el a magyar emberek szolidaritását. Ugyanakkor 360 millió szenvedő ember mellett ez meg mindig azt a kötelességet rója ránk, hogy szövetségeseket keressünk a világban. Szövetségeseket, hogy a maradék 359 millió emberhez is eljussunk. Ugyanakkor a világ némán hallgat. Amikor 3 évvel ezelőtt dzsihadista terroristák Srí Lankában húsvét vasárnap templomaikban ünneplő keresztények közül 300-at meggyilkoltak, a világ eltagadta, hogy ez keresztény üldözés lett volna. Nyugati amerikai liberális politikusok, hogy ne kelljen keresztény áldozatokról beszélni, kitaláltak egy új nonsense szót. Hillary Clinton és Barack Obama húsvét imádókról, Easter worshipekről beszélt. Majdnem napra pontosan 1 évvel ezelőtt Nigériában pünkösdi szentmisére rontottak be támadók, és 40 katolikus embert meggyilkoltak. Ekkor Hölvényi György barátunk és más keresztény elvű európai politikusoknak köszönhetően az Európai Parlament napirendre vette a keresztény üldözés problémáját. Tudják, mit állapítottak meg az Európai Unió vezetői a nigériai keresztény ellenes terrortámadásról? Hogy az nem vallási üldöztetés, hanem a klímaváltozásnak a hatása. Amikor Irakban jártam, és egy üldöztetést elszenvedett egyházi vezetővel találkoztam, elmondták nekem azt, hogy amikor egy síta ember bajba kerül a világban, egy síta ország a segítségére siet. Amikor egy szunnita ember kerül bajban a világban, egy szunnita ország siet a segítségére. És ők azt várták, amikor az iszlám állam kegyetlen gyilkosai népírtást követtek el ellenük, hogy majd a keresztény nyugat a segítségükre siet. De a keresztény nyugat végignézte, ahogy meggyilkolják és elűzik őket. És azt állapította meg ez az iraki püspök, hogy tévedtek, hiszen a keresztény már nem nyugat. És itt az a lecke, amit nekünk meg kell tanulnunk. Az a felismerés, amit meg kell tennünk. A kereszténység a világon 2 támadás alatt áll. Míg tőlünk keletre gyilkolják a keresztényeket, addig tőlünk nyugatra megpróbálják őket kiszorítani. Míg tőlünk keletre a kereszténység egy humanitárius válsággal néz szembe, addig tőlünk nyugatra pedig egy identitásválsággal néz szembe. Egyszer, amikor súlyosan traumatizált szíriai keresztény gyerekek között jártam, és próbáltam nekik biztató szavakat mondani, a beszélgetésünk végén fölálltak, és elkezdtek imádkozni a nyugati keresztény emberekért. Elkezdtek azért imádkozni, hogy erősödjön meg a mi hitünk. In God we trust. Mi, akik összejöttünk itt a CPACHungary találkozón. Mi azt hirdetjük, hogy együtt erősek vagyunk. De azért vagyunk együtt erősek, mert mi bízunk Istenben. De vajon így van ez a nyugati világban? Erről fog szólni következő panelbeszélgetésünk, ahol a keresztény kultúrának bajnokait, keresztény civilizációnak védelmezőivel lesz tisztem beszélgetni, és így szeretném színpadra szólítani a spanyol patriotizmus hűséges szószólóját, Juan Sotot, Szeretném színpadra hívni a Heritage Foundation vezető kutatóját, Mike González-t. És megelőző beszélgetésünk során kiderült, hogy a legpontosabb definíció ez. Szeretnék színpadra szólítani egy hitvalló baptistát, a konzervatív politikai mozgalom veteránját, William Wolf urat is. So, please take a seat. Please. Yes.
Sure.
Please take a seat. So, distinguished gentlemen, we have a diverse panel here, who are in other way very uniform, very united in the cause of Christian civilization. It is a pleasure to welcome you, and it is my great privilege to host you as your chairman for this distinguished panel. In God we trust, but many people would in the West question if God exists. Nietzsche said that God is dead. The woke ideologues say that God is dead and any belief in God is anachronistic. And if you look around in our Western civilization, you have to ask yourself, and this is the question I would like to start with, did God die in the West? What is your opinion on that?
Well, absolutely not. We read in Genesis 1, the beginning of the Bible, that God made man and woman. In his image, he created them, male and female. God is not dead. Marx said that religion was made for man, not man for religion, and he got it completely backwards. God made man. We are created. We must worship. We worship the one true God. God is not dead. He is alive, and we worship him.
Well, thank you, Christian. Oh, actually, thanks to all of you for being here, and to the Center for Fundamental Rights, and to Miklos, and to Ernie Magar, who created this, who helped create it. The idea that God is dead is a political project. It's a political project that begins with Nietzsche. Well, it doesn't begin with him. Marx, before Nietzsche, in the manifesto, says we must abolish religion, we must abolish the family. The previous speaker referred to all these things. We must abolish private property and the nation state. So this idea that we must remove God from our lives, which is expressed by Nietzsche in the pithy phrase, God is dead, is a political project. It's a political project that, in a way, I've thought about this, what it wants to do is remove hope. Remove hope. God gives us hope. God gives us hope not only in the afterlife, but in the present life. And if you remove hope and man becomes hopeless, then man is desperate and seeks to change and transform society. And that is what the creators of this political project, that is very much alive today, and you're here today because we're aware of this political project and we want to fight against it. They want man to be hopeless, so man overthrows the system, society, and the previous speaker once again said they never say what they want as an alternative, but it is central planning, it is collectivism, it is dictatorship. So killing God, which is obviously impossible, is part of the process to herd us into a type of tyranny that all of you here believe we have to fight against.
Thank you.
Well, it's fantastic to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. Obviously, God exists regardless of how we feel about him. We just celebrated the resurrection of Christ. And I would say God is obviously not dead in the West. This is a living proof. We are here, are we not? So, furthermore, I would say that we are still a deeply religious civilization. We just happen to have substituted icons for idols, right? So we used to have icons that were meant, by definition, to evoke the divine beauty through nature or through the arts or even sex or politics as a public service for the common good. But we now praise to them, we now desire them, so they've become idols. And then there is this thing of a replacement effect, right? So we see new religions being increasingly present in Western societies, religions that are foreign to these Judeo-Christian values and therefore foreign or antithetically, against our civilization. One being Islam, for instance. I often get, especially in the case of Spain, that the West is this the result of this melting pot of civilizations. And my answer, especially pertaining to my country, is that Spain wasn't born with Islam, but fought against it, right? And the same would happen with the Church of Woke, or wokeism, because let us not forget, and Tucker Carlson spoke on these terms at your 50th anniversary, right? That this is not only an ideological battle, but fundamentally a theological battle. We just happen to, so again, we are still a deeply religious people. We just happen to have gone to the wrong gods, I think.
Let me just add briefly to this, because you refer, environmentalism is in many ways one of these replacement religions that Juan referred to. And a lot of times if we look at our pagan past, our ancestors worshiped nature. And I think we're going back to that. Earth Day is a new holiday, a new religious holiday for this new paganism of those who worship Gaia, the extreme environmentalists.
As surely as you sit in this room, the tomb of Jesus Christ is empty. Is God dead? Are you kidding me? Our God rose from the grave. He rose from the grave. He is not dead, but he is alive, and we worship him today.
Amen to that, and Christ is risen indeed. God is obviously alive. Yet we can all agree that the word of God is pushed out from the public domain. Those who proclaim the biblical teachings in the public domain, they are censored. In the case of Päivi Räsänen in Finland, they are taken to court and trial. And we see that Christianity is losing ground, especially in the Western Hemisphere. It is losing ground more where Christians are not violently, physically persecuted than where they are. And our Christian values, the social teachings of the Bible are being undermined. But is there a way to stop this process? Can we perhaps inform our politics of our Judeo-Christian values? Or to be more practical, can our children be educated in a way that shows the harmful nature of woke ideas to them and strengthens their Judeo-Christian value set?
So in the US, we have, and I don't know if we have exported it here, by the way. By the way, buy our cars and the things we manufacture. Don't buy the philosophies that we're sending back to you. We took what George Lukács, who's Hungarian, thought about and wrote about in the last century. We added value and we're exporting it back to you. So in the US, we have diversity, equity, and inclusion. And inclusion means the opposite of what is of the meaning of the word. It means exclusion. So a guy who was wearing a T-shirt with the word Jesus on it was kicked out of a mall by a mall cop because the mall cop said, well, that shirt does not have inclusive language. So we can see there how inclusion is perversely used to exclude our Christian beliefs. On the question of rights, it's a very simple equation. Politics depends on rights. North Korea, Cuba do not have politics because they do not have rights. Rights, the idea of rights depends on truth, on eternal truth and fundamental truth, because if we don't have fundamental truth, everything is relative. So crime, as is happening in America today, murder, rape, racism becomes relative. In truth, without the external authority of God, is unmoored. You cannot have science-based truth or evidence-based truth, to use today's parlance, because science shifts. You need God. So the equation is politics, rights, truth, and God. Without the beginning of that, without God, you cannot have the rest.
Christianity has always been a generational religion. If you're sitting here today and you are defending rights and truth and freedom in Hungary, I trust that you had parents and grandparents and great-grandparents who believed in the Christian faith, whether you're Catholic or you're Protestant, as I am. Christianity is a generational religion, and that means that we entrust it to our children, to our offspring. I have 3 children in the United States. I have 3 white boys, so I say that I'm on an FBI watch list somewhere. I'm sure I am, because I'm raising up some terrorists there in the United States of America, white boy Christians. And so we must entrust the faith to future generations. And that is the essence of the faith. 1 Corinthians 15:1, Jude 3, this is the faith once for all defended for the saints that we pass down to our family. So you must pass on the faith that you have been given, and that is what endures throughout the generations.
Yes, so along those lines, following the argument, that would also apply to overall political philosophies, including Judeo-Christian values, right? Because you just spoke of the Burkean notion of a social contract as this intergenerational agreement by which it's not a matter of what we can do about it, but what should we do about it? It's a matter of duty. It's a matter of responsibility, moral responsibility, right? To welcome, to cultivate, to strengthen really the legacy of our parents and the generations prior to them, and then faithfully pass it on to, in my case, to my 3 daughters, right? Also white, terrible. My wife's fault. So I think it's a matter of moral responsibility. And when it comes to education, what you just mentioned, so I think it's very clear for us all at this point that progressive liberalism has failed to live by its own proclaimed virtues, quotes, right? Which are, neutrality predicated from the state and tolerance predicated from the citizenry. Have you looked at the latest anti-Christian exhibition in Brussels? That's not an exercise of neither of these, right? Neither tolerance or neutrality. So it's not neutral at all. The liberal values. So we have a responsibility of discharging ideology from our education and our children, and if anything, convey those values that inform our heritage, the ethos of our country, which in this case are Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah, to tie these 2 ideas together, it is generational. In the place where we really should pass on our civilization and our culture is also the school. We cannot shy from this. The school is not just where we teach math and English and reading and arithmetic. It's also where we pass on the culture of the civilization of our ancestors, generational, as William said. We cannot shy away from this. We have to be very forthright about it.
Woke has no children. Woke has no grandchildren. Woke will colonize your children. So you either will train your children to resist woke, or woke will take your children in the public schools and convert them to their godless, progressive, secular, materialist, Marxist view of life. And you have to inoculate them against that woke virus or keep them at home, one of the 2.
Also, one other comment, if I may. So when it comes to what can be done about it, so I believe that it is not by virtue of our enemies that we lost so much ground, but because of our own failures, because we failed to build on strong foundations, because we failed to live out our faith, because we failed to convey that, to receive that from our parents and to convey that to our children. So one thing we could do would be to be faithful Christians. That's a start, I think. That's a good start. So we should lead by example, I think, and the rest will follow.
I think the failure, and the previous speaker, who was quite good, I thought, referred to this, was that we actually led the cultural Marxists take over, and we allowed it to happen. It really begins, I'm writing a book right now on this, it really begins in the 80s. By the 90s, we were beginning to wake up to this, and then 9/11 happened, and we took our eye off the ball about what was happening in our own internal institutions. They took over the universities, they took over entertainment. It really was a failure of ours to allow the Marxists to, as Rudy Duchka said, to carry out Gramsci's program of taking over the institutions. I think finally, and your evidence of this, finally we have woken up to this and we have a response.
When we are making an attempt to save Christian civilization, it has been said that the most important part starts with the self, with personal faith. But we see that important players, those who control the earthly authority, are the governments. And you are now, I hope that you see this, you got this impression, you are in a country which is the land of the free. Free from wokeism, from the totalitarian ideas of wokeism. We are a Christian nation, and we acknowledge as a government that we are a Christian nation. But what are the limitations? What are the limitations that we have to follow when it comes to separation of church and state? In Hungary, we have a model. Someone very smartly put this, that in Hungary, church and state is separated, but not divided. The Hungarian government has allocated more and more funds in the last 10 years to support the church in those areas where it had the great responsibility before the Second World War, namely healthcare and education. And another question that is related, that does the inclusion of "in God we trust" on currency, on government buildings and other public spaces violate the principle of separation of church and state? Or is it a legitimate expression of national identity and values? What do you think about that?
Well, look, I want a separation of church and state, but I do not for a second want a separation of God and state. Because the state always serves under God. And if you have a government that does not recognize God, then that government will play God with your lives. And so we want a separation of government and church, but we never want a separation of government and God. Because if we do that, then like the Marxists, the government becomes God. And so I think it's entirely appropriate for a government to print things like "in God we trust" on our currency, because that's a daily reminder to every single one of you that your government recognizes that there's a higher authority that has given you your rights that do not come from government but come from God. And that they recognize that they cannot pretend to be your creator, because if they do, terrible things will happen.
By the way, this concept that this is separation of church and state, which if you ask Americans, 99% of them would tell you it's in the founding documents. It's not. It's an 1802 letter from Jefferson to the Danbury Baptists, and Jefferson, who had a lot of fights with a lot of people. He fought with John Adams. He was fighting with New England Congregationalists at the time and with Virginia Episcopalians, and he included this in the letter. And people say, "Oh, well, it's in the founding document somewhere. It's in the Declaration of the Constitution." No, it's in a personal letter he writes, and all the Constitution says that the federal government will not have an established religion, will not establish religion. At the time, many states had established religion. So this is a misunderstanding which Americans have, which I hope has not come here. Also say, well, the Americans believe this. No, Jefferson believed it.
And the Baptists, this is so funny. So I'm a Baptist, okay? So I'm a Baptist in America. And the Baptists didn't even like that letter that Jefferson wrote them. They didn't publish it because they didn't want it to be out there. You know, it's a big misunderstanding in America. Again, there's no wall of separation between church and state. Again, we want our state to recognize that there is a God.
Coming from a Catholic teaching, in my case, so I would follow Pope Benedict XVI on this, right? He wrote in Deus Caritas Est that on this topic of separation of church and state, that these two are two distinct spheres, yet always interrelated, I think. And in this case, I think governments should make sure that, you know, everyone has the same rights, is equal before the law, okay? So equality with that surname before the law. But that doesn't mean that, so we've grown into this false lie, into this lie that every civilization and every religion is the same, are the same. And that's not the case. Not every religion. So one thing would be equality before the law, and the other thing would be equality of creeds in a country. And I would argue that the religions that can uphold the values of the country, that welcome them, not only uphold but add to it, should have a preferential position, obviously.
Thank you very much. Our time is up at this point, so I would like to conclude with something that I started with my opening remarks. Those heavily traumatized Christian orphans who had fled the evil of Christian persecution from Syria to Lebanon, and then when we have met, they felt the need to start praying for the European and Western Christians for stronger faith. I think they were very right in their wisdom to understand that it is not the physical persecuted Christians who need encouragement and faith, but us in the West. And I think that our main obligation towards our persecuted Christian brothers and sisters is to save ourselves. Save ourselves as people, but also as Christian countries. And if they see this discussion, if they hear your strong voices on that, they can be relieved that not all is lost in the West. So thank you for your coming here, and thank you for sharing your views, because we in Hungary, in a Christian country, we are safe to say these things. But I know that from you it takes courage to be a Christian speaker and be so strong on your Christian views. So I appreciate your coming, I respect your courage, and thank you for this encouragement that we have received. Juan, Mike, William, come back to Hungary. You can always find your second home.
Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you.
Yes, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük ezt az izgalmas panelt, és most egy spanyol politikus következik, aki többször kell Magyarország védelmére, mint a magyar baloldali EP képviselők. Ő a spanyol Vox párt alelnöke, az országos elnökség tagja és európai parlamenti képviselő, már tavaly is felszólalt a CPAChen. Mi nagyon szépen köszönjük neki eddigi kiállását, és nagyon örülünk, hogy ismét visszatért, és idén is beszédet mond itt önöknek. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Jorge Buxade.
Muchas gracias a la CPAC, muchas gracias al Centro por Derechos Fundamentales, gracias Hungría. Todas las naciones europeas son una parte insustituible de la cristiandad. Europa es una cruz en cada pueblo, desde Tallinn hasta Ceuta y Melilla. La Constitución de Hungría cita con orgullo a su rey Esteban, cuyo bautizo en el año 1000 fue premonición de la unidad de los Cárpatos. También en España podríamos citar a nuestro rey Recaredo, cuyo bautizo determinó la unidad nacional en 589. Cierto que hay naciones como la húngara, donde el elemento étnico o lingüístico es esencial y constitutivo de su nación, mientras que en otras, como España, mi patria, lo étnico o lo lingüístico no son uniformes por las azares de la historia, pero nuestras patrias existen. España se hizo nación luchando contra el Islam en la Reconquista y se hizo luego madre de naciones en la Hispanidad. Hay quien hace política pensando que Dios no existe, que la pobreza, el dolor, el mal, el hambre, el delito, la injusticia, la sequía pueden ser efectivamente eliminados de este mundo aplicando las medidas oportunas. Ello les permite imponer su planificación, persecución de quien disiente, eliminación de todas las realidades sobrenaturales, del misterio, de la magia, del espíritu de la nación. Son los defensores de esa fanática Agenda 2030. pero hay esperanza y cada vez son más los que desean recuperar lo que es valioso. Se hace imperativo un programa político generoso, valiente, exigente, fiel, insolente, audaz. Permítame, expresaré en 8 puntos. En primer lugar, el cuidado de la identidad propia. Citando a Julián Languela, Jesucristo no era un hippie, nómada, un migrante. Jesucristo era un hebreo arraigado en la comunidad, de estirpe conocida y ancestral, que formaba parte de una familia tradicional y que cumplió con todas las etapas rituales de la vida de un hombre de su tiempo y de su raza, con un trabajo estable y un lugar conocido. El cristianismo es universal porque es identitario. Las únicas tradiciones todavía vivas en España son de origen católico. Las romerías de mayo, el día del Corpus Christi, visitar a los cementerios el día de todos los difuntos o los regalos a los niños en Navidad. En segundo lugar, la defensa inquebrantable de la soberanía. La soberanía entendida como carga y como responsabilidad del gobernante que ejerce el poder en beneficio de su pueblo con 2 únicos límites, la ley natural y la tradición, costumbres del pueblo. Frente a los poderes supranacionales, públicos y privados, que buscan imponer la neutralidad climática y la neutralidad espiritual, reclamamos el derecho a defender el respeto a las decisiones de nuestros parlamentos, conforme a nuestra tradición jurídica, la limitación del principio de primacía del derecho de la Unión Europea y la proclamación de la soberanía energética, alimentaria e industrial de las naciones europeas como garantía de prosperidad de las familias y de las empresas. En tercer lugar, la salvaguardia del orden jurídico. No hay ningún Estado, ni comunidad de Estados, ni ninguna organización internacional que pueda dar un mandato o una autorización para enseñar o hacer lo que fuera contrario a la verdad o al bien. No puede hablarse de un derecho al aborto, ya que el bien que hay que proteger es la vida. No existe un derecho a mentir, porque el bien a proteger es la verdad. La libertad religiosa no puede entenderse como la libertad de creación de cualquier religión. No existe el derecho a la mutilación genital, porque el bien a proteger es el sexo que nos ha dado Dios. Frente al desorden, la sentencia del Tribunal Supremo norteamericano recordando que no existe un derecho constitucional al aborto. Las leyes y programas en favor de la natalidad en Hungría o Italia. La defensa de la familia en Polonia o las medidas impulsadas por mi partido Vox en Castilla y León son motivos de esperanza. En cuarto lugar, la protección de la vida y el cuidado de los débiles y los necesitados, menores, adolescentes, mayores, enfermos, discapacitados, han de ser ejes irrenunciables de nuestra acción política desde las virtudes. Es preciso construir comunidades e instituciones que acojan al ciudadano, le sostengan e impulsen como un deber de solidaridad compartido. Trabajadores desempleados, inquilinos desahuciados, empresarios quebrados, jóvenes desesperados. El espíritu de la modernidad les acusa de perdedores y les convierte en parias sociales. Ahí debemos estar nosotros. Por los mismos motivos, no es lícito a nuestros gobernantes dejar indefensas nuestras sociedades con la llegada masiva e indiscriminada de inmigrantes ilegales. Es preciso recordar la doctrina tradicional al respecto del derecho a emigrar. Que el inmigrante se haya visto forzado con violencia por persecución a abandonar su país. Que el inmigrante, además de necesitado, sea honrado. Que el país de acogida pueda asumirlo y que no se vulnere el bien común. La deportación de los inmigrantes ilegales traídos a Europa por las mafias o estados extranjeros es un deber político y es un deber moral. Como señaló Carl Schmitt en la pugna histórica entre el cristianismo y el islam, jamás se le ocurrió a ningún cristiano entregar Europa al islam en vez de defenderla por amor a los sarracenos o a los turcos. En quinto lugar, defender el principio democrático. Pero constituye una adulteración de la democracia de pensar que cualquier norma es válida si se ha debatido y se ha votado por una mayoría. Ya lo dijo en España Donoso Cortés. Es necesario dotar de contenido sustantivo a la democracia. Y lo único que puede dar sentido a la democracia es la defensa de las verdades trascendentales, el bien, la verdad y la belleza. Hemos de reivindicar los movimientos conservadores en toda Europa, formas de democracia participativas genuinas de cada nación. Por eso Vox defiende en España su programa España Decide, que promueve referéndums consultivos sobre todas aquellas políticas públicas en que las élites han decidido sin pedir la participación de los españoles. El fanatismo climático, la apropiación de datos personales por las grandes multinacionales o las políticas inmigratorias. En quinto lugar, no hay que tener miedo a combatir el falso humanitarismo de la izquierda. Es una irresponsabilidad política y moral dejar indefensas a nuestras comunidades. Tanto en el ámbito de la seguridad interior como en el exterior, tenemos el derecho a defendernos. En sexto lugar, como recordó el primer ministro Orbán hace un año, no podemos aceptar las reglas de juego del enemigo. No es progreso la diversidad sexual, no es progreso el consumo de drogas, no es progreso los vientres de alquiler, no son progreso que paguen 3.000 euros a las mafias para que les crucen el Mediterráneo, no es progreso que nuestros discursos los haga un programa de inteligencia artificial, no es progreso que nuestros jóvenes sean explotados en un supertrabajo por una multinacional que encima paga impuestos en un estado extranjero, no es progreso traer a millones de trabajadores como mano de obra barata para ser condenados nuestros jóvenes al paro. Por último, el Estado no provee de la felicidad. El Estado se ha de limitar a establecer, promover y asegurar que se dan las condiciones para todos y cada uno de nosotros saquemos lo mejor que llevamos dentro. La felicidad no es que el Estado te pague un subsidio de miseria y te provea de un piso compartido. La felicidad del hombre se halla en la obtención de los bienes que contribuyen a su perfección. Empleo estable, vínculos de parentesco, vínculos sociales, el sentido de pertenencia a la nación y el sentido sobrenatural en la vida. Defendamos la tradición. Para nosotros no hay contradicción entre lo nuevo y lo viejo. Debemos vivir en lo permanente, lo de ayer, lo de hoy y lo de mañana. El secreto del éxito lo tiene Víctor Orbán. Es la constancia en la persecución del objetivo, la perseverancia en los hábitos, la rectitud de intención y la eliminación de cualquier tentación de pactar con quien desea y busca el mal de nuestras comunidades. Muchas gracias, Hungría, muchas gracias a la CPAC. ¡Viva Hungría y viva España!
...2021-ben a Politico nevű lap Európa 28 legbefolyásosabb embere közé választotta. Ő az elnöke a legnagyobb nevű lengyel kutatóintézetnek. Sok éves tapasztalattal rendelkezik polgári és büntetőjogi eljárásokban, az állampolgári, a szabadság, a családi és a gyermekjogok védelmének területén. Hölgyeim és uraim, Lengyelországból érkezett hozzánk Jerzy Kwasniewski.
All distinguished guests, Miklos and Matt, it is your success, the CPAC, the second edition. My friends and fellows, Laudetur Jesus Christus. In God we trust. In God we trust. After decades of liberal domination, this is a battle cry of post-liberalism, standing at the gates of the woke empire. It is our voice threatening global ideologies that try to implement top-down global management, ignoring our culture, ignoring our tradition, ignoring our religious identities, and trampling over our sovereignty. This is a strong demand to include national and religious contexts traditions, arguments into the political sphere. And nation after nation joins this calling. Religious and national identities are rediscovered now as the only vaccination against wokeness and misery of false ideologies. Many variants of single virus, as we may have heard yesterday. In God we trust. Once was understood as a ceremonial deism by secular legal doctrine of the United States. Today, it regains its original meaning, bringing back all the creative identity of Judeo-Christian civilization. For us, conservatives, I have to say, trust in God was never, although, a blind faith, nor emotional euphoria, never an empty motto. Trust in God was always deep rational conviction that 10 commandments, individual freedom, human dignity, and a common good principle are essential parts of a common sense environment for the pursuit of individual happiness. In the dark years of totalitarian slavery that we have experienced in this part of Europe, in God we trust was a sign of hope. In time of democratic governance that we do experience, in God we trust is a political program of common sense and responsible care for common good. Forgive me those two personal stories. In 1949, when my grandfather was imprisoned by Soviets in occupied Poland just because he was an entrepreneur doing business, as many of you do, what was left to us? In God we trust, as a motto of perseverance. Then, in 1981, the Solidarity movement was crushed with tanks and guns. My father was taken away from our home by security services at midnight as a dangerous academic opponent of communist theories. And what was left to us? In God we trust, as a strong political voice and hope of 10 million members of Solidarity. What was an experience of my family is today an experience of many victims of woke ideology. In the modern world, academics again are suspended and dismissed, this time for critical approach to gender fluidity. Entrepreneurs again are charged and persecuted for not following radical left policies. Pro-life campaigners are imprisoned for peaceful public prayers on the public squares. What is then left to us? In God we trust, as a program of revival of common sense, human dignity, and natural law and natural rights. Hungary and Poland may serve as an examples that in God we trust is not only a battle cry of post-liberal times, but it's an effective and, in fact, the only way to preserve the cultural heritage of Europe. Liberal experiments of democracies founded on secular reasoning only, without any higher standards of natural rights, any unalienable principles of human dignity, produced modern neo-totalitarian woke states. We all observed as newly emerging so-called rights, like right to abortion, right to protection against hate speech, children's right to transition, take precedence over well-established natural rights, right to life, freedom of speech, protection of family, natural parental rights. This way, woke rights revolution takes down precious natural rights and liberties that our ancestors around the globe were fighting for. This way, the prophecy of John Paul II from the encyclical Centesimus Annus resonates in our days. Democracy without values easily turns into open or thinly disguised totalitarianism. To bring the values back to our democracies, we need a renewed national and world politics with leaders brave enough to honestly gather the nations around the motto, "In God we trust," openly articulated the program of God, homeland, and family. I am well aware that old liberals tremble with disgust when religious arguments are brought to the public forum of democratic states. But look, democratic support supports this inclusive approach. Inclusiveness of religion produces societies more involved and more focused on common good. Societies of those who internalize responsibility with all the power of deeply religious motives. At the same time, liberal regimes without religious, national, and cultural foundations experience the destruction of basic social structures. For years, modern politics sterilized public sphere of religious arguments. Liberal states and international organizations like United Nations tend to accept without a second thought a narrow perspective of secularism as the only platform of cooperation between diverse nations and cultures. This secular language of liberal international law, liberal international politics, was born in the 1970s and received doctrinal blessing and support from John Rawls, the godfather of political liberalism of philosophy. 21st century shows how tragic this secular approach was. Democracy lost its global charm the moment it renounced its cultural, national, and religious sources, the moment it renounced religious legitimization of its laws, the moment it turned religious and honest "in God we trust" into pagan ceremonial deism. That's why we are much closer to what Jürgen Habermas stated in his polemics with Rawls. Religious traditions have special power to articulate moral intuitions. A state without access to them will cut itself off from key resources needed to fuel democracy and rule of law. The goal of this CPAC will not be achieved without a call to action. It is high time to bring this program of mainstreaming religious, national, and cultural traditions to the global level, to shake the United Nations in our booming voice with "In God we trust," to reintroduce religious and nationalist arguments and thinking into global politics. It means limiting power of centralized secularist institutions. It means draining the swamp in United Nations World Health Organization. It may be the end of the World Economic Forum as well. But it also means respectful dialogue and peace, and stronger involvement of religions, cultures, nations, and peoples in the global policy-making process. It means battle against plans of global management and marginalization of nation-states. And as environmentalism seems to be the most developed tool now of unification and top-down global management, dominated by progressive global players, it should be our first battleground. We need to strike down ineffective global management of environmental policies that undermine development of our countries, jobs, and especially harms developing countries of the global south. Instead, we should turn to the regional, cultural, and religious heritages, with their special force capable of bottom-up and peaceful transformation of societies, disseminating attitude of responsible, conservative care for the natural environment. There is also an urgent need to define a catalog of fundamental religious principles regarding the relationship between man and the natural environment, covered by the broadest consensus of great cultures and civilizations as part of this global strategy of battling the global policies. In God we trust should become a global pact of the diverse, independent, yet unified. In God we trust, so we may say, united we stand. E pluribus unum. Thank you very much.
Konzervatív, heves antikommunista egykori képviselő olyan ember hírében állt, aki minden ébren töltött percében a politikán gondolkodik. Egymás után 6 alkalommal választották meg ohiói képviselőnek. Köszönjük, hogy elfogadta a meghívásunkat, és személyesen is felszólal Bob McEwen!
Thank you very much. Why are some countries rich? Why are some countries poor? Why are free countries richer? Why are socialist countries poorer? It's clear when we understand freedom. Freedom is a three-legged stool. It's spiritual, political, and economic. In order for one to be free, we must have spiritual truth, political liberty, and economic freedom. If one leg of a three-legged stool is broken, the entire platform collapses. So let's understand all 3 legs of the political stool. First, spiritual truth. Every philosophical debate boils down to this critical choice. Either one believes that man created God, or he believes that God created man. All subsequent decisions flow from that conclusion. In that book of ancient Jewish wisdom entitled The Exodus, Moses is instructed by God to form a government of federal, state, and local jurisdictions, thousands, hundreds, and tens. And then he is to place leaders in positions of authority that have 3 critical qualities. The first one is this: men who fear God. Now, fear is the Old English term meaning reference to honor or respect, as we fear the king. Here is the essential ingredient to freedom: submission to God and his standard, rather than the whimsical tyranny of man's standard. Whenever man fills that God-shaped vacuum found in his heart with his own definition of right or wrong, history is replete. Whenever man sets himself up as God, he always ends up killing. C.S. Lewis said during the Second World War, he said, "We in the West, we bristle when we hear the Nazis claim that what is right is what is ever good for the Third Reich." However, unless there is a standard overarching all of us, whether we acknowledge it or not, then the Germans and the Japanese are just as entitled to their definition of right or wrong as are we. Unless the measuring rod is separate from that which is being measured, there can be no measurement. In other words, history tells us when man is his own standard, without God, there is no protection for life. Man, as God, has always been willing to sacrifice the lives of his fellow humans to satisfy the demands of the gods of the environment that he has created. So, leg number 1 of the stool of freedom is freedom requires submission to God. And that is why this conference is so important. When a person is God-centered, he respects the environment, but reveres life and family. When a person is self-centered and himself is God, he worships the environment and is willing to sacrifice life and family. Secondly, Moses is told that he must have men of truth. Now, immediately we see the significance of the first leg of the stool, honoring God. So what is truth? Here it is. Again, as C.S. Lewis said, there are only 2 definitions of right or wrong. what God says is right or what man says is right. What God says is true, and what man is playing by claiming it's my truth. And that is why men hate truth, because truth reveals error. Right reveals wrong. Let me explain. I can say that this room is 75 feet wide. You can say it's 65 feet. You can say it's 85. You can say it's 40 feet. And we can just be as pleased as punch. We can discuss it at great length. We can discuss it ad nauseum. We can have white papers explaining it. We can have the United Nations have conferences. We can have the European Union study it. And everything is fine until someone comes and measures it. And the measurement is truth. Everything else is just opinion. But here's the significance. The truth reveals error. So I've said 3 times it's 75 feet wide. The measurement says it's only 60. Everyone in the room knows that what I said was wrong. Therefore, error hates truth, because truth reveals error. But even more than that, truth overcomes error. The defense counselor at the court says that his client would never steal the automatic teller machine at the drive-in at the bank. Well, he wouldn't think of such a thing. However, when you show the security camera truth, it sees the driver going up to the ATM. You see him put a chain around the ATM machine. You see his face recorded on the video camera and his fingerprints on the... And the truth will reveal the error such that the only way he can succeed is to prevent the presentation of truth, because truth overcomes error. That's why only the left burns books. That's why the left shouts down speakers. 1,000 leftists can speak without interruption, but let one conservative appear on a college campus and all hell breaks loose. Why? Because truth overcomes error. Therefore, they must censor. They must shadow ban. They must cancel, because error cannot survive in the presence of truth. Final leg of the stool. As recorded in the ancient book, Exodus 18:21, it says, "Fear God, lovers of truth, haters of socialism." Hating covetousness, the synonym for socialism, which is taking from one and redistributing to another. The third leg of the freedom stool is economic freedom, which is this. There's a car going down the street out here. There are only 2 ways that I can get money out of the person in that car. One of them is called free enterprise capitalism. That is where I lay awake nights figuring out ways to do something good for the person, such that they slam on the brakes and pull in and say, "You're going to wash my car and you're going to sweep the carpet and clean the dashboard and wash the windows." I would much rather have that than have this $10 bill. I would much rather have that pair of shoes than the $60. I would much rather have that air conditioning unit than the $200. Under free enterprise, the only way I can get money is for the customer to be provided a blessing so great that he voluntarily, freely reaches into his pocket and makes an exchange whereby at the end of the exchange, we are both better off. Both parties are richer than they were before, and if not, then they don't make the exchange. And this is the only way that wealth is created. Let me say it again. This is the only way that wealth is created. But I said there are 2 ways to get money out of that car going down the street. The other one is, I just take it. Now, when I take it, have I created any wealth? No. Have I redistributed wealth? Yes, from his pocket to mine. But here's the point. The degree to which I am advantaged is the degree to which he is diminished. Therefore, socialism cannot and does not create wealth. It only redistributes wealth from the entrepreneur who produced it to the political power who steal it. Therefore, the more socialism, the more covetousness, the more taking by the government of any city, state, or nation, and here's the concluding principle. The greater the freedom, the greater the wealth. The greater the socialism, the greater the poverty. And it only works this way every time. And so, let me say to all of you who have put your trust in God, thank you. Thank you, Mikolovich. Thank you, Miklos. Thank you for the Center for Fundamental Rights. Thank you to CPAC. God bless you, and God bless America.
Kedves vendégeink, most 15 perces kávészünet következik. Várjuk vissza Önöket negyed óra múlva, többek között olyan témákkal, mint a háború. Hamarosan találkozunk. Stefi, hogyha jól emlékszem, ma egyszerre mindketten még nem is voltunk a színpadon.
Nagyon jól emlékszel. Viszont most itt a lehetőség, hogy meg is táncoltass.
Hát igen, akkor viszont te nem emlékszel jól egy dologra, hogy tegnap már elmondtam neked, hogy a táncolás azért nem az én műfajom.
Ja, tényleg, de akkor nem sikerült egy nap alatt megtanulni táncolni?
Hát, nagyon sok időm volt gyakorolni a táncolást, de sajnos nem sikerült ezt még tökéletesre fejlesztenem. Viszont a következő zenekarunk, hogyha valaki tudja, hogy hogy kell a talpalávalót adni, akkor ők azok. Kérem, fogadják szeretettel Egri Pétert és a Mystery Ganget.
Köszönjük szépen, szép jó napot kívánok, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, Egri Péter vagyok, nagyon örülök, hogy itt lehetek. Tavaly együttesen jöttem, zenekarral, a Mystery Gang zenekarommal, most pedig egy sajátos, a napokban megjelent, amerikai piacon megjelent új lemezemről egy úgynevezett One Man Band formációval fogok itt egy-két dalt előadni nagy tisztelettel. Ennek talán egy-két mondatban érdemes elmondani, hogy a 20. század derekán, az 1950-es években az Egyesült Államokban alakult ki ez a fajta One Man Band megszólalási forma. A második világháború, mondták, elvitte az embereket, úgyhogy a big bandek egyre kisebb létszámú zenekarokká alakultak át az 50-es évekre, megjelentek a kombók, a triók, a duók és az úgynevezett One Man Bandek, ami a délvidéket, az Egyesült Államok déli államait, a konföderációs vidéket, ennek a kulturális zenei irányzatát, ami aztán később rock and rollba csúcsosodott ki. Ez úgy indult, hogy One Man Band, hölgyeim és uraim, egy-két dallal fogadjanak sok szeretettel. Egri Péter, One Man Boogie 55, segítőmmel, a Mystery Gang, amúgy dobosával, Csikány Tamás Fácánnal. Köszönjük szépen, hát akkor rá is zendítünk. Boogie Boogie Madman. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. Listen to the boogie. Listen to the stroll. Listen to the bebop. Good to your soul. Listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. Ooh, the rhythm is mine. Ooh, the blues is mine. Oh, the boogie is mine. Oh, you are mine, 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 mine. Listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. Boogie woogie mad man. Boogie woogie mad man. Boogie woogie mad man. Boogie woogie mad man. Mad man. boogie, madman. All right, one more time. Woo. Ow. All right. Now, listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm gonna jump, I'm gonna fly, I'm gonna move till the day I die. Listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. Ooh, the rhythm is mine. Ooh, the blues is mine. Oh, the boogie is mine. Oh, here are mine, 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 mine. Listen to the boogie. Ah! Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. 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 Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. Madman monster. Ah! All right. Let's go. Now, listen to the boogie. Listen to the boogie. I'm a boogie woogie man. I'm a boogie woogie man. Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. Boogie woogie madman. All right. Hölgyeim és uraim, nagy tisztelettel köszönjük szépen. Engedtessék meg, hogy ülve maradjak még a következő dalig. Egy jó kis Mystery Gang dalukról van szó, amit most egy One Man Boogie 55 verzióba fogadjanak nagyon sok szeretettel egy drága voodoo babáról. The fall. I said, come on, honey, I'm out of love. I did a hugging, I did a kissing, need a little bit of loving. I did a hugging, I did a kissing, need a little bit of loving. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. Hey, hey. She's on my mind. But my business beating. Don't feel in the right. I did a hugging, I did a kissing, did a little bit of loving. I did a hugging, I did a kissing, did a little bit of loving. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. Hey, the voodoo, voodoo, voodoo doll. Voodoo, voodoo, voodoo doll, voodoo, voodoo, voodoo doll, voodoo, voodoo, voodoo doll. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll. All right. Will you think of my baby on the cold long night? Why don't you get me? Honey, why don't you get me right? I need a hugging, I need a kissing, need a little bit of loving. I need a hugging, I need a kissing, I need a little bit of loving. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. She's the girl who stole my soul, voodoo doll, voodoo doll. Well, és uraim, köszönjük szépen! All right! Yeah! All right! Nagyon szépen köszönjük, hölgyeim és uraim! Mr. Igen dobosa, Pácán Csikány Tamás megérdemli a tapsot. Most rumbatök játékosként mutatkozott be. Köszönjük szépen! Most pedig végezetül fogadjanak egy dalt sok szeretettel. Nemrég volt a bemutatója az első zenés darabomnak. Én írtam, én rendeztem, sőt a főszerepet is én játszottam benne, mint Buddy Holly a Művészetek Palotájában. Aztán ebből volt bemutató továbbiakban angol nyelven Los Angelesben, illetve nemrég Las Vegasban. Hölgyeim és uraim, ebből a zenés darabból, illetve Buddy Holly életútjából egy nagyszerű dal, egy örök kedvencem. Egy dal Lubbock, Texasból, Maybe Baby címmel. Fogadják sok szeretettel. Köszönöm szépen. Elég egy szál gitár hozzá. Szóval, maybe baby, I'll have you. Maybe baby, you'll be true. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. It's funny, honey, you don't scare. You never listen to my prayer. Maybe baby, you will love me someday. You are the one that makes me glad, and you are the one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, I'll be there, just wait and see. Maybe baby, I'll have you. Maybe baby, you'll be true. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. Hölgyeim és uraim, Egri Péter, nagy tisztelettel köszönöm a figyelmet. És öreg haverom, Lubbock, Texasból, Buddy Holly! You are the one that makes me glad, and you are the one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, I'll be there, just wait and see. Maybe baby, I'll have you. Maybe baby, you'll be true. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. Hölgyeim és uraim, egy kis ritmustaps jöhetne nekem segítségül, és öreg haveromnak, Buddy Hollynak. Figyelem! Nagyon jó! Ez az! Nagyon szépen köszönöm. Természetesen a taps Buddy Hollynak szól odaföntre. You are the one that makes me glad, and you are the one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, I'll be there, just wait and see. Maybe baby, I'll have you. Maybe baby, you'll be true. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. Maybe baby, I'll have you for me. Hölgyeim és uraim, nagy tisztelettel köszönöm szépen. Csikány Tamás Pácán, Lumbatok, Mr. Igeng és Egri Péter énekgitár. Hölgyeim és uraim, tisztelettel köszönjük szépen!
És hát nagyon szépen köszönjük mi is. Nagyszerű buli kerekedett itt a CPACHungaryn.
Majdnem felkértél hátul táncolni.
Már tényleg nem sokan múlt egyébként, tehát az Egri Péternek és a bandájának sikerült végre elérni, hogy táncoljak. Majdnem. Jövőre. Péter, jövőre sikerülni fog.
De a teremtés kezdete óta férfiúvá és asszonnyá teremti őket az Isten. Annak okáért elhagyja az ember az ő atyját és anyját, és ragaszkodik a feleségéhez. A teremtés rendje, hogy kiemelt becsben tartsuk a családot. A zsidó-keresztény hagyományok ezért féltve óvják a férfi és nő szent szeretet kötelékét, melyből a gyermekek születnek. A nyugati civilizáció egészének a család a sarokköve. A család teremtett biztonságot a gyermekek számára. Az apa, az anya és a nagyszülők szeretete nevelte a csöpségeket a társadalom boldog és sikeres felnőtt tagjaivá. A 19. századig, a kommunizmus sötét tanának születéséig senki meg sem kérdőjelezte ezt az alapvető igazságot. Ma Marx posztmodern örökösei ellenséget látnak a családban. Miután a woke szekta megszállta a nyugati társadalmak minden szintjét, a vállások száma rekordokat dönt, emberi jogként állítják be az abortuszt, és agymosásnak vetik alá a gyermekeket. Amerikában, ha a szülők tiltakozni mernek a kritikai fajelmélet vagy a genderérzékenyítés ellen, akkor a Biden kormányzat és az FBI terroristának bélyegzi őket. A radikális szocialisták régi vágya, hogy lerombolják a családot, éket verjenek a szülők és a gyerek közé, és ma már a legkisebbek testi és szellemi egészségét is fenyegetik. A totalitárius rezsimek a gyermekeket kiszakítják a családból és szüleik ellen fordítják. Emlékszünk Pavlik Morozov rémmeséjére. A woke szekta ma ugyanerre törekszik. Ennek véget kell vetnünk. Ha újra nagyjá akarjuk tenni a nyugati civilizációt, meg kell óvnunk a családokat, és védenünk kell a gyermekeket. Magyarország élen jár a családtámogatás terén és a gyermekek védelmében. A konzervatív vezetők első számú feladata, hogy családjaink megmaradjanak, a gyermekeknek legyen esélyük arra, hogy gondtalanul nőjenek fel, anélkül, hogy gonosz ideológiák zsákmányává válnának. A gyermekek nevelése a szülők joga és kötelessége. Nem tűrjük, hogy a gyermekeket elszakítsák családjuktól, mert a gyermekek a jövő, és a jövő a családoké.
Menjünk is tovább programunkban. A vietnámi háború óta ismerjük azt a szlogent, hogy make love, not war, vagyis hogy szerelmeskedj és ne háborúzz, de nekünk konzervatívoknak ez kevés. A mi szlogenünk ehelyett úgy szól, hogy make kids, not war, vagyis háború helyett alapítsunk családot.
Hát bevallom őszintén, tudnék örülni annak, hogyha ezt a nagyhatalmak is hallották volna, amit előbb mondtál, és meg is fogadnák ezt a tanácsot, hiszen jobb életet adni, mint elvenni.
Következő felszólalónk egészen biztosan így gondolja, hiszen feleségével együtt 7 gyermeket nevelnek. Az amerikai képviselőházban, majd az amerikai szenátusban szolgált, mindig a hagyományos értékek védelméről volt ismert. Az egykori elnökjelölt nagyra értékeli a magyar konzervatívok sikereit, és idén is nagy örömmel fogadta el a meghívásunkat. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPACHungary színpadán Rick Santorum.
Thank you very much. You know, when I first got elected to Congress 32 years ago, I thought it was a great accomplishment. But when I got there, the veteran congressman would say to me, yeah, any idiot can get elected to Congress by telling the voters what they want to hear. The real accomplishment is getting reelected when people actually know who you are. So, while I was pleased to be invited to CPACHungary last year, I am even more honored that after last year, you invited me back to be here again this year. So thank you very much. If I've learned anything from studying history, it's that evil is real and every culture succumbs to it because eventually people put their faith in the lies of man instead of the truth of God. Today, the enticing lies told by the political leftists and cultural leftists, academic, and even religious elites now dominate Western culture. The goal of these liars is to accumulate power, suppress dissent, and impose their will on the masses. It's another Marxist revolution, but not a proletariat uprising against the elites, but again, leftist cultural revolution led by the wealthiest and most powerful elites who now control our universities, our news media, Hollywood, big labor, and now even big business. It was after the left's conquests of the corporate America as a result of the technology revolution that I wrote a book in 2004 predicting the left's next target, the family and the church. The book, titled It Takes a Family, was in response to Hillary Clinton's book, It Takes a Village. In that book, she called for the village to help protect an increasing number of overwhelmed single mothers to help them raise their children. So, leftist ideas like the sexual revolution, radical feminism, population control, and the welfare state create an explosion of stressed single mothers, and then the left proposes to help them by expanding the role of government, particularly in schools, to raise their children. 20 years later, these schools hide information from parents, intimidate these parents if they dare protest, then let children make life-altering decisions with the state protecting these children from their loving parents. As I said in the book, the destruction of the family is not a flaw of leftist policies, it is the goal of leftist policies. State control of raising children is essential, well, because leftists aren't having children. Thanks to abortion and the belief that children are a burden that destroys the planet and could ruin your life, they, with the timid complacency of all but a few conservatives, indoctrinate our children with their perverted values in government schools. For years, they taught critical race theory or sexually groomed children until COVID lockdowns. And there, parents saw what their children were actually learning, what was actually going on, and they began to fight back. They rose up. In response, our leftist government used the FBI to threaten criminal prosecution of parents as terrorists instead of prosecuting perverted teachers. The people are fed up, but we continue to lose this battle in America because conservative leaders continue to run from the fight. Last year, when conservatives won our greatest victory, overturning Roe versus Wade, conservative leaders had no plan, they were even leaked the document two months before the decision, and still no plan, no resources, no message to capitalize on the success. And what happened? Well, the movement has been in full retreat ever since. Party leaders and national candidates, elites themselves, don't talk or want to talk about moral issues for fear of both public examination of their own lives and the fear of being ostracized by their friends, the elites, including, by the way, often their own woke children. Pathetically, they insist pocketbook issues matter most to the voters on Election Day, while ignoring that it's the state of the family and the church that is going to determine the fate of our republic. In communities where 75% of children are born out of wedlock and raised without a father, the left gets roughly 90% of the vote. Atheists, or voters who have no religious beliefs, now 25% of the American public voted 75% for the leftist candidate. The assault on the family and faith is working. These groups are the fastest growing demographic among young voters. The recipe is simple. Destroy the nuclear family, drive faith out of schools and public places, discourage work, then borrow money to send to these people who are devastated by these policies so they vote for you. It is an evil spell that is cast by elite fools, most of whom have no idea who their true leader is. But here in Hungary, you and your leaders do know who is behind this evil. Here in Hungary, your government isn't complicit in destroying families and confusing and corrupting children. And here in Hungary, you fight this evil, you fight for the souls of your children, and you win. Conservatives in America can learn from you that accepting the lies of the left, or as your Prime Minister often says, playing by their rules, is not just a losing game politically. It is a game that will lose the soul of your country. We must stand together to fight these lies, because only living the truth, living consistent with the natural law of the Creator, will lead to real happiness. Contrary to the vicious slander that such conservatives are motivated by hate, we actually care enough about our fellow countrymen that we want them to find joy in being the person God called them to be. We want to build a virtuous moral society based upon the central truth that each individual is created in the image of God, with inherent dignity and with the purpose to pursue God's plan for their lives. Not a society where the elites propound a set of ever-changing rules that enhance their control over the masses, where people are assigned value based upon race and ethnicity, sexual identity, or their, quote, intersectionality quotient. I know Hungary is paying a price for standing up to the elites in Brussels. But in this fallen world, to stand for God's truth always has come at a cost. So I'm back. I'm back here to encourage you to persevere. I have led or been on the front lines of every cultural battle in America for the past 30 years. With the notable exception of abortion, we have lost every single one of them, and most without much of a fight. But through it all, I have learned that if you are faithful, God will be faithful. That doesn't mean that we will win. But as Mother Teresa is quoted as saying often, God does not call on us to be successful. He calls on us to be faithful. So I'm going to close with one of, frankly, many stories of God's fidelity and encouragement in my life. When I was a senator, I led the fight to override President Clinton's veto of the late-term abortion bill. The night before the vote, after debating the bill all day, I remained on the floor to adjourn the Senate. Sitting there, I was overcome with the need to speak more. There were only 2 votes short, and I thought maybe a few recalcitrant senators might hear me on their television at home and possibly change their vote. So I called my wife at home, and she answered, and I could hear the youngest of our 3 children crying. And I said, Karen, I feel like God is calling me to stay here and say more. And she said what she always says, is if that's what God's calling you to do, that's what you need to do. So I went back into the chamber and told the presiding officer, who was the only other senator there at the chamber at that late hour, that I would only be a few minutes. 2 hours later, I finished. Don't worry, I'm almost done. The dominant argument senators made for late-term abortions is that it must be kept legal in the case a mother finds out late in pregnancy that her child is sick or disabled. So I felt compelled to tell the stories, inspiring stories, that piled into my office during this time, sent by people with genetic disabilities from frankly all over the world who were listening to senators calling for the termination of their lives and people like them from the floor of the United States Senate. When I finished, I drove home and found Karen and the kids, of course, in bed asleep. I left early the next morning, drove into Washington, and we lost by 2 votes. Not one vote changed. I had failed again. I walked out of the Capitol building beating myself up for being so arrogant to think that my great oratory was somehow going to win the day. And I thought I wasn't just a rotten, egotistical senator for rotten, egotistical senator for thinking that, but I was a rotten, egotistical husband and father for leaving my kids and wife again alone at home at night. Well, 2 days later, I got an email. It was from a young man from Michigan State University, and it read like this. My girlfriend and I were zipping through the channels on TV when I saw you standing next to a poster of a little boy with some disability, so we stopped to listen to what you had to say. You talked about how courageous this young man was and how much his family loved him. My girlfriend was getting emotional, so I looked down at her and I asked, is everything okay? And she looked up at me as tears rolled down her cheek, and she said, I'm pregnant. And I have an abortion scheduled for tomorrow. And I wasn't going to tell you. But I'm not going to have an abortion anymore. He finished by saying, I'm sorry you lost your vote, but I want to thank you for saving the life of my child. That young man sent me several more emails about the progress of them and their little girl and God's triumph. And that little girl is now 24 years old. Losing a fight and receiving an email of your victory may have never happened to you. Maybe it's because God knows you don't need as much reassurance as I do. Or maybe, just maybe, you aren't fighting the battles God is calling you to fight. Here's a quick tip. When you're fighting for the dignity of all human life, when you're fighting for the family as God has ordained it, and when you're fighting for the freedom of people to serve their God, He will bless you and He will bless your country. He will be faithful. I know on this continent you will likely lose most of these battles. But please, please do not weary. Keep fighting. Keep inspiring the world, even if things don't go your way. Because I assure you that you didn't lose. You just didn't get the email. God bless you.
Legbefolyásosabb konzervatív szervezet az Egyesült Államokban. Az alapítvány a 80-as években Ronald Reagan elnöksége alatt nagy befolyásra tett szert. Tevékenységük és nézeteik meghatározták a következő évtizedek republikánus politikáját. Eljött hozzánk a szervezet elnöke, Kevin Roberts is. Isten hozta Magyarországon!
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a real privilege and honor to follow one of my close friends, Senator Rick Santorum, important in America and in the world. How about another round of applause for Senator Santorum? Well, it's also my real honor to be with you because it's always exhilarating to be associated with anything going on in the great nation of Hungary. It's not just because I love this beautiful city, but also because the Hungarians, you, are a historic people. You might say all nations are historic. You might say everyone has a history. You know, as an American, an adopted Texan, I might say that my cultures do too. But not everyone has a history like Hungarians. And not everyone, this is the key point, not everyone manages to keep their history. And I and several of my colleagues from the Heritage Foundation, all of us have the privilege of representing common sense and truth and conservatism around the world. We wanted to be here in large numbers this week to support CPAC, but most of all, to support you, our friends in Hungary, because you are so focused on keeping your history. You came here from far away, over a millennium ago, and then your first king spread Christianity throughout his kingdom and took the name of Stephen, one of the church's most venerated saints, a martyr who was stoned to death by St. Paul himself, before he was St. Paul, when he was Saul of Tarsus. And of course, your own king is also known to us today as St. Stephen, having been canonized in 1083. His holy crown, which sits in your most beautiful parliament, the most beautiful parliament building in the world, is one that I visited for the first time last year, will visit again this afternoon, because as an American friend, an American of faith, an American of his faith and your faith, I know that his crown represents the continuity of truth and goodness and beauty that you stand as a people so courageously to protect. See, the thing is, you've kept your culture, your language, and your sense of identity. You're surrounded on all sides by European languages, German, Slavic, and Romance, the three largest Indo-European language families, and you have held tenaciously to yours. It makes it a little difficult for those of us who don't speak your language, but you're very, very courteous. So how can a visitor like myself not stand in awe with what you have done? You also insist on retaining what makes you unique against all odds, against the forces of globalization from without, epitomized by a European Union which feasts on the sovereignty of other countries, yours and mine, on the self-determination of the people, you and me, on the consent of the governed, and returns only edicts and mandates concocted by faraway, unelected bureaucrats in Brussels. And I mean feast quite literally. Go to the many, many sumptuous restaurants that litter the Belgian capital, and you will see civil servants banqueting on your hard-earned money. From the American perspective, not only does that bother us, but when they wag their collective finger and tell us what we must do in spite of our self-governance, you might say we get a little frustrated. But that's not the worst they do. They and other global forces are intent on imposing on you a woke ideology that would lay to waste what you've so bravely fought to maintain for the past 1,300 years, your culture and your civilization. They are the spearhead of a new global order trying to replace the nation state with international governance. All regimes have a worldview, and woke is the ideology of the global regime. But you are standing in the way. You and your leader, Prime Minister Viktor Orban, are saying no. And I'm here to tell you and him, thank you. You've made Hungary no country for woke men, and you're famous around the world for this. You're heroes at the Heritage Foundation and in my family. And for having this courage and tenacity, we salute you this day and every day. The fight against woke is a fight for all of us. It's our new internal common enemy. Outside, we face China and Russia. And make no mistake, my friends, China and Russia are our enemies. Let me say something about China as a friend. It is, to the Chinese Communist Party, very important that wokeness continue, because it is through wokeness, it is through the deterioration of the nuclear family that the Chinese Communist Party becomes ascendant in the world. We understand with great respect the geopolitical situation your government finds itself in, and yet we look forward to the day as conservative American friends when we can stand together not just against wokeness, but also against the Chinese Communist Party, which has no altruistic aims for you or for us. But domestically, we face the forces of woke, and they're just as destructive. This is an agenda that neuters the next generation of men. And sure enough, we see a crisis of young men throughout the West. The young men we need to lead us to a better future are purposefully being stunted spiritually, emotionally, and even physically. This is not a glitch. It's part of the plan. It reminds me of what the great writer C.S. Lewis referenced already today by my good friend Bob McEwen. What he said, we make men without chests and expect of them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst. You see, we conservatives have exposed what woke means, and this has given the term a negative connotation, something that infuriates the left. And every time they get infuriated, it makes me smile. But woke is something more pernicious than its silly name suggests. Woke means being obsessed with the belief that Western civilization is oppressive, that our legal system is rigged to keep the rich rich and the powerful powerful, that our economic system of free exchanges of private property somehow produces unfair results, that the family of all things is repressive, that religion is superstitious, and that the nation is reductive. Now, obviously, the goal is to replace the family, the nation, representative government, the church, private property, and even Western civilization itself. Sound familiar? Yes, because these were all goals of the Communist Manifesto. All the things Marx wanted abolished are too the target of the woke. It was Marx, after all, who called at the start of his life for the ruthless criticism of all that exists. Many Europeans, several of you, come to Heritage and complain that we are exporting this to you. And let me here denounce the ham-fisted way the Biden administration and the clown ambassador that has been sent here on behalf of the American people are treating you. But I only half-jokingly remind my friend, my very good friend, your Hungarian ambassador to the United States, Szabolcs Takács, that we imported all this from Europe ourselves. In the Hungarian case, from your countryman, George Lukács. Because you see, the woke Marxists of today are cultural Marxists. They don't believe any more on the primacy of the factors of production, and they sure as heck don't see the worker as the revolutionary agent. They are coming for your culture, your 13-year-old year culture, and for my 200-year culture, and for anyone's who stands in the way. But you won't allow it. We at Heritage won't allow it. Tens of millions of common sense Americans on the center right won't allow it. This is a new transatlantic alliance, an alliance that is born on what we share, common truths, permanent things, eternal principles that, even if we wanted, we don't have the power to change. Even if they wanted, the powers that be in Brussels and some of them in Washington don't have the power to do. And so, my friends, I close with this note. The left wants us to despair. They want us even to be despondent. Rejecting what they claim, being countercultural, is to say, we stand athwart history and we say, stop. This is our country. This is our culture. And together, in this new transatlantic alliance, we will smile one day when we defeat them. God bless you.
A magyar családpolitika követendő példa a külföldi barátaink számára is. Kíváncsian várom, hogy a most következő kerekasztal beszélgetés külföldi résztvevői milyen családpolitikai intézkedésekről tudnak majd beszámolni a saját országukban. A Tegyük újra nagyjá a családokat kerekasztal résztvevőit szólítom most. Elsőként fogadják nagy szeretettel J. Abe Hiroaki, a Japán Konzervatív Unió alapító elnökét és a CPAC Japan főszervezőjét. Hornung Ágnest, családokért felelős államtitkárt. Érkezik Ernst Rötz, dél-afrikai író és filmrendező, az Afri Forum vezérigazgató helyettese. És végül, de nem utolsó sorban, Koskovics Zoltán, az Alapjogokért Központ geopolitikai elemzője, a beszélgetés moderátora.
Hello, CPAC. So great to see you again. So great to see you again here in Hungary. This is the world's best, greatest conservative conference. And when we conservative gathers, we speak about a lot of things, fighting for what is right, fighting for justice, freedom. But ultimately, all of us who have families, kids, we know that in the end, we fight for a better world for our children to grow up in. And this is what this panel is going to be about, the family. One thing we are doing here at CPACHungary is trying to showcase some important Hungarian success stories. Our family policies have been adapted in many countries. I would like to ask you, Agnes, how would you describe the core principles that underlie Hungary's family policies?
Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome everything, and thanks for the possibility to be on stage and a little bit give some highlights on Hungarian family policy that started 13 years ago. And basically it has two main fundamental elements. One, that we called the family policy turnaround. This is the change of mindset. We would like to emphasize to the nation that family is the basic. And everything grows from the families. So we have to strengthen the families. And the second element of the family policy, of course, the measures. During these 13 years, we introduced more than 30 measures helping the families in the whole life path, starting from babies, youngsters, young parents, elder people. So these more than 30 elements of the Hungarian family policy measures cover the whole life path, and three main pillars it has. One is that we would like every desired child to be born. This is the most important. Second one, we would like to give financial stability to the families. And the third one, we would like to give freedom of choice to the families to enable them to be at home with the kids if they would like to, or they can go back to the labor force if they would like to. I think, in very brief, this is the magic.
Thank you, that's excellent. Ernst, it's not always that we welcome a prominent leader of civil society from Africa. And I would like to ask you to talk about the state of the family in South Africa, because I've heard that among several problems, unfortunately, the disintegration of the traditional family also arises.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for welcoming us in your city, and thank you also for giving the the Afrikaner community, or the Boers, as we are also known, representation at this platform. South Africa, as you would know, was the focus of the world's attention in the 80s and the early 90s. And then the story is that we have achieved this miracle in the transition that have happened after the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and ever since it seems the world has stopped paying attention to South Africa. And an interesting thing is that where the fall of the Berlin Wall, and I'll bring this to families now, but where the fall of the Berlin Wall signaled a communism being discredited in much of the world. In South Africa, it signaled the advent of communism or socialism. And so South Africa is very relevant, and we believe that the world will be focusing on South Africa more in the years to follow for two reasons. The one is the failing or the failure of South Africa, which is measurable on every conceivable measure. And then also, which says to us that the ideas that underpinned this new South Africa seem to have been wrong. And the other reason why it's very significant is the communities such as ours and some others who are still able to flourish in these hostile circumstances where we are being discriminated against. And the reason why we do this, or the reason why we are able to do this, is through strong institutions and strong families. And to get to your question, South Africa has a very big problem in terms of family structure and healthy families. I read a recent news report in one of the main outlets in South Africa, which said, here's the title, the heading to this news report is, only 25% of children are part of a nuclear family, and it's not a bad thing. So South Africa has, but the thing is, South Africa is diverse. We have many different communities. Some communities, such as ours, have very strong family structures, and we believe this is the reason why we are successful. And some communities are completely deteriorated in family structures, and there's a direct correlation between the prospect of the community in terms of its cultural richness and success and the health of their family structures.
Thank you. We started in Europe, moved on to Africa. Now let's travel to Asia. Jaiba, or Mr. CPAC, Japan. The Japanese traditional family has an almost legendary status, including in European or Western culture. Books have been written about this. What is the current state of the family, the traditional family in Japan?
はい、日本はいわゆる第二次世界大戦の前までは本当に結構田舎を中心に、大家族ですね。いわゆる夫婦と子供という世帯だけでなくって、おじいちゃんおばあちゃんと一緒に住んで子育てをそのおじいちゃんおばあちゃんが手伝うというスタイルで、子供をどんどん増やしていくというのが非常に伝統的な家族のスタイルだったんですが、特に戦後経済の復興とともに、ご主人にあたる人たちがですね、結構会社員サラリーマンのスタイルでいろんなところで仕事をどんどん転々としながら転勤していくために家族の構成というのもおのずといわゆる夫婦とそれから子供だけというスタイルで行ったり、さらにはお母さんを残して旦那さんだけが単身赴任で出かけるというようなスタイルにどんどんなっていったために家族の数というものがおのずと減りました。したがっておじいちゃんおばあちゃん一緒に子育てをしていたような世帯であれば5人6人と子どもたちはいたんですけれども、本当に今では多くて2人、出生率が日本ではだいたい世帯あたり 1.9 人2人を切っちゃってるんですけれども、そのように少子化にもつながるような加速的に良くない方向に進んでいるというのが日本の現状です。
Thank you. The following questions I would like to ask to all of you and let you discuss the matter as raised. I think I am well old enough to remember a time when protecting kids and supporting families was not a left versus right issue. Socialists, conservatives, liberals agreed at least in one thing, that family is an entirely valuable human institution that produces or gives the best chance for children to grow up into healthy, happy, prosperous adults. What went wrong? Why do we suddenly have to fight these fights with the left?
Well, thank you. If I can start, I think I would say part of the problem, if the question is what went wrong, I would say the answer is a very long answer, and there are many things that went wrong, but I think one of the most important aspects thereof is the world has become too consumed by ideology. And I don't think, and it's also, I think, a lesson for the conservative movement and something that we ought to take to heart, that our struggle, to use that term currently, should not be one of choosing which ideology is best. Because at its core, an ideology is a theory that seeks to tell us how the world ought to be constructed. And so our choice should rather be one between ideology on the one hand and a recognition of reality and human nature on the other hand. And as we know, families are, if we talk about human nature and nature, then families is the very core of human nature, that as Aristotle has said, and all these ancient Greeks and these ancient philosophers, and many through the ages have said, that we are by definition family creatures. We are given our identity by our families, but we have, especially since the Enlightenment, and a lot of good things came out of the Enlightenment, but since the Enlightenment, the world has become consumed by pursuit of different ideologies. And an ideology such as individualism taken to the extreme has led to a situation where we regard ourselves primarily as individuals that can easily be detached from our communities and our families, as if we are not, as if our identity and who we are is not shaped by our families and our communities in a way that cannot be disconnected. But we seem to believe, in terms of these modern ideologies, that we can simply disconnect the individual from his community and his family. And that, taken to the extreme, I would say, is one of the big reasons why there's such an assault on families today.
Agnes?
Yes, thank you. I would like to add, because I agree what you've been saying. I think in this big globalization world, the fundamentals, such as family, just changed. Our core values are changing, and not every time in a good way. And this is the case in terms of the families as well. So the family as a value changed. And what we have to do now, what we are doing here in Hungary, is to support the families, to put them into the middle, to say what was just said, that a family is a man and a woman, and because this is biologic, and we have to get back in a very simple way, family again back to fashion. Because if we support families, if we put them into the middle, and if we say that this is the way if you have family, then it will be a fashion again, and then it's problem solved.
Let's hope. We can only hope. Jay?
はい。やっぱり私も思うのはですね、今南アフリカの方がこの4、50年で変わってきたっておっしゃってましたけれども、確かにこうなんか国連が主体となったウーマンリブの流れで、何かこう女性と男性、家族の間を分断するような動きというのが日本でもバーッと入り始めてきた気が非常にしています。けれども我々日本人というのは実はもともとそんなものが入ってこなくても家族ですごくうまくいっていたんですね。要は男性は女性を尊重し、女性は男性を尊重し、非常にいい形というのがずっと伝統的に言っていたものが、特にこの4、50年の流れでなぜか分断というふうになってきたのが非常に問題だと思っています。
Family, among many other things, among the fundamental building blocks of society, among the basic unit where society reproduces itself, an important economic element, family businesses have raised many countries. Among all those things, it's also an expression of the human will to live, the human struggle against everything that is dark. What kind of an ideological transformation do you need, or do we need, to awaken the inner life instinct of our societies? And would that help us stop declining the West as it is?
Well, I think, in a way, this goes back to the earlier comment that we should not seek to replace a bad ideology with a good ideology, but rather to return to reality. And yes, we all have ideological predispositions and so forth, but I also think in terms of how we think about families, we, as an international conservative movement, of course, we're not homogeneous, we have different views, and which is a good thing, and different cultures, and that diversity should be cherished, and that's actually what it could mean to say we have strength in diversity, is to recognize diversity of cultural preferences and so forth. But we are in a hostile environment. Even Hungary, which is regarded as, in some ways a capital of conservatism, and Hungary is being attacked, and we're all being attacked where we are in different ways. And I think it's also important for us, again, to go back to these natural identities and so forth, but also not under these hostile circumstances to succumb to the temptation to define ourselves by what we are not. In other words, to say, we are conservative, that means that we are not woke. Or we are conservative, that means that we are not communists, or we are not socialists. That seems to suggest that these things are the status quo, and we are somehow the odd ones out. We are somehow the strange ones. And I don't think that's the way we ought to look at it. We should define ourselves by our cultures and our traditions and our heritage that we wish to preserve, and recognize that there is an assault on these things, and particularly the family. And if I might add, I think we also we are tempted, because of demographics and all of these things, to put a very strong emphasis on having more children, which of course is necessary. Of course that's important. But if we think of families primarily or exclusively in terms of having more children, then we lose the more important aspect of what the role of the family ought to be. And I'd like to quote just one sentence from Dani Goosen, who's a very well-known and a leading Afrikaans philosopher, who said that families which seek only to guarantee material survival for a people can no longer be considered families in the proper sense of the word. Our families make up who we are. A family is not an instrument to have more children so that we can win the demographics game. Of course, the demographics game is very important. We know that in South Africa especially. So I'm not saying that's not important, but the family has a higher status than only being an instrument in an ideological struggle.
Thank you. Agnes?
Thank you. I think we have to go back before everything has started to change. And we have to follow biology. And this is that simple. So family is the basic of everything if we strengthen this. And if we give the awareness to the youngsters that together is better than alone, then they will know that a man and a woman can have a family and they can have children. And if we set this fundamental to everyone, then we change the mindset. And I think this is we have to change it back to what it were before.
Jay?
今回特に私はこのハンガリーから学ぶことが非常に多いなと思っています。やっぱりこの家族を守るとか男性女性のしっかりとしたこの性別の素晴らしさ、さっき家族が本当はファッショナブルなんだっていうことをあなたおっしゃってましたけれども、やっぱりそれを本気で実現しようとする政治家が今日本には少なすぎる。これが一番の問題なんだなって私は思います。政治が本気を出せば必ずその国の文化っていうのは変わっていきますから、私は今回ハンガリーで学んだこと、これしっかり日本に持ち帰りたいなというふうに思っています。
Thank you. We could talk about this for another 20 minutes and another 2 conferences, I suppose, but our time is slowly ending. Never got to half of the questions that I wanted to ask. Nevertheless, in this final 2 minutes, I would like each of you to express your deepest, most important message that you would like to convey to CPAC and through CPAC to the world of conservatives that is out there.
Thank you. That's a good question. I think that the most important lesson we have learned as Afrikaners or Boers in South Africa under current circumstances is the importance of building institutions that are, as we say, state-proof. In other words, that if the government turns against you, that they don't take your institutions with it. So that your institutions are community institutions that are managed by the community and driven and managed within the context of the institution, and that they can protect the community from the government if needs be.
Thank you. I think every government have to decide how they would like to solve the demographic winter problem. We here in Hungary 13 years ago chose the way that we support families and put them into the center. They are the core value, they are the fundamental, and we support them as much as we can. And this is how we would like to solve this problem. And I think the decision have to be made by every government.
Thank you.
昨日のディナーでね、ノバーク大統領がおっしゃったことに僕すごく実は感銘を覚えていて、少子化対策を実現するためにとにかく4人子供を産んだらもう一生涯その奥さん減税だっていうんですね。日本の場合はその子育ての前の結婚するカップルが少ないので、私はここにノバーク大統領が言うような減税対策を持ち込んでいってカップルをどんどん増やしていくことで結婚の素晴らしさから子育てにというような流れを日本で作っていきたいなとこのCPACハンガリーで学びました。本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, the esteemed panelists. Thank you, CPAC. It was great. Thank you.
Beszélgetés résztvevőinek az értékes gondolatokat. És ahogy most hallhatták, egy beszélgetéssel megyünk tovább a CPAC második napján, amelynek az egyik résztvevője amerikaiként egy a magyar politikai viszonyokról szóló könyvön dolgozik, amelyben bemutatja a tengeren túli közönségnek a magyar konzervatív oldal politikáját, illetve teljesítményét. Akivel beszélgetni fog, pedig nem más, mint a Gyermek az első koalíció alapítója. Innen nyilván nem annyira nehéz kitalálni, hogy az élete, illetve a legfontosabb hivatása a gyermekvédelem. Kérem, fogadják nagy szeretettel a színpadon Shea Bradley Farrellt, az Alapjogokért Központ vezető kutatóját, és Penny Nance-t, a Gyermek az első koalíció alapítóját.
Not on. Yes. Good afternoon. Jonapot. I'm here with Penny Nance today. She is the CEO and president of Concerned Women for America. It is the largest public policy organization in America that is also a women's organization. And Penny is a leader, a national authority in our country on culture, children, and on women's issues. So we want to talk today about the transgender movement. And in full disclosure, I was Vice President of International Affairs at Concerned Women for America during the Trump administration. And Penny, we were one of the very first organizations, maybe the first, to bring to Congress, to the American public, how influential the transgender movement was becoming. We also uncovered the gender identity policies that were suppressing children's rights. How do you see that the transgender movement has changed in the past 7 years?
Well, it's just a deep honor for me to be here with you. I've enjoyed meeting people from Hungary. Yesterday, I got to meet your wonderful Prime Minister and just enjoy the time. And the more I'm here, the more I fall in love with Hungary. And so I send greetings to you from the nation's largest women's organization. Thank you. We are bold, Christian, feisty women. Does that translate? I don't know. Is there a Hungarian word for feisty? But I think we match your women. And so I would love to see a concerned women of Hungary someday, women who are boldly standing. And I know many of you are, and that's why we're here. I think we have so much in common, shared goals of protecting our children. You know, we're a uniquely policy and Christian women's organization in the United States. And there are many women's organizations in the United States. But we have over 1.5 million members who are standing firm on biblical principles. We recognize that when Psalm 139 says that God knit us together in our mother's womb, we are fearfully and wonderfully made. That principle is something that translates into every language and in every culture and in every nation. And so we recognize the right to life, that children in our womb deserve protection and that they have civil rights. And then also we recognize that God, the sovereign God of the universe, who made us, did not make a mistake and put us in the wrong body.
And Penny, Hungarian fundamental law also recognizes these things,
Yes.
and especially the rights of parents to decide on the upbringing of their children.
Yes.
However, the EU has decided to sanction Hungary on these areas, particularly putting LGBT curriculum or sexual education curriculum into their schools.
Right.
And our ambassador, the EU ambassador to Hungary, particularly antagonizes Hungary on this issue.
Yes.
How do you think the U.S. should treat this?
Well, they should treat Hungary as a sovereign nation. And neither the U.S. nor the EU should be wagging their finger at you because you've got it right. And so I wanted to say that I think that women are uniquely made for this moment. And in the United States, we talk about the Old Testament character of Esther, Queen Esther. This is your Esther moment. Messenger matters, and the women of Hungary are the ones that must stand up to this false ideology of that children do not matter, that children in the womb have no rights, and that God made a mistake in creating our little children. And so we stand with you. There are, hundreds of millions of women in the United States who recognize this principle. And unfortunately, our leadership at this time does not. But in 2024, that may be different. We hope.
Very good. That's very true. And actually, you get a lot of backlash for your stance. Recently, a Vanity Fair article misquoted you, twisted your words, for words that you spoke at CPAC in Washington, D.C. And I have a quote here that the writer wrote, "I am accustomed to the Penny Nances of America, the mothers, the fathers, obsessed by cultural paranoia." And I've seen the same sort of opposition narrative here in Hungary. What do you say to that? Are you culturally paranoid?
I wish we were, right? I mean, we wish that we were completely wrong. By the way, does anybody here read Vanity Fair? Like, I don't know. It's kind of in the U.S. growing up, I always thought it'd be kind of cool to be in Vanity Fair, but of course, the time that I actually made it was not complimentary because it's, like much of the media, it's very leftist. And the truth is what happened in the United States is that we had COVID lockdowns for at least 2 years, in some cases longer. And during that time, our schools were forcibly closed. And then, we had some governors in independent states that made different choices, I think notably in the state of Florida with Ron DeSantis, but many other states, in Virginia, where I live, the schools were closed. And so what happened was not the left's intention. Suddenly, school children were doing their lessons and listening to their teacher on their laptops in their kitchens at the table with their mothers. And what women were hearing was so devastating and so twisted that suddenly they woke up. So I'm glad I'm in a no-woke zone because many homes in America suddenly created their own no woke zone.
And
there was a backlash.
And at the same time, we actually had our Attorney General calling parents domestic terrorists who were going into school board meetings to just simply protect their children from transgenders in the school bathroom. So
the backlash started, and suddenly there is this enormous movement to free up children, free up tax dollars to follow the children. Yeah. You know, the U.S. educational system is like many bureaucracies. It's self-serving, and their teachers' unions don't want any change. So basically, the U.S. education system hasn't really changed much since the mid-19th century. And finally, parents woke up and said, I don't have to put up with this. And so we have about, I think, 6 or 7 states already that have now delinked the tax dollars from the public school system and saying, okay, parents, you can decide whether you want your child to attend a Christian school, a Catholic school, a Jewish day school, a different public school that's not in your zip code. I think you all have more flexibility here than we have in many states. And so it is very important that parents guide the education for their children, because we're the ones that love them the most. The educational bureaucrats do not know your children's name. And it is your job and my job to stand on truth and stand on principle and protect our children from those who do not wish them well. Although maybe in their minds, in a certain twisted way, they think that they do. But they certainly don't. Their idea of helping children in gender ideology in the United States is to introduce into the school system in kindergarten the question of, I know you think you're a girl or a boy, but maybe you're wrong. And so maybe you need to think about that, introducing confusion that did not exist and hiding things from the parents.
And Penny, the thing that I have been struck by, though, in the U.S. is that it really wasn't, I was asked this question, how have the Republicans helped the children in the schools against the transgender? And I said, you know, it really hasn't been the Republicans until recently. It was the parents standing up that really started the movement. But let's go to Congress for a moment in the U.S., because there are similarities here. Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced the Protect Children's Innocence Act, and it will actually make it a felony to perform so-called gender-affirming surgery or care on a child. I love those words, care, it's care. It also prevents our taxes from being used on it. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, as you do, says that we have the responsibility to protect our children. And Hungary has also come out to say in the EU, they have the responsibility to protect children. So in the future, what do you think? Do you see Europe actually supporting or even emulating this?
Wouldn't that be great? I don't have a magic wand, though. I'm sorry. I don't know how you get there. But I will say that I know that Great Britain is a little bit ahead of us on this. I mean, the whole sort of gender theory took root about 3 or 4 years earlier than us. So suddenly they're starting to come out of it because large numbers of people are detransitioning and telling the story of what cross-sex hormones did to their bodies. When it was supposed to be a pause, when puberty blockers were just supposed to be a pause, unfortunately made them sterile, and these kids are never going to be the same. So suddenly people are having to rethink, you know, what was supposed to just be helpful is actually hurting. In the United States, we have bicameral legislation, it's a legislative body. And the Republicans control the House and the Democrats control the Senate right now. And of course, we have a Democrat president. So her legislation at this moment can't go anywhere. But we are seeing in the states similar things happen. And we're going to see, as we get into the presidential cycle, these questions are going to come up and they're going to be front and center. And at least one person who's thrown his hat into the ring, Asa Hutchinson, I don't think he was quite caught up. I think he's a good guy, but he made a very important mistake. He actually vetoed a bill that would have done that. He passed a bill that one of the other sort of tension points is women's sports. The idea that a young woman throughout her career has worked, her mother got up at old dark 30 and drove her to the pool or to the track. She worked so hard, and then suddenly, you know, she gets in high school or college and she's having to compete against biological men who are bigger, have bigger hearts, bigger lungs, better oxygenated blood, and shockingly, they're not doing well. They're losing their trophies, they're losing their scholarship, they're losing their places. And so again, Concerned Women for America has filed civil suits against them and against the Department of Education, saying this is not fair, this is not what Title IX, which is the law that governs women's ability to have equality in education. This is not what it was meant to do. So we're having to fight so hard. And so we're recognizing, you know, in some states we're having, you know, great impact. Again, I would, you know, mention Florida, but other southern states as well are doing a great job. But, you know, when you're a governor and you make the wrong decision, you're going to have to answer for it. And it's actually not working out well. That is a bipartisan issue, by the way.
And I want to ask you, too, about this, about family policy. We were talking earlier, Hungary really supports childbearing. They give subsidies to help women who want to get married and want to have children. And we've seen now that these subsidies are, you know, having the abortion rate. I think they're about 40% or 50% reduction. More people are getting married. Do you see the United States ever doing anything like that? Would it work? What do you think about that?
You know, I don't know. I mean, we may be learning from you, because certainly from our perspective, we want to protect children and we want to protect families. We're not at replacement rate in the United States for babies, so we're behind you in thinking that through. But you know, we have just in our country overturned a long-standing, almost 50 years. Actually, it was a court decision called Roe v. Wade. And suddenly it freed up the states to think about what is the policy, what should the policy be on abortion. And it really made all of us think, okay, what can we do besides prohibitions? And I support those. We're starting to see heartbeat laws that are being passed in the states, and we support those. But what else can we do? Because what you're showing is incentives to help people do the right thing, help women not be afraid to move forward with their pregnancy. Certainly financial reasons do come to play.
And there are more marriages also as a result. The population decline is getting better. And so they work. So it's something I think we should at least look at.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot to think about there as we have to consider the reality of where we are as a nation. Again, not meeting replacement rate for our population. I mean, a long time ago in the 70s, really before our time, the hippies were all worried about like overpopulation. Now we're worried about underpopulation, which shows no one has it figured out for sure. But, you know, my point was going to be these incentives are really important, because you don't want to just only have prohibitions. You really want to make the decision not just about, you know, financial means. You want them to feel confident. So one of the things that Concerned Women for America did is we're working on something that I called life.gov. In the Senate and House, it's introduced into legislation. It's called Standing with Moms Act. We realized that there are so many resources. I mean, we spend over $1 trillion in the United States on social welfare programs. In the state of Texas, they just passed $100 million worth of alternatives for abortion, again, to help moms that are struggling and dads that are struggling. And so I talked to the person who actually, you know, was the sponsor of the bill, and I said, his name is Brian Hughes, and I said, Brian, where did all that money go? And he said, I don't know. It's working. We're seeing, you know, the numbers go down. And I said, well, wouldn't it be great if we just had one place, life.gov? Because in a world with, you know, online world, why don't we know where all the resources are? Why can a woman in the United States and perhaps the world not be able to put in her zip code or whatever and know what all the resources are that are available to her? Educational grants, housing, healthcare, adoption resources, foster care, whatever it is job training, whatever it is she needs. There's a lot available, and we know because we've looked.
And Penny, and this is why you are one of the very top pro-life leaders in America. I literally have 20 seconds. I have enjoyed
really
our
fast.
discussion. What would you like to leave Hungary with today?
To the women in the room, and we love men, by the way. We're the women's group who love men. Let me just say to the women in the room, you are the Esthers of this moment. If I could pass anything on to you from your Christian sisters in the United States, it maybe would be the words of Ronald Reagan. I was just in Liberty Square yesterday looking at that beautiful statue. And President Reagan, who is certainly one of our favorites, said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction." We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same.
Amen.
Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States or maybe Hungary when men were free.
And nobody knows that better, I think, than
That
Hungary.
100%.
So thank you all very much. Thank you, Penny.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Most pedig Mike Pence egykori tanácsadója és Indiana állam tisztségviselője is felszólal itt a CPACHungaryn. A kezdetektől fogva a republikánusok táborát erősíti. 2022-ben történelmet írt, ugyanis ő lett Indiana állam első latin-amerikai államminisztere, és számára Magyarország sem ismeretlen, hiszen magyar származású feleségét itt ismerte meg. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Diego Morales.
Well, hello, Budapest. It is my honor to be here in Hungary, at the CPAC conference. Thank you for being here. I visited this beautiful country several times before, and it's so nice to be back. My name is Diego Morales. I am the Secretary of State of Indiana and the first Hispanic Latino elected to a statewide office in my home state, in the history of my home state. I was born in Guatemala in Central America and legally immigrated with my family to America because we believe in legal immigration. I came to America knowing zero English. I remember making friends and little by little starting to learn the language and adjusting into the culture. It took a while for me to fully learn the language, but it was worthwhile. Instantly, I developed a deep pride of my new home, America. And I hope this same pride applies internationally to anyone who immigrates legally to another country. At a young age, my parents instilled in me the importance of hard work. It's a lesson I carry with me my entire life. Through college, I took on several jobs to pay for my education. Afterwards, I proudly served in the United States Army in the Indiana National Guard. I am a firm believer. I am proof the American dream is possible. If I would have moved to Hungary, I would have learned the language, embraced the culture, and lived the Hungarian dream as well. I learned, thank you. I learned there is no substitute for hard work. That's a message I'm certainly and constantly telling our younger generation. I always make sure they live realizing if they work hard, they can reach their goals and know they can become the next Secretary of State or the next mayor or the next governor or the next prime minister. I hope my story, or at least part of my story, will connect with each young that I meet every day. and I hope it will inspire them to be their best. They can also achieve the American dream or the Hungarian dream or wherever country you're from. You can be anything you want if you're willing to work hard and sacrifice. You know, now as the Secretary of State, my main responsibility is overseeing elections, making sure our elections are done with integrity. Also, encouraging all eligible people register to vote and to get to the polls. In fact, we just held our primary elections earlier this week, and I'm happy to report to you the process was a success. Another big focus since taking office is on foreign trade. In just these past few months, we welcomed international dignitaries and leaders into the Indiana Secretary of State's office. Just last week, we welcomed the Hungarian ambassador, the Hungarian General Counsel, and the Hungarian Minister of Culture and Innovation. We want to build those relationships and show Hoosier hospitality isn't just a slogan. There is truth behind those two words. Our state invites all businesses, from large corporations to small shops, to choose Indiana as their next home. I recognize the importance of strengthening our ties with Hungary. I believe our ties are already strong, but I know they can be even stronger. From an economic standpoint of view, culturally or academically, I want to focus on building those bilateral relations between Hungary and Indiana, making your country and our state even better. This country is not only a priority for me, but it's also personal. My wife, Sidi, has Hungarian roots and ties here in Hungary. And much of her family still live here. You know, I've been blessed to have spent so much time in Hungary, exploring the country, learning the culture, and of course, getting to know the heart of Hungary, the people. And the people in my life, including my wife, my parents, and my entire family, are without a doubt my foundation. They help ground me and shape my conservative values, as I am 100% pro-life and will always stand up for the right of unborn children. I am a man of faith, and I'm not ashamed about it. And I am constantly turning to God for guidance. In fact, every week, every Tuesday morning, I attend a Bible study in the State House where my office is with other fellow elected officials. And it is actually permanently in my calendar every Tuesday morning. Now, I don't share this story to look back, but more importantly, to look forward. My path and the decisions we make as leaders will inspire those around us, whether you realize it or not. We want to guide those future leaders so they can be confident and driven to act with integrity, making our state, our country, and our world even better and stronger. This room is filled with passion from all over the world. I invite each of you to America, and more specifically, the Indiana Secretary of State's office. I hope you come visit and see firsthand. It doesn't matter if you're from Hungary or from Guatemala or from anywhere around the world, the American dream still exists, and yes, it is possible, as well as the Hungarian dream still exists, and yes, it is possible as well. Thank you for having me here today. God bless you all. God bless Hungary. God bless the United States. God bless my home state of Indiana. God bless you all. Thank you.
Amerika vezető politikai kommentátora ismét eljött Magyarországra, ismét eljött Budapestre. 20 éves korában ő volt a legfiatalabb médiaszemélyiség, aki valaha országosan fogható önálló rádióműsort kapott az Egyesült Államokban. Akivel beszélgetni fog, őt pedig leggyakrabban úgy beszélzik, hogy az amerikai jobboldal svájci bicskája. Ez már elég sokat elárul róla. Volt már egyébként az Egyesült Államok külügyi államtitkára, majd szintén államtitkárként dolgozott a Pentagonnál is. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel Ben Fergusont, a The Ben Ferguson Show házigazdáját, és Pete Maraccot.
It's great to be here. Pete, nice to be with you as well in a beautiful city. I love this city. Every time I get to come to Hungary, it is a gorgeous country, a gorgeous city. Thank you guys all for your hospitality and kindness. We have had a time of our lives being here, and it's really fun to learn and to listen to others and ideals. I got to tell you, before you and I get started, my children, I have 3 children, and they're like, Daddy, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Budapest. And he was like, where's that? And we got the map out and turned it and showed him where it was. And he goes, that's really far away, Daddy. I was like, that is very far away. He says, what are you doing over there? I said, we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to talk, and we're going to learn. And he says, so what's it like? And I said, you know what's cool about Budapest, about Hungary? They value families more than any other place I think I've seen around the world, and growing families. And I think you guys deserve a round of applause for what you've done standing up for families and what you've done to protect children in this country. And I just want to say, God bless you guys for doing that. I think it's amazing. Pete, I want to talk to you about money, following the money. The Biden woke agenda is very expensive. In the U.S., we're supposed to be giving out foreign aid and money to different countries to help. We're supposed to be helping people. What has now happened, and it's something that you've seen firsthand, is the amount of money leaving this country going to woke ideology, going to things that if most people realized where that money was going, they would have absolutely no clue. It's something that you worked on. Transparency in that money. Where is that money going, and what is it doing in the Trump administration? And I think that is something that is shocking when people say follow that money, where it actually goes. What was the most shocking thing when you were working in the Trump administration that you saw with U.S. aid and it being said, hey, we're doing great work, and in reality it was undermining family and undermining society?
Yes, well, thank you, and it is great to be back in Hungary. It's one of my favorite places to visit, and I'm glad to have my family with me this time. So, yes, it is. It's a real problem, and it was shocking to me, the stuff that I saw. Funding illegal abortions overseas. This was something that was amazing. It's not something that we would be allowed to do domestically. It's not something we are allowed to do overseas, but we would find money that was always hidden. I call it the Democrat word soup, right? It was liberal word soup. It was euphemisms. It was, hey, we're providing gender equity in healthcare access for teenage girls, and that's how they would couch it. You would have gay pride parades in the Balkans, and they would couch it as democracy. So it's always using a word to gloss over what they're actually doing. And one of the other problems with the money that I saw is even if you presume that some of these programs were actually legitimate, that they were actually doing something that had an interest for the American people, you would see that probably at best, you would be lucky if 50% or 2/3 of it actually made it outside of Washington, D.C., overseas to the people that it was intended to help. But the other problem that you have is a lot of the ways that foreign assistance, when it actually lands, is that it often assists the people that we are trying to prevent in their objective. And what I mean by that is we would often find USAID PACs in the hands of ISIS. You would find resources in the hands of terrorists.
How does that happen? I mean, because you would think that that would be something as soon as it happened that immediately it would be stopped, and that's not what you found.
Well, you said the key word is money. The whole thing is just how do we get money out the door? But a lot of that is first delegated to some sort of NGO or something that's in Washington, D.C. And so that money never actually makes it overseas. And so when you have 9 layers in a vertical there's no oversight of that money and how it's actually being spent downrange, then you don't really have a good sense of who's actually receiving the money. And so many times the money is being used to exploit the very people that we are trying to assist.
It's interesting how there's different people in politics that are financially involved. One of those top names that we hear, not just in the US, but around the world, is George Soros. Yeah. And George Soros has become an expert at what I would describe funneling money. Yeah. Funneling money into his nonprofits, funneling money into organizations that he supports that are then pushing a political ideology all over the world. Talk a little bit about what you found there.
So, you know, what you used to see, I think, was a closer relationship that was more transparent on the surface between you know, the Open Societies Foundation or other organizations where money would come in at the high level in the form of grants or something from the US government. But now they've become much more crafty about this. And so money is filtered down at the low level, at the bottom of the vertical through whether it's you know, a transition initiative or something like that, where money is fed at the lowest local level in a country. And ideally, that's where something good could happen. But if there's no oversight, then who knows who it's going to. So the money goes into the bottom level of that vertical, and it's filtered up through the organization to the Soros network. And we've seen this across Latin America, where it actually encouraged illegal migration into the United States. And so here you actually had the US government giving grants to organizations that were funding and supporting movement, illegal movement into the United States to cross the border.
Crisis brings opportunity for people to exploit situations, whether it be American aid going to Ukraine, whether it be going to deal with issues with global warming, for example. You and I talked about this, that global warming initiatives have actually gone to fund through aid different people that were involved in what they refer to as terrorism. Talk a little bit about these opportunities and how people are exploiting these moments where they say, there's a crisis, we know money's going to come in from this, and then we get to do what we really want to do with this money.
Again, this is euphemistic word soup. And this is where, you know, people love to use words like climate change drives terrorism across the Sahel and Africa. And the fact is that's just not true. And the way I saw this actually play out was that you would have this narrative, and you would get these, like, tons of money behind it. You'd get congressmen, you know, championing it and saying, we need to spend more money on climate change because that's what's driving terrorism in Nigeria. And so I
say that again. It's laughable on its face, but if you do any thought processing the absurdity of it, and that's what they were actually selling.
It is, but this is where they try to sound technical. They try to, again, the science, right? They'll all tell you the science. And I said, well, let's look at the science. And so one of the things we did in the bureau that I led was, you know, one of the things that Trump was really big on was data-driven policy. Imagine that. Policy that was based in facts, not just, you know, Washington isms. And so we looked at this story of is climate change related to some sort of migration pattern that is driving violence? It simply is not true. We looked at the overlays of where the violence was taking place, who was conducting the violence, where are the grazing lands, where is the water supply? Is there more crop cover and rainfall? So we did all of that analysis. And so we would go to the other bureaus and we would talk to the other parts of the US government and say, you know, you're selling this narrative. It's just not true. So let's talk about it. And unfortunately, you know, it takes a lot of people to get those truths, you know, fleshed out, and everybody's got to sign off on it. But unfortunately, that was not the policy. And still today, you'll hear AOC, you know, championing this initiative and others, but the bottom line is it's just not true.
One of the things I think is the scariest thing about government, whether it's in the US or around the world, is how quickly government can undermine family, how quickly they can undermine traditional values, how quickly they can incentivize you to make bad choices instead of good choices. One of the things we were talking about with Prime Minister Orban yesterday was the fact that you guys have incentivized families to stay together, whereas many countries, including the US, we have incentivized people for making bad choices to be single parents and not have a two-person household. You've incentivized families to grow and have children, instead of incentivizing people to say, have another kid out of wedlock and we'll give you more money. And what happened when you do that, we've seen it in Hungary, is families stay together. Yet so many times government aid, especially from the US, unfortunately now, has been radicalized to break down families and traditional values. How big of a concern is that for you? How big of a concern should it be for the world? You saw this firsthand when you were in the Trump administration. It's something that I'm terrified of, is that we are taking and breaking down the family, not just in the US, but we're seeing a breakdown worldwide.
So it concerns me on many levels. It concerns me because, one, I think that if you're not protecting the core political unit, then you have no policy. You have no domestic policy. You can't have a foreign policy if you don't have a domestic policy. And when I say the core political unit, I'm not talking about the central government or federal or state or local. I'm talking about the family. And one of the things that I saw in conflict zones, and I've spent too much of my life in conflict zones, is an erosion of the family. And there's a very deliberate information warfare that takes place on the family, eroding people's core identity, eroding the meaning of their family and their stability. And so we know that that destabilizes communities. We know that that destabilizes countries. And so when we're pushing narratives that are not consistent with promoting good family values, it is having a negative impact. And so to see that there is actually money being put behind that is extremely troubling. And so I know that I've seen this over the past couple of years in Texas myself. I'm concerned about the fact that so much money has been put into school board elections. I mean, why on earth would you think school board elections would be so targeted by groups like Soros? But they are, and it was very smart because, all of a sudden people are saying, well, pay no attention to this woke agenda.
You could change a generation in one school cycle.
Absolutely.
You can change a society in one school cycle of children. If you can change the minds of children, which is the most valuable thing to the woke left agenda, if you can turn them against parents, having 3 small kids, I see this now, and it terrifies me, how corporations, how governments, how nonprofits are trying to turn children against their own parents and their traditional family values.
And this is exactly what we saw, and people don't want to talk about it, but the reality is you've got these extremist Muslim groups coming into the Balkans, and they set up these parajamats, these house mosques, right across the street from schools. They know that the kids are vulnerable. This is where they target. They target children in their recruiting efforts. And so we know this, and yet we're still funding these groups. We would find I forgot to mention another example that I was completely shocked by, was that we were funding groups that were funding, ultimately funding the feeding schools that would feed those schools. And so we have to be more careful about how we spend foreign assistance and how we send money out the door. We're not taking care of it. We're not being good stewards of it. And so we have to be very careful of that.
Well, lastly, I want to talk about protecting our kids in general from not just government, but this money that is so powerful. What do we need to do differently? And I'm talking about on the world stage to make sure that we are not allowing this cash to be used against parents, to be used to indoctrinate children. We see it in movies. We see it in culture. We see it in music. We see it in all of the things, social media, TikTok, the list goes on, where kids are, in my opinion, brainwashed to believe that these radical ideals, transgenderism, changing, not knowing if you're a boy or a girl, is part of growing up. It's part of adolescence. It's part of a normal, youth. It's being indoctrinated in them. And many parents, I don't think, realize how much of an impact it's having on their own families. And then all of a sudden they wake up one day and their kids look at their parents, they say, we hate you. We hate what you stand for. And that's not a conservative or a liberal thing. It's terrifying that we're watching governments and nonprofits work together to do that.
So this was another concern that I raised that I really couldn't get much traction on, and people looked at me with cross eyes when I said this, but I am very concerned about what a generation I'm calling the global digital natives. Global digital natives. And when I say that, I mean kids that are being raised by TikTok, being raised by global organizations, movements that they're not taking pride in who they are. They're not taking pride in their national identity. They're being raised with the idea that their identity makes them either a victim or makes them a criminal. And this whole idea of grabbing a hold of people's identity and messing with it and saying, you're wrong because you're in the family. That's something that, this is what our adversaries do. They do it very effectively across the African continent. I saw it frequently over there. If you can erode people's core identity of family and how they see themselves, then that's the best way you can erode a community and weaken it to manipulate it however you want.
Pete, last question for you, and that deals with this upcoming election in the U.S. If your old boss, Donald Trump, wins the nomination and is able to become president again, how much of a fighter is he? How much is he going to walk into that Oval Office and empower men just like you to really go in, take the gloves off, and to clean house and to fight for the things you're talking about today?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, it was an incredible honor, probably one of the greatest honors of my life, to serve in the America First policy. And I'm so optimistic about the idea that we can have a policy one day again that can come back, that can allow us to focus on our priorities and not apologize for self-interest. It's the same thing every country should do. I think if Donald Trump is the person that makes it back into the Oval Office in 2025, I think we should be prepared for something amazing, something very different. And I think that no matter how the election takes place, whatever transpires there, I'll tell you what, it would be a great honor to serve again. So we'll see.
To all of you, thank you for having us here. It is a pleasure to be back in Hungary. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük a Ben Ferguson Show-t, most pedig fél óra ebédszünet következik, pontosan 2 órakor várjuk vissza Önöket. Mindenkinek jó étvágyat kívánok! Jó napot kívánok! Szeretettel üdvözlöm Önöket ismét. Remélem, hogy kellemesen telt az ebédszünet, és sikerült egy kicsit felfrissülniük. A következő témánk is nagyon-nagyon fontos számunkra. Hazai vagy külföldi? Ez itt a nagy kérdés, és erről a gondolatról fog nekünk beszélni most következő előadónk. Milyen érvek szólnak a hazai termékek mellett, és milyen érvek szólnak a globális termékek ellen. Hallgassuk meg most a CPACHungary színpadán Magyarország agrárminiszterét, Nagy Istvánt.
Jó napot kívánok mindnyájukat! Nagy tisztelettel köszöntök én is mindenkit, és nagyon örülök, hogy együtt lehetünk és együtt gondolkodhatunk. Remélem mindnyájan jó élményeket szereztek a csodás Budapesten. Szívből ajánlom mindnyájuknak, hogy a konferencia után válasszanak maguknak egy úti célt Budapest határain kívül is, hogy jobban meg tudják ismerni a szokásainkat, életmódunkat, gondolkodásmódunkat, a kultúránkat. Ez a vidéki Magyarország. Biztos vagyok benne, hogy a szélrózsa bármely irányába indulnak el, hamarosan találkoznak a hamisítatlan magyar vendégszeretettel, például egy jó vendéglőben vagy borozóban. Higgyék el, megéri. 2010 óta tartó kormányzásunknak köszönhetően olyan fejlődés tapasztalható a magyar vidéken, amit mindenképpen látniuk kell. És ha most nem maradna erre idejük, akkor legközelebb tervezzék be mindenképpen a programjukba, mert megéri, és rajtam számon is kérhetik. Hölgyeim és uraim, beszédem kiinduló pontjaként szeretnék visszanyúlni egészen Archimédészig. Adjatok egy fix pontot, és én kifordítom sarkaiból a világot. Olyan időben élünk, amikor is elsősorban a dolgok lényegére kell figyelnünk, hisz az életünk itt, ezen a földön mindig egy adott történelmi időszakban zajlik. Hajlamosak vagyunk elcsábulni, elnézelődni, és már is bekövetkezik a baj. Célt tévesztettünk, életünk, sorsunk alakulása nem úgy zajlik, ahogy szerettük volna. Mi lehet az az archimédészi fix pont? Máté evangéliumában azt olvashatjuk, hogy az okos ember sziklára építi a házát. És akkor szakadhat a zápor, ömölhet az eső, süvíthet a szél, és nekizúdulhat a háznak, de az nem dől össze, mert szikla az alapja. Véleményem szerint ez a fix pont, vagyis a kősziklánk maga a termőföld. Történelmünk, hagyományaink, kultúránk minden ehhez a földhöz köthető. A földet művelő ember sohasem téveszti el a célt. Két lábbal a földön él, a realitások talaján. Tulajdonos, földje és háza van. Nem akarja elhagyni, fontos neki, megvédi. Fontos neki a családja, a települése, az országa és a nemzete. Nem fel és nem lecserélhető számára. Innen szemléli a világot, és vonja le értékítéletét a dolgok állásáról. Tudja, hogy emberi a munka, és isteni az áldás. A bajok akkor kezdődnek, amikor ezt felváltja a nagyváros durva zaja, ahogy Ady Endre megfogalmazza ezt csodálatos versében. Meg kell állítani azt a tendenciát, ami a vidéki elvándorlást jelenti. Minél messzebb kerül az ember a földtől, annál több kísértésnek lesz kitéve. És bizony generációknak kell fölnőni addig, amíg ráébredünk az úttévesztésre. Pedig már Máté evangéliumában is olvashatjuk, hogy gyümölcseiről ismeritek meg őket. Minden fa jó gyümölcsöt terem, és minden rossz fa pedig rossz gyümölcsöt. A hitet meg kell tartani, a hazát meg kell védeni, és a családra vigyázni kell, és meg kell becsülni. Annak érdekében persze, hogy minél pontosabban meg tudjuk ítélni, hogy hol tartunk most, és mik az esélyeink a jövőre nézve, látnunk kell, hogy mekkora utat is tettünk meg idáig. Mert ha most úgy érezzük, hogy a külső körülmények nem fogadnak a kegyeibe minket, akkor mit mondhatunk a 2010-es évekről, amikor a problémák nem csupán kívülről érkeztek, hanem bővebben voltunk velük az országunkon belül is. Érdemes ezért felidézni, hogy kellett kiásni magunkat, és mit építettünk ennek a gödörnek a helyére. A 2010-es választások után hivatalba lépő polgári kormánynak mindenekelőtt haladéktalanul neki kellett kezdenie felszámolni a korábbi vidékellenes baloldali politikai örökséget, a munkalehetőségek megszűnését, a vidéki elvándorlást, a magyar termőföld külföldi kézre játszását, az élelmiszeripar külföldi kiárusítását, leépítését és elhanyagolását. Mindezzel ellentétben mi növekedési pályára állítottuk a magyar vidéket, megalkottuk Európa egyik legszigorúbb földtörvényét, megvédtük a magyar földet, tudatosan fejlesztettük, és azóta is fejlesztjük a hazai agráriumot és élelmiszeripart, és nem mellékesen megvédtük, és azóta is konzekvensen megvédjük a magyar gazdák érdekeit. Hölgyeim és uraim, nemzeti szuverenitási kérdés az, hogy a föld kinek a tulajdonában van. Ezért vetettünk véget a zsebszerződések korának, és ezért vittük végig a Földet a gazdáknak programot. Mert tudtuk, hogy a föld a megmaradásunk záloga és a jövőnk alapja. Jövőképünk az, hogy a gazdálkodás és az élelmiszeripari termelés legyen hosszú távon is jövedelmező és társadalmilag elismert foglalkozás. Lehessen vonzó vidéki környezetben, modern technológiával, a minőségi élelmiszerek előállításával foglalkozni. Legyen minden gazdálkodó számára elérhető és megvalósítható cél az, hogy a természeti erőforrások fenntartható használatával életképes vállalkozásokat tudjon kialakítani. Az élelmiszerellátás nemzetstratégiai kérdés. A magyar vidék olyan tartalékokkal rendelkezik, melyek az állandóságot nyújtják ebben a gyorsan változó, kihívásokkal teli időszakban is. Éppen ezért mindent meg kell tennünk az agrárium és a vidék megerősítésért. Ne feledjük, a vidék gazdaságának erősítése egész Magyarország erősödését jelenti. A hazai termékek választásával a magyar családokat és a magyar gazdák megélhetését is támogatjuk. A koronavírus járvány és a szomszédunkban dúló háború is megmutatta, hogy az élelmezés nem csak stratégiai, hanem nemzetbiztonsági kérdés is. Nem hangsúlyozhatom eléggé, hogy hazánk lakosságának a kétszeresét képes ellátni friss és biztonságos élelmiszerrel. Intézkedéseink előterében a rövidellátású lánc megerősítése, a helyi termékek támogatása, az önellátásunk további erősítése a cél. Történelmi időket élünk, ugyanakkor történelmi a lehetőség és a felelősség is, ami a magyar agrárium és élelmiszeripar előtt áll. A kormány ugyanis az uniós jog adta maximális mértékben, mintegy 80%-ban biztosított nemzeti kiegészítő finanszírozást az uniós fejlesztési források mellé. Ennek köszönhetően feldolgozó üzemeket, raktárakat, tárolókat, állattartó telepeket építünk, modernizáljuk és digitalizáljuk a mezőgazdaságot, alapjaiban újítjuk meg a magyar vidéket és az egész magyar agráriumot. 2010 óta hivatalban lévő polgári nemzeti kormány egy kiegyensúlyozott, a fővárosvidék funkcionális munkamegosztásán alapuló Magyarország megteremtésén dolgozik. A magyar kormány számára a vidék az nem valaminek a széle, a perifériája, hanem valaminek a közepe, a veleje. A magyar vidék nélkülözhetetlen szerepet játszik hazánk életében. Feladata a magyar létezés természetes és egészséges állapotának biztosítása. Meg kell adni végre a vidéknek, ami jár neki. Nagyon fontos, hogy a helyi gazdaság meghatározó erőforrása legyen a nemzetgazdaságnak, hiszen az exporttöbblet 60-70%-át az agrárium teszi ki. El fogjuk érni, hogy érdemes legyen vidéken maradni, hogy a föld valódi megtartó erő legyen. Szólnom kell még egy nagyon fontos dologról, a környezetvédelem és természetvédelem kérdésköréről. Sokszor elkövetjük a hibát, és azt gondoljuk, hogy ez inkább baloldali, liberális érték. Súlyos hibát vétünk, ha ezt így gondoljuk. Már 16. Benedek pápa is emlékeztetett bennünket arra, hogy a világot nem lehet úgy vizsgálni, hogy bizonyos szempontokat elszigetelve tárgyalunk, mert a természet egy és oszthatatlan. Magában foglalja a környezetet, az életet, a családot, a társadalmi kapcsolatokat. Következésképpen a természet károsítása szorosan összefügg azzal a kultúrával, amely az emberi együttélést is alakítja. Amikor környezetről beszélünk, ezen különösen azt a kapcsolatot értjük, amely a természet és a benne élő társadalom között fennáll. Ez meggátolja, hogy a természeten valami tőlünk elkülönített valóságot értsünk, vagy életünk puszta keretének tekintsük. Belé vagyunk foglalva, részei vagyunk, és átjárjuk egymást. Hogy a környezetszennyezés okait megtaláljuk, elemeznünk kell a társadalom működését, gazdaságát, viselkedését, valóságértelmezését. A változások nagysága miatt már nem lehetséges, hogy a probléma minden részére egy-egy konkrét és külön-külön választ adjunk. Alapvetően fontos, hogy olyan átfogó megoldásokat keressünk, amelyek figyelembe veszik a természeti rendszerek egymással és a társadalmi rendszerekkel való interakcióit. Nincs egymástól elkülönülő válság, egy környezeti és egy társadalmi, hanem csak egyetlen összetett társadalmi környezeti válság létezik. Milyen világot szeretnénk hagyni azokra, akik utánunk jönnek? A gyermekeinkre? Akik most nőnek fel? Ha bátran feltesszük ezt a kérdést, kérlelhetetlenül további nagyon egyenes kérdésekhez vezet minket. Mi véget vagyunk ezen a világon? Mi véget születtünk erre az életre? Miért dolgozunk és küzdünk? Miért van szüksége ránk ennek a földnek? Ezért törődnünk kell a jövő nemzedékével. Fel kell ismernünk, hogy a saját életünk forog kockán. Mi vagyunk a leginkább érdekeltek abban, hogy a lakható bolygót hagyjunk a minket követő emberiségre. Azt a kérdést kell föltenni magunknak, hogy mi az értelme az életünknek ezen a földön. Vallja Ferenc pápa is. Természeti tőkénk, a Kárpát-medence élőhelyének, fajainak megóvása stratégiai kérdés. A biológiai sokféleségben rejlő erőforrások, a természetes élőhelyek által nyújtott olyan láthatatlan szolgáltatások, mint az éghajlatszabályozás, a beporzás, a tiszta víz és a levegő fenntartható biztosítása érdekében kiemelt cél a védett természeti területeink megóvása. Konzervatív nézőpontból a környezet és természetvédelemnek új szintre kell emelkednie. Teremtésvédelemmé kell válnia. Meg kell találni benne a teremtett világunk egységét és egyensúlyát. A nevelés szerepét az iskolában és a családban. Hogy eljussunk odáig, hogy nem azt akarjuk megszabni és megmondani, hogy másoknak mit szabad és mit kell csinálni, hanem azt a kérdést feltenni önmagunknak, mit kell tennem a teremtett világunk fennmaradásáért, minőségének megőrzéséért. Ez egy olyan érték, amiért érdemes és kell is küzdenünk itt a 21. században. Köszönöm megtisztelő figyelmet!
Ha a nemzeti érdekek mellett kell kiállni, akkor rá mindig lehet számítani. Legutóbb például az Európai Parlamentben azt szorgalmazta, hogy ne a magyar gazdák fizessék meg a háború árát. De úgy gondolkodik a bevándorlás problémájának a kezeléséről is, hogy az elképzelhetetlen a megfelelő határvédelem nélkül. Kérem, fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel Schaller Baros Ernőt, a Fidesz európai parlamenti képviselőjét.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves vendégeink, konzervatív barátaink! Sok szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit Budapesten, ahol idén immáron másodszorra kerül megrendezése a CPACHungary Európa első CPAC-je. Külön köszönet itt Szántó Miklósnak, a csapatának és az Alapjogokért Központnak. Kedves vendégeink, külföldi barátaink, egy olyan helyen járnak ma, ahol a magyar emberek 1100 éve védik Európa határait, és azt kérlelhetetlenül. Személyesen nagyon fontosnak tartom, hogy a konzervatív erők képviselői a világ minden tájáról most összegyűltek itt, hogy többek között az illegális migrációról, a határvédelemről közösen beszéljünk ma. Magyarországon 2015 óta konzekvensen képviseljük az ezzel kapcsolatos álláspontunkat. Ennek a középpontjában az áll, hogy meg kell védjük hazánk, az országunk és Európa határait. Ezen felül pedig az illegális migráció visszaszorításához elsősorban a származási és tranzit országokban kell lépéseket tegyünk. 2015 óta a magyar kormány megközelítőleg 2 milliárd eurót fordított a déli határ védelmére. Nem csak a magyarokat megvédve ezzel, hanem Európát és az európai polgárokat. Mit válaszoltak erre az Európai Unió intézményei? Megtámadtak minket, politikai támadásoknak voltunk kitéve. Támadták a magyar kormányzatot. A határvédelem költségeinek alig 2%-át finanszírozta Brüsszel és az Európai Unió intézményei. Pedig a határvédelmi erőfeszítés a legnagyobb európai siker a migráció kérdésében. Kézzelfogható. Ugyanúgy, mint Donald Trump Amerikájában, mi megépítettük azt a falat, amit ígértünk. A mi célkitűzéseink tehát szemben állnak azzal a felfogással, amit Brüsszelben látunk. Különbséget teszünk a bevándorlás és az illegális migráció között. Betartjuk a nemzetközi szerződéseinket, és minden nemzetállam polgárainak szuverén döntésekét tekintünk arra, hogy hogyan kezelik a gazdasági migrációt. A magyar emberek erről határozott véleményt alkottak. Nem is egyszer, többször. Magyarország nem szeretne bevándorló országgá válni. Mindeközben a bevándorlásnak van egy másik dimenziója is. A háború elől az első biztonságos országba menekülő emberek százezreinek megsegítése. Mi ezt tettük a háború elől menekülő ukrán emberek esetében, és Magyarország történetének legnagyobb humanitárius akcióját hajtottuk végre, amelynek keretében rendkívüli erőfeszítéseket tettünk az ukrán menekültek megsegítésében. Mindez keresztényi kötelezettségünk is. A következő percekben olyan igazi konzervatívokkal van szerencsém beszélgetni, akik évek óta hasonlóan gondolkodnak a határvédelemről, és nem politikai széljáráshoz vagy a kampányidőszakok kezdetéhez igazítják az álláspontjukat. Öröm számomra ma itt köszönteni Hans-Georg Maassen jogászt, politikust, a Német Szövetségi Alkotmányvédelmi Hivatal korábbi elnökét. Megtisztelte a CPACHungary jelenlétével Chris Ferrell barátunk, a neves jobboldali non-profit szervezet, a Judicial Watch vizsgálati igazgatója és elnökségi tagja. Megosztja velünk gondolatait továbbá Daniele Scalia, az olaszországi Machiavelli Intézet alapítója és elnöke. Ezúton szeretném kérni a beszélgetés résztvevőit, hogy csatlakozzanak hozzám a színpadon, hogy közösen elmélkedhessünk a migráció jelentőségéről és a határvédelem fontosságáról. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you that you are true friends of Hungary and true friends of border protection. May I ask you the questions because we are short of time? What are the most important aspects of EU migration policy today? What should be changed in the EU's approach in order to create a system that guarantees the security of the member states and their citizens? And please tell us, what is the situation in the United States of America? May we start with Chris?
The situation in the United States is very grave. We have uncontrolled border. We have a border that essentially the operational control of it has been turned over to Mexican cartels. Nothing crosses the U.S. southern border without either money or permission of, or money being paid to, or permission granted by Mexican cartels. And that goes to everything, whether it's drugs, money, people, weapons, whatever it is, the Mexican cartels control our southern border. The Biden administration has abandoned any real control. Our law enforcement has been relegated to handling administrative asylum applications. And in the last, well, since the Biden administration took office, we have something like 6 million people who have crossed our border. And it's not just a question of uncontrolled migration. We have no idea who is in our country, none. And the other factor of this, which doesn't get discussed as much, but it's entirely linked with the migration issue, is the incredible drug trafficking that goes across our border. And so to give you perspective on this, the #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 45 is fentanyl. Here's a parallel. A 737 aircraft loaded with people. The crashing one of those, one a day, every day, is the death toll to Americans from fentanyl overdoses, all of which are associated with or in some way connected with the Mexican cartel control of our southern border. So it's not just a migration problem, which has impacts on healthcare, school, housing, all those sort of social issues, but there's a very grave criminal crisis attached with our uncontrolled border, and it is destroying, fundamentally eroding the quality of life in our country and increasing not just social questions and issues, but criminal as well.
Daniele?
Well, in 1985, the Schengen Agreement, which in popular understanding is the abolishment of the internal borders of Europe, actually devoted more articles to the regulations of the external borders. Article 3 stated that the member states should have introduced punishment for the illegal crossing, the unauthorized crossing of borders. Today, the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union merely states that checks on persons and an efficient monitoring of the crossing should be provided. While it is way more worthy and more imperative when it comes to asylum. In that case, it provides that you must guarantee an adequate status for asylum seekers. You must comply with the principle of non-refoulement. You must comply with the Geneva Convention, which was written having in mind the political persecuted by fascism, Nazism, communism, but it is totally unfit for an age in which migration flows are so large that in the past they would have been described as great migration of people, such as the barbaric invasion, for example. Luckily, the EU treaty still provides for combating the illegal immigration, the human trafficking, but in order to achieve that, in order to do that, you have to go back to the fundamentals, to review them, to change them, and those fundamentals are the national, international, European laws that, skewed as they are, biased as they are towards the rights of migrants, rather than the rights of nations, are tying the hands to those who actually want to defend our borders.
Thank you so much. Mr. Masson?
Well, You know, I'm a lawyer for my profession, but I think in Europe we do not face legal problems, but a lack of political will. So there's not really a major need to change the directives of the EU concerning asylum or concerning illegal migration. I think we could do a lot to stop the illegal migration and the abuse of the right of asylum in the European Union. I think our major problem is that the politicians, the majority of the politicians are green or left-wingers. They want illegal migration to Europe. They want it. And they don't stop it. And the Greece and Italian border police could do a lot of more to stop the illegal migration, but they're not allowed to do it. The same with Frontex, the European Border Control Commission. It's not really a police, but a commission. They could do more, but I think the European left-wingers in Brussels, in the European Commission, the civil servants as well as the politicians, stop them to do it. So from my point of view, the major problem is the huge amount of illegal migration to Europe, which could be stopped every day if we have the political will to do it. Within 1 year, the number of illegal migrants to Germany have doubled. So I question often, why do we allow the illegal migration? Why do the politicians want the illegal migrations to Germany and Europe? And my answer is they want to destabilize Germany as well as the European Union.
Thank you so much. Because of lack of time, I would ask you 2 questions, and feel free to answer one or both. So first, in Europe, that's a very important issue. Mandatory migrant resettlement in the name of solidarity has led to serious political debates and has triggered a series of attacks against Hungary in the recent years. It's an issue now of the agenda, or is there still political will in Brussels to mandatory allocate illegal migrants among member states? And secondly, my question would be, what was different under the Republicans at the Trump administration 3 or 4 years ago, maybe?
Let me jump in for the second part of the question. So Trump had a very strong enforcement strategy that was pro-law enforcement, that was compassionate in the sense that rather than having people just be quickly, in a very summary way, processed and then released into the United States, that he wanted to have a deliberate asylum application process carried out before they entered the United States. And so there was a Remain in Mexico policy that was coordinated with the Mexican government that permitted an orderly way for people to make an asylum application and then to enter the United States. The Biden administration has abandoned and reversed all of the Trump initiatives. So now we're in a position where thousands of people, literally thousands of people a day, I think the last report from our Border Patrol was that there was 7,700 apprehensions made in one day, and realized they're only apprehending about 1/3 of the people that actually cross. So there's this enormous influx of people. The border is essentially uncontrolled, and there's a grave risk to the United States for what's happening in that regard. I have great compassion for Hungary's approach when it comes to enforcement operations and activities with regard to the European Union and their policies. And I applaud Hungary for standing up for their sovereignty and their ability to establish what their goals and objectives are. And really, frankly, I don't think they get enough credit, because you are, in many instances, going back to 2015, Hungary was actually the southern border of what represented the Schengen Agreement, right? So once across into Hungary, or once transiting Hungary, whoever came here was free to go anywhere in Europe. And so that was a unique challenge, right, that Hungary stepped up to and enforced its own sovereignty. So my congratulations to Hungary, and my grave worry for what the United States faces, particularly in the coming weeks.
Some days ago, the European Parliament voted on a proposal for regulation on migrant and asylum, immigration and asylum management. The Commission proposed the establishment of a solidarity mechanism. The European Parliament amended the text in order to make it binding. On another regulations addressing situation of crisis, the Parliament amended the Commission text in order to make the relocations mandatory. Now, Italy has long been one of the main proponents of mandatory relocations. This stance is changing with the current government. As the Machiavelli Center, we are also advocating for its final demise because we believe that relocations are not only unfair to those countries who have to suffer them, but it is also a trap for those countries that are supposed to benefit from them, as Italy. Currently, most of the migrants that come to Italy just want to move to other European countries with more welfare, more opportunities. If Italy is to formally become a gateway in order to settle to Germany, France, Sweden, or why not also Poland or Hungary with their above average GDP growth, this would be a major pulling factor. So I think that a reasonable strategy for Italy, it would be to propose a common, effective, and strict control on the common borders of the European Union, and also a comprehensive and restrictive review of those regulations.
Herr Maassen.
I'm really in favor of European solidarity, but I'm strongly against relocation of refugees, asylum seekers, or illegals within the European Union. We have regulations about responsibility of countries within the European Union, and I think these regulations with the stipulations are sufficient. We have the regulations of the Dublin contract, which means a country is responsible for a refugee or asylum seeker, which is the first country of landing or of arriving. So all the countries with common borders or countries with external borders are normally responsible. So if we have a relocation program within the EU, this would mean that the countries with external borders there's no need for their homework. There's no need for a strong border control because they can send it to the other countries because of the relocation program. So from my point of view, it is crucial to have strong external borders. And if we have strong external borders, there is no need for a relocation program.
Thank you so much. I take a look at the clock and I would suggest to make a last round of questions. I would start now, to be fair, with Mr. Maassen and then end with Will. So basically, what do you think is migration? What will be the role of migration in the upcoming elections in 2024 in the United States of America and in the European Union?
I think from the point of the majority of politicians, especially of the left-wingers, they don't want to speak about migration. They don't want to speak about problems. So migration is not a problem for them. So from my point of view, they don't mention migration. I make the same experience during my election campaign 2 years ago. The left-wingers, the Greens, they don't want to speak about migration. It's not a problem. So if we want to rise up the problem, migration, we have to speak about it. Yeah, I think it's crucial to speak about a problem. If you see a problem, speak about the problem.
In the United States, the concern Likewise, that the left would rather ignore, the Biden administration would rather ignore the problem that we face on our border, but it cannot be ignored. It is so severe. It is such a burden, increasingly not just on border states, Texas and Arizona and such, but now as these tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of people have moved further north into the country, we say that the border isn't in the southwest of the United States, the border is in New York City or Ohio or other northern locations, to the point now where the very liberal mayor of New York City, Mr. Adams, is vocally, very emphatically criticizing the Biden administration because he is now bearing the costs of housing, education, healthcare, all the social issues connected with this enormous flood of migration. So they'd like to ignore it. They can't. In a more cynical world, some people would say that some Democrats would view every illegal alien as another Democratic voter. That then gets criticized as being racist and all sorts of other tropes. But it is a problem that really defines the current American political experience.
Well, I am quite confident that in 2024 the Italian people will elect a majority of members of the European Parliament that are in favor of restrictive overhaul of migration policies and management, especially if the current government will be able to deliver on this issue. In 2018, Matteo Salvini kept his promises and he managed to almost completely curb illegal immigration in Italy. He was rewarded with a huge victory in the 2019 European elections. If Giorgia Meloni will be able to do the same this year, she will win in a landslide in 2024.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I honestly believe that with our German, Italian, and American friends by our side, it's much more easy for us Hungarians to protect our borders, to fight against illegal migration, and protect our border fence. So thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Chris Farrell. Thank you so much, Hans-Georg Maassen. And thank you so much, Daniele Scalia. Big applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Következő előadónk tapasztalatai az egész konzervatív közösség számára fontosak. Élharcosa a gyermekvédelemnek, gyakran kiváltja a liberálisok ellenszenvét. A Trump adminisztráció ügyvezető igazságügyi minisztereként keményen fellépett baloldali politikusokhoz köthető visszásságok kapcsán. Hölgyeim és uraim, elfogadta a meghívásunkat, és most itt van személyesen a CPACHungaryn. A színpadon nagy tisztelettel és szeretettel köszöntöm Matt Whitakert.
Hello and greetings. How are you all, my friends? Are we having a great conference? I'm so glad to join you here in Hungary, in your beautiful country. Ever since I arrived, I've been treated just extraordinarily well by a generous and welcoming people. So thank you for having me. Thank you for the hosts of CPACHungary, and thank you to, of course, the American Conservative Union and CPAC in the United States of America that allowed me to come along as part of the delegation. So in the few minutes that I have, I want to talk about a subject that I think you're experiencing even more here in Hungary and across Europe as compared to the United States of America. And that is that these globalists are fundamentally attempting to change our way of life. And what do these globalists want? Well, of course, globalists want to destroy any local culture, because a homogeneous society, one that doesn't look uniquely at the individuals or the individual cultures, supports their advancement for global society. That includes supporting the interests of large multinational corporations, supporting these multinational organizations and NGOs, and as well as the wealthy elites which feed into them. And that's in contravention, and instead of supporting families, communities, small farmers, small businesses, local communities, and traditional values that we all support. And why is local culture so important? Well, even in the United States, there are local cultures at play, including my home state of Iowa, where we have the wonderful Iowa State Fair, where it's one of the few places that you can go and get a corn dog with an Oreo that's French fried together with a pork chop on a stick. I mean, if that's not local culture, I don't know what is. But each and every community, each and every state, each and every country certainly has its unique local cultures that these globalists would prefer to eliminate so that they can serve their one-size-fits-all agenda, whether that is to support their bottom line and profits or whether that's to support their radical social agenda that we see advancing as quickly as they can push. You know, the globalists also want to homogenize culture to facilitate the more efficient flow of goods and services and people across borders. They want to eliminate, in some cases, those borders so that it can be much more efficient. They claim, in fact, I've heard even it start to creep into the way we speak, that somehow people migrate just like birds migrate. I don't believe that's the case, because if that's the case, then that eliminates individual sovereignty for nations and countries. Because remember, their agenda is the global integration of the economy so that they can serve their corporate interests more efficiently and therefore advance their values. And borders matter. We just heard this panel earlier talk about how important individual sovereignty for countries and how important border enforcement is. But in the United States, and I'm sure in Hungary and in the European Union, there are countries that want to defend that unique national sovereignty. And we know that those globalists, those multinationalists want to prevent us from defending our sovereignty and our nation's borders. And you know, in addition to serving their corporate interests, they want to serve their values. They put that in quote, because are they really values? Are the radical ideas of the environmental lobby values? Are the values of anti-family truly values? And is their gender fluid radical ideas really values? I would suggest that they're actually antithetical to the fundamental and core values that have made not only the United States of America, but many other countries, including Hungary, great. And when we abandon those values for these multinational and corporate interests, I think we fundamentally lose our traditions, but not only our traditions, but we lose the fabric that makes us a unique people with who we are. So, in addition to all of that, with these strong interests working against the things that we all believe in, I would suggest at the same time, the educational system is used against moms and dads and families in educating kids to this radical agenda. And we saw this in COVID, where moms and dads who were having to learn how to teach their children in remote settings were finally put into the classroom and read into that radical agenda of what their kids were being taught. But this agenda must be countered. This agenda is being countered by not only many of you in the room and nationally and internationally, but so many of us in the United States with our brethren. In fact, it is so much so that I would suggest being pro-family, pro-traditional values is the new counterculture. It is almost becoming radical idea to stand for things like faith and family and individual liberty. And it's kind of becoming cool to be like us in the room, to be the true counterculturalists that stand for our way of life, that stand for our traditions and our values, instead of standing for corporate global interests that so much and for so often is forced upon all of us. But we will not give up on our desire to protect these traditional values and these things that have worked. Because this agenda is being pushed by the mercantilists that have so often desired this one world order. But we will not stand for that. And in fact, we will demonstrate in places like Hungary, in places like the United States of America, in states like my home state of the great state of Iowa, how individual liberty and self-determination, traditional values, and family are what is going to save all people worldwide. And this battle is just begun. It is far from over. In fact, let's all join in fighting this radical agenda. Let's all stand for families. Let's all stand for family farmers. Let's all stand for the millions of people that support our movement worldwide. Be a part of the new counterculture of traditional values and standing up for families. And so all I can say in conclusion is let's all pray that God blesses our efforts. Let's pray that he continues to bless Hungary. Let's pray that God saves the United States of America from this radical agenda. And let's pray that God blesses everyone that stands for our values and our traditional support of the family. So God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
A szólásszabadság a demokratikus és szabad társadalom egyik alapköve. Gyakran támadják Magyarországot azzal, hogy itthon ennek feltételei nem adottak. A liberálisok és a progresszívek nem hajlandóak elviselni, hogyha valódi ellenvéleménnyel találkoznak, és a médiában is gyakran próbálják érvényesíteni ezt a gondolkodásmódot, és hogyha rajtuk múlna, akkor tulajdonképpen a velük egyetértő hangoknak nem is adnának teret. Egyre több európai és amerikai országban szűkül egyébként a szólásszabadság, és ez lesz a témája most következő kerekasztal beszélgetésünknek is. A színpadon fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel a Fidesz korábbi digitális igazgatóját, a Digitális Szuverenitás Központ alapító tulajdonosát, Dukász Magort és vendégeit.
Jó napot kívánok! Sok-sok szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit a képernyőkön innen és túl. A szólásszabadság a mai beszélgetésünknek, a mai panelünknek a témája, de még mielőtt belevágnánk, egy pár szót szólnék én is arról, hogy miként látom a szólásszabadság helyzetét itt a nyugati térfélen, Európában és ezen belül Magyarországon. Hogyha a szólásszabadság kérdéskörét beszéljük, akkor szerintem ezt nem lehet manapság a közösségi médiának az erejétől elfüggetleníteni. Úgy lehet szerintem szólásszabadságról beszélni, hogyha arról a platformról beszélünk, ahol a legtöbb ember ma ki szeretné fejezni önmagát. Egy érdekes számmal kezdeném a mai beszélgetést. Ez egy nem is olyan régi századvéges kutatás. Azt kérdezték meg a válaszadóktól, hogy ha csak egyetlen egy forrást jelölhetnek meg, akkor mi az, amit ők közéleti politikai szempontból a leghitelesebb hírforrásnak tartanak. És a magyaroknak a 62%-a mondta azt, hogy az internet, és csupán a 27%-a mondta azt, hogy a televízió. Ez azért érdekes, mert 10 évvel ezelőtt ez pont a fordítottja volt, ma pedig tulajdonképpen minden áttevődött már a digitális térbe. Úgyhogy a szólásszabadság legfontosabb kérdése tulajdonképpen az, hogy szabadok vagyunk-e a közösségi médiában, szabadunk vagyunk-e a Facebookon, a TikTokon, a YouTube-on kifejezni önmagunkat, és ezzel tudunk-e sikert elérni. Így hangzik ez a kérdés, és az elmúlt években sajnos olyan hírek jöttek velünk szembe, amelyek nem túl bíztatóak e tekintetben. Nemrég kikerültek az Egyesült Államokban a Twitter aktáként elhíresült belső kommunikációs levelek, amelyből kiderült, hogy a Twitter szándékosan az elmúlt amerikai Egyesült Államokbeli választásokon a demokrata jelölt fiának a botrányos ügyét, azt szándékosan letekerték. Az erről szóló New York Post cikkeket törölték, letekerték az elérését, de ez nem az egyetlen példa. Tulajdonképpen a Facebookon áll is egy egészen komoly, kiterjedt fact-checker, azaz tény ellenőrző gárda szabja azt meg, hogy milyen információ terjedhet szabadon és mely nem. Ezt ráadásul azután állították fel, miután 2016-ban Trump megnyerte az amerikai elnökválasztást. Akkor a baloldal azt a narratívát kezdte el építeni, hogy a közösségi médiának köszönhetően, sőt, pontosabban a közösségi médián terjedő álhíreknek köszönhetően nyerhette meg Trump a választást, és természetesen az összes jobboldali politikai véleményt az álhír kategóriába próbálták belepréselni, és ennek az apropóján ma is, sajnos itt Magyarországon is megeshet, hogy egy jobboldali vélemény mellé, hát jobb esetben egy kiigazítás érkezik, rosszabb esetben pedig oldaltiltásról beszélhetünk. És akkor sem védett az ember, hogyha amúgy magas politikai tisztséget tölt be, hogyha az Egyesült Államok elnökét el tudták távolítani ezekről a platformokról, akkor ki lehet biztonságban. Persze feltevődik a kérdés, hogy egy ilyen helyzetben mit tévők legyünk. Van egy pár opció, ne használjunk közösségi médiát, hozzunk létre saját platformokat, vagy esetleg avatkozzon be, vagy európai szinten, vagy hazai szinten a kormány ezekbe a folyamatokba, és védje meg az állampolgároknak a szólásszabadsághoz való jogát. Most az összes opció az összes opció érdekes, és a beszélgetésünk az pont erről fog szólni, de elmondanám előre, hogy melyik az, amiben én leginkább hiszek. Ez egy nagyon komoly vita volt pár évvel ezelőtt, amikor még digitális igazgatója voltam a Fidesznek, hogy milyen irányba menjünk, hogyan döntsünk, maradjunk vagy nem maradjunk a közösségi médiában. És akkor ezeket a számokat is ismerve úgy döntöttünk, hogy nincs más választás. Amikor a magyarok úgy döntöttek, hogy egymással ezeken az eszközökön keresztül szeretnének kommunikálni, amikor a napi kapcsolattartás, a barátkozás, ismerkedés, programszervezés és többek között amúgy persze a politikai véleményformálás is ebben a digitális térben történik, akkor egyetlen hozzáállás lehet az, amit mi vallunk, mégpedig az, hogy nekünk itt maradnunk kell, harcolnunk kell és ügyesnek kell lennünk. Persze az összes kihívás közül nem az egyetlen a liberális moderátoroknak a beavatkozása. Vannak ezen kívül más kihívások is, de szerencsére ezek kiismerhetőek. Például az, hogy hogyan működnek az algoritmusok, mennyire vagyunk képesek eljutni emberekhez, de a jó hír ezzel kapcsolatban az, hogy az algoritmusok kiismerhetőek, és hogyha valaki beletesz abba egy csomó időt, energiát, erőfeszítést, hogy kiismerje ezeknek az új platformoknak a működését, akkor véleményem szerint a közösségi médiában nem csak veszély van, hanem lehetőség is. Lehetőség, amit a jobb oldal amúgy megragadott az előző választási ciklus előtt, megragadták a Fidesznek a politikusai, de megragadták azok a remek jobboldali kezdeményezések is, mint amilyen például a Megafon, amely azt a célt tűzte ki maga elé, hogy a jobboldaliak hallgatását meg fogja törni, jól elkészített tartalmakkal, hálózatba szervezett működéssel, véleményvezérekkel meg fogják törni ezt a hallgatást, és ez látszólag sikerült is egyelőre. De az a helyzet, hogy ez a tér ez nagyon gyakran változik. És hogyha mi a mi szólásszabadságunkért ki szeretnénk állni, és azt meg szeretnénk védeni, arra két módot kell válasszunk. Az egyik az az, hogy érjük el minden áron azt, hogy a szabadságunk megmaradjon ezeken a platformokon is. A másik pedig az az, hogy tanuljuk ki ezeknek a működését olyan mértékben, hogy mindig egy lépéssel előtte legyünk a versenytársainknak. És hogyha ez megtörténik, akkor hirtelen nem veszély lesz ez számunkra, hanem lehetőség, és ennek az apropóján, ha megengedik nekem, akkor váltanék is angol nyelvre, és hadd mutassam be önöknek a mai beszélgetés beszélgetésnek a szereplőit. So, please welcome Eva from the Holland, who is a political commentator and a legal philosophist. Thank you very much. Hi. Please welcome Tim Constantine from the United States, who is a writer at the Washington Times and is a host of the Capitol Hill Show. And please welcome Josh Hammer, also from the United States, who is a host of the Josh Hammer Show. Sorry. Right, so my very first question to you is, what do you think the state of free speech is in the Western world? How would you rate it? Are we in a good place, a bad place, and what are the main obstacles if we're not in a good place? And please feel free to answer in any order. I'm curious about all of your answers.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Great to be back here in Budapest. I was here for the first time last year. Really beautiful city, really wonderful to be back here. Very grateful for the invitation. Look, I think the state of free speech in the West is very bad. I mean, I hate to be kind of so pessimistic and black pill, but there's no point in not stating the obvious or beating around the bush either. I mean, I think what you see, certainly in my country, the United States, what you certainly see in most countries of Europe, especially those who have fallen more under the hegemonic sway of the European Union, is uniparty regime-controlled media. And we increasingly in the United States, we have a First Amendment in our US Constitution, but increasingly the left is ignoring that. And, you know, under the kind of false advertising and labeling of so-called misinformation, and this horrific collusion between the federal government and the administrative state and the big tech platforms, you see the censoring of speech, the likes of which we have not seen in a very, very long time. So you basically have regime-controlled media and then dissident media, and that's at least the way that I see them.
I would respectfully disagree with that. I think if you have never traveled the world and only spent time in the United States, it may not be as open or as free or as seemingly open as it was years ago. However, compared to much of the world, it is still amazing. And sometimes you have to shake things out over time. You have to actually let things settle, and there will be an ebb and a flow to it. And so, I mean, you're right in that the left-wing media dominates in certain areas, but Josh is in talk radio, I'm in talk radio, and the right clearly dominates talk radio. There is a demand in the United States for that. No one censors that. When you look at broadcast news in the United States, Fox News far and wide is more popular than any other, and it leans to the right. The left-wing media outlets don't come anywhere close in the ratings. And so there is some frustrating things that go on right now, whether that's in social media or elsewhere. But anywhere where the measure is by demand, then in the United States there is a balance. There's an offering from the left, there's an offering from the right, and what has been clear in most media is that the right has dominated in where it is on demand.
What's the situation in Europe?
Well, that's what I wanted to say. I think we definitely do not have a balance when it comes to the European political landscape, in media especially. When you look at my country, in the Netherlands, for example, there is barely any conservative media. And if there is, then the government makes sure that they come down on them as hard as they possibly can. And that is something that we see in the entire European Union with, for example, the Digital Service Act. And basically, any type of opinion that goes against the mainstream narrative or that is deemed to be a dissident opinion is now labeled as misinformation or disinformation. And the fact that it might not be as bad in the West as it could be in other countries, in a sense, I think might even be a disadvantage to us because we have a sort of idea left of free speech, but in reality, if you go against the state's narrative, for example, we are not far removed from being labeled enemies of the state, and especially during COVID, we saw that happen in all of our countries, yet we still like to say that we have freedom of speech, but, well, I wonder how long that lasts, and we sure as hell don't have a First Amendment, and sure as hell also don't have a Second Amendment, for that matter. So I don't see the future of freedom of speech in a very positive light, to be honest with you.
Go ahead.
It's interesting how people at either end of the spectrum sometimes think they are being ignored. The people on the far left at times think they are being ignored as well. And I'll give you an example. The night before Donald Trump was inaugurated as President of the United States, I was in Washington with my son, and we were going to a number of parties to celebrate the incoming presidency of Donald Trump. And we would walk from place to place. There were protests, there were cheers, there were celebratory meetings, but there was a woman standing alone in the center of the city of Washington holding a sign that said, F Trump. And she was standing holding this up. And so I walked up to her and I said, look, I work in talk radio. I would love to understand, he hasn't even been sworn in yet as president. Why are you saying this obscenity about the incoming president? And her first reaction was, you're probably just a Trump supporter. I don't want to talk to you. I said, no, it's not about what I think. I really genuinely want to hear what you think. And I am going to use this on radio, but I want to hear what you think. And she said, it's all about oppression. The oppression here is unbelievable. And I asked her, have you ever been outside of the United States? And she said, no. But it doesn't matter. Oppression is oppression. And I thought, she's standing in the Capitol of the United States of America, holding up a sign that is against the incoming president with an obscenity, but she thinks that she's being oppressed. And so I think we need to be very careful on our side. There are things that are very frustrating, and we want to work to overcome, but we don't want to be that woman. We don't want to be convinced that it's an unbridgeable, unattainable goal. We're not going to fade away. Free speech is, there's an ebb and a flow. And it's not going to fade away because there are enough people like you and like us that are going to fight, and that flow will come back. We may be in an ebb right now, but it's not going to go away.
And so, but there is some sort of agreement between all three of you that, you know, on different degrees, that there is some sort of problem. I'm curious about what can we do about it. Some people say that, you know, right-wing people should just simply make their own platforms, like Rumble for video or Getter instead of Twitter. What's your take on that? Will that approach work?
Look, so I kind of alluded to this in my last answer, but what I see playing out, and I could speak most particularly to what's happening in the United States, is an unprecedented collusion between the public sphere and the purportedly private sphere, and really the collapse of any meaningful distinction between kind of the government and the so-called private sector. And the big tech oligarchs, the titans of industry in Silicon Valley, I think are kind of the prime example of this. I mean, speaking of suppression of speech, you know, I think that you could probably argue that it was forced government, private sector, collusive suppression and censorship of speech that actually cost Donald Trump the 2020 election. Why do I say that? Because if you look at the actual total that President Trump lost in the 4 to 5 states that mattered for the Electoral College margin, it was roughly 40 to 45 million votes. And if you then go state by state and you look at the percentage of people who told pollsters that if they had heard of the Hunter Biden laptop story, which, as many people here know, Facebook and Twitter worked actively with the federal government, the FBI, and the deep state to censor that, a large enough percentage of voters told pollsters that if they knew about that, they would have actually changed their vote, that the math actually works out that it's quite possible that suppression of speech and this public-private collusion via the big tech oligarchs literally cost President Trump a second term. Now, as far as the remedies go, in a U.S. context, I've written and spoken about this at great length. We have a particular statute from 1996 when it comes to the big tech platforms called Section 230, which basically gives our tech platforms extra legal immunity to basically take whatever content down they want for whatever reason whatsoever. I have argued in favor of using the law to tie that immunity to a First Amendment standard. Put another way, if the government cannot censor you for what you would say on a public sidewalk, they should not be able to censor you on a quote-unquote private platform, which we now know is not very private. They're working with the federal government anyway. I have also argued in favor of more aggressive antitrust enforcement, which kind of goes at odds with much of kind of conservatism Inc. doctrine, but I think it's well past time for conservatives to try to realize what is going on with a distinctly corporate tyranny that we have here in the 21st century and rise to the challenge and start busting up some of these horrifically woke actors that are doing immeasurable social harm and civilizational destruction. And then finally, I've also argued in favor of common carrier regulation, which is an old English common law concept that would basically regulate them the same way that in the United States, for example, we regulate the telephone companies and your internet providers as well.
But if you do that, where do you break off friends? I mean, how do you even break off Facebook into, for example, 6 different companies if you were to do that?
So look, I mean, Meta is a great example. I mean, Meta has acquired over the years Instagram, WhatsApp, Spotify. I mean, Meta has immeasurable companies at this point, right? So I mean, there's no compelling reason whatsoever why Meta should necessarily have been able to legitimately acquire WhatsApp or Spotify. I mean, take Google, for example. Google's market share when it comes to their search in particular, in the United States at least, is north of 90%. Their market share for digital advertising in particular, I don't have the exact number, but I think it's 70 to 80% roughly. I mean, they are a total, complete monopolist, these companies. Amazon too, to a lesser extent.
What's your take, Tim?
This is true even in traditional media, in the old-fashioned television and radio, because it used to be, American law was, no one entity could own more than 2 FM stations and 1 AM station in any one market. And that was intentionally done so that no one dominated the message in that market. That has all been changed. You can now own 6 FM and 4 AM if you're in New York, or if you're in Boston, or if you're in Washington, which means these large conglomerates have essentially bought up the radio and television, the broadcasting rights in every town. You have 2 or 3 ownerships in every big city, and if those 2 or 3 ownerships happen to lean to the left, then the message that is delivered all is to the left. So if you go backwards in law to the old days where it was 2 and 1 instead of 6 and 4, you would have any number of different companies, any number of different approaches to how to deliver media. And I mean, there used to be laws that required a certain amount of broadcast time be spent in information. You had to, even if you were a music entity, you had to present news and other aspects somewhere in your broadcast day. And that's all gone away. So I think the softening has lent itself to a monopoly type situation where you've got very few people delivering a message in broadcast. And I think you're right. That same thing is happening when they buy up Instagram, when they buy up all these entities, and all of a sudden it is one group deciding what message is heard from several platforms.
Right. If I understand correctly, Josh, you're arguing for some sort of structure-based intervention from the government in order to ensure that free speech is enforced. But here in Europe, we know very well what government intervention looks like. Would that actually help, or would that hinder the process? What do you think, Eva?
I would like the government to stay out of my business as much as possible, and especially when it comes to the media and, well, when it comes to freedom of speech. I would say that here in Europe, the fact that most of our countries don't have an equivalent of the First Amendment is one of our biggest problems. In my country, you can be quite literally criminally prosecuted for even offending certain minority groups. And if you look at me and think, oh, does that ever happen? Well, yes, it does happen. And it actually also happens to politicians like Geert Wilders, who have been convicted for those crimes, quote unquote. And that is just a trend that we see everywhere. So this is something that is going to affect all of us. And like I said, misinformation is just a cover-up term for anything I don't agree with. And that is something that is incredibly dangerous for all of us. You know, at first they say that you're a victim of misinformation. Then after that, you are maybe someone who spreads misinformation, then it already starts to get very, very dangerous. And what if you make it up, quote unquote? Well, like I said, we have seen already that they're working on legislation that could potentially label you an enemy of the state or an enemy of democracy. If you are undermining democracy with misinformation just because you go against what the mainstream narrative is, then what is free speech even, right? So I am worried about that. I don't want the government to regulate any of that. I think we need deregulation rather than regulation.
I mentioned earlier how in the United States, talk radio is dominated by conservatives. And there have been attempts to put together national radio programs from the left, and they inevitably fail. There is not the same demand as there is for information from the right. And that's a free market. That is free speech. And maybe 5 years ago, maybe a little longer than that, Democrats in the United States Congress were clamoring for a law that would require some sort of balance. Rather than having a free market determine what people want to hear, they wanted to determine that some of the content would be from the left and some of the content would be from the right. And you and I both know then who's going to determine what information
falls into each category. And if the government gets involved there, then essentially the government is determining what you're going to listen to on a day-to-day basis. So I think I'm in complete agreement with you. I don't want the government getting involved in trying to tell me what I can broadcast on a day-to-day basis, or Josh what he can broadcast on a day-to-day basis, or what our syndicated outlets can broadcast on a day-to-day basis. I think making sure the government stays as far away from that and let the people decide what they want to listen to, because truthfully, if they don't like my content, I'm not going to still be on the radio.
Josh?
So, yeah, I mean, I think that this notion that those of us on kind of the more nationalist and populist elements of the right that are calling for more government intervention to restore the status quo of regime media versus dissident media, we're actually just trying to restore a culture of free speech that has been swatted down and greatly diminished due to decades-long collusion between the public sector and the private sector. So I can go step by step here. So when I mentioned common carrier regulation earlier, all common carrier regulation for the big tech platforms would mean that the social media platforms, Google search, they cannot discriminate based on your Twitter algorithms or on your Google search algorithms based on your political viewpoints, your religious ideology, or discriminate based on anything that other US laws, such as the First Amendment, would prohibit you from discriminating on. When it comes to antitrust enforcement, the entire purpose of antitrust enforcement, and ideally kind of spinning off Amazon, Google, and Meta into smaller companies, would be to restore a culture of free speech. Similarly, when it comes to what I mentioned, our somewhat unique law known as Section 230, what I said is that we should actually tie this extra legal immunity provision that Congress gave the tech platforms to a First Amendment standard, which is just meaning that we should make it so that whatever you say in social media cannot be censored if it could otherwise not be censored if it was said in a public sidewalk. So all this is getting to the aim of free speech.
My question back to you once more is, even though these are very clear obstacles and difficulties, and the collusion is, I think, apparent, did social media not help your rise, by the way? I mean, could you have achieved your success without social media? I mean, you have a large following there.
Look, Twitter in particular, I mean, I've met a lot of friends on Twitter. Twitter's been good to me. I mean, I'm not sure what to say about it. Look, many of my other friends have been treated not so well on Twitter, but most importantly, I think that Twitter has assumed the role in our current discourse of a vital function that is analogous to the modern day public square. And this is the key point. This is the key point that if I want you to take away any lesson, here's what I would want you to take away. You know, back when America rebelled against the British back in the 1770s and 1780s, you know, we had this man named Thomas Paine who would run around the Philadelphia Commons with his pamphlet Common Sense, trying to stir up rebellious sentiment among the colonists. And, you know, that was the public square back then. It was these literal physical town commons. So something like the First Amendment would naturally apply to government property. What is the town square today? I mean, no one's going out in the streets of or the town square to literally pass out pamphlets. Our functional town square is social media. The problem is that under current law, our constitutional protections do not apply to private media. So that is the paradigm that we're trying to rethink here, and it is only exacerbated by this collusion between the public and the private sector that we have never seen before.
Eva, you're also very successful on social media. What's your take on this?
Well, I mean, I quite literally wouldn't be sitting here without Twitter, I think. Twitter has been a massively important platform for me. But even quite recently, a couple of months ago, I received, I think, arguably the shortest permanent ban in Twitter history from one day to the next. And mind you, this was already when Elon had purchased Twitter, so this was already under Elon's rule, so to say. I opened my Twitter account and suddenly found out that I was permanently banned without any warning, without any explanation given. And that showed me the vulnerability of that position. And thankfully, I also have made a lot of friends on Twitter. And with a Reinstate Eva campaign, thankfully, I was back within 4 hours, but I never officially heard what the reason for my suspension was. And like I said, that is a vulnerable and dangerous position to have, and we all have that in a way. If I lose my account, it's pretty much done for me. So even with Elon here now, and the EU still, you know, already threatening to fine him on the basis of, again, this Digital Service Act. If you don't know it, look it up. It's horrible. A little peek into our future, I would say. Yeah, so I don't think we can put all of our hope or solace into one individual or one platform.
Fortunately, the left, who isn't sure what a woman is, also didn't know what permanent was. So we're okay.
True.
Right. So last question for all of you. Tim, I think you said that free speech is much like a wave, where we're in kind of a valley now, but there are still hills to come and better times ahead. What do you think the steps are? And I'm asking this to each of you. What are like 3 concrete steps that should be done immediately to help increase the free speech in the Western world? 3 steps.
I think for me, probably the most important is in the world of education. And that steps away from broadcasting or steps away from social media. But we just published a piece today in the Washington Times about the commencement speakers. It's graduation time. And if you go to colleges all over the United States, you will find politicians and bureaucrats from the left. You will find nearly no one from the right, because the educational system is set up to try to influence young adults. My son is in college now. But that goes back into primary school now. They have certain things that are allowed or not allowed. If you wore an Obama t-shirt, you were perfectly fine. If you wore a MAGA hat, M-A-G-A, Make America Great Again, they were afraid that would offend someone. Now, if you live in the United States of America, I'm not sure why you would be offended because you would like to make the country great again. But the rules were very different depending on what side of the spectrum you were on. And you now have arguments. It's controversial in the state of Florida because the governor and the state legislature has passed a rule that says they don't want to teach kindergarten, 5-year-olds, about lesbian, gay, transgender. That's controversial, that they're not going to have instruction on gay sex to kids that are 5 and 6 and 7 years old. So I think the number one thing is we're indoctrinating people so that by the time they're Ava's age, certainly by the time they're my age, then they're going to be so far down the road into being indoctrinated that they don't even realize what they've given up. So I think that's an essential element, is make sure we take back that educational element.
Ava?
Well, we have to understand that the battlefield is our mind. So we have to stop doing their work for them and not censor ourselves before they do it to us. So the one thing that I would say that we have to do in order to fight this is to keep saying the things that we know are true, but that we are afraid or nervous to say. If we already do the work for them by then shutting up and not saying what the truth is, then we've already lost. So just say those things that you're uncomfortable to say as long as you still can.
So, strongly agree with what my good friend Ava just said. Andrew Breitbart famously said, "Walk towards the fire, do not be afraid." So I think that very much encapsulates what Ava said, and I couldn't agree with that more. As far as kind of 3 concrete steps that I think we on the right could take, one would be, we haven't gotten, unfortunately, to talking about kind of alternative media, alternative social media. I think that is very, very important. We need donors, we need funders, people who are willing, people who are entrepreneurs, who are willing to start alternative media companies, who are willing to start kind of pro-free speech, pro-dissident speech social media companies. But at the same time, we cannot forsake kind of the vestigial kind of old school institutions. I work at Newsweek, which has been around for almost 100 years. That's a very old institution. I've managed to find a perch there, and to the extent that we can kind of get obviously wealthy donors or people who have made a lot of money, who kind of more or less share our views, who can take over an institution that is important, then we should pursue that as well. Elon Musk taking over Twitter is a good example, although I don't think he's actually done a great job, but that's neither here nor there, conversation for another day. But in theory, that's a good example as to how that should work. And finally, then, the various kind of policies, at least for the United States that I pointed out, I think could also kind of help restore free speech culture if successfully pursued.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ava, Tim, and Josh. Thank you very much for participating. Good talk. That's all, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Iránt erőteljesen érdeklődő emberként mondom, hogy nagyon hasznos volt ez a beszélgetés. Nagyon szépen köszönjük Dukász Magornak és beszélgető partnereinek, hogy megosztották velünk ezeket a gondolatokat. Most pedig a következő előadónk több mint 35 éve képviseli a konzervatív értékeket Belgiumban a flamand érdek politikusaként. Megpróbálom ezt kimondani flamandul is, Vlaams Belang, de ha rosszul mondtam, akkor bízom benne, hogy majd ki fog javítani engem. 2014 óta pedig az Európai Parlamentben is képviseli a konzervatív értékeket. Hölgyeim és uraim, Isten hozta Magyarországon Erolf Annemanst.
Dear friends, dear fellow warriors, let me first thank Miklós Sámtó and Matt Schlapp for inviting me here today and include me as the president of the Identity and Democracy European Political Party in this major event of cross-Atlantic cooperation of conservatives. My national party president, Tom van Grieken, who was here last year and who will speak to you through a video message, and who is representing in every possible political survey since 2019 the largest political party of what I personally call the impossible kingdom of Belgium, sends you all his warm-hearted greetings. I myself have no doubt in my mind that all my colleagues, leaders of the national delegations of the ID party, some of them here present, but all of them, all the others too, Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella for France, Matteo Salvini for Italy, Herbert Kickl for Austria, Geert Wilders for the Netherlands, Tomio Okamura from Czech Republic, André Ventura from Portugal, Boris Kolars from Slovakia, and Martin Helme from Estonia. They all send you their common encouragement for this CPAC in Budapest. We think the importance of the contacts and networking here can hardly be overestimated, as Western society and the cultural identity of Western civilization is on the verge of a very decisive choice. Either we allow them, our opponents, to push us further down the road, further on the path of their globalization and their multilateralism, or we decide to resist. And if we would decide to resist, it would not be too late, but on one condition only, and that is that we have to be united instead of divided. Starting this journey of resistance can only be useful if we do this together. The opponents, this multipolar army of new liberalism is overwhelming, but it is not too big to fail. As Patrick J. Deneen brilliantly described in his book on why liberalism failed, classic liberalism became progressivism and derailed. It empowered the state to equalize the fruits of an increasingly prosperous society while intervening more and more in the realms of church, family, and even human sexuality. Old school tyrants could only dream of such extensive capacities for surveillance and control of movement, finances, and even deeds and thoughts, like in the European Union. The liberties that liberalism had to protect, individual rights of conscience, religion, association, speech, and self-governance, are extensively compromised by the expansion of government activity into every area of life, especially in the European Union. Nearly every promise that was made by the architects and the creators of liberalism has been shattered. Hence, we are on the verge of a new era. Using the title of Deneen's more recent book, we need a regime change. Liberalism failed, thus let us, dear friends, take over. And allow me now to stress here the importance of the year 2024 that is coming up. Many of you are familiar with the story from the Greek mythology. Europe, was the daughter of Agenor, and she was an extraordinary, breathtaking beauty. When the supreme god Zeus saw her, he instantly fell in love and asked Hermes to lead her to the beaches where he knew she liked to stroll with the cattle of her father. Zeus changed himself into a wonderful and very impressive white bull that behaved so charmingly that Europe was seduced to come and sit on the bull, which swam then with her to a distant island. She realized only underway, but she was still under his enchantment. Once on the island, the bull raped Europe in a terrible way. The rest of the story can be read as set in the Greek mythology. It ended badly with another long story, the story of the Minotaur. I tell you this story to point out that Greek mythology is in fact a metaphor for what happened to the beautiful dream of cooperation between member states on the European continent. This dream was brutally raped by a mainly bureaucratic elite. As many of you know, especially our Hungarian friends do know, cooperation on the European continent is, since the so-called Treaty of Maastricht, no longer a free alliance of free nations, but has chosen the direction of a new empire under construction. Hence, my call for your attention for our elections of the next year, the elections for a new European Parliament in June. The importance of our common goal of what will happen then on the European continent is key to the future of us all. Because what we need first and foremost to save for the free West in this third millennium is democracy, simply because democracy on the continent is on its deathbed. I sincerely think that decline in democracy is in a symbolic way most clearly visible in the epicenter of where multiculturalism experiences one of its most outspoken expressions, namely the European Union, and more specifically in the hemisphere of the European Parliament. I call it the Brexit paradox. Those who thought, and I was one of them, that the centralizing strategy of the so-called European Union would slow down after the Brexit shock saw how instead the European Union, with severe fanatism, speeded up forwards towards the creation of a European empire. I will not go as far as the beloved Boris Johnson in his enthusiastic biography of his idol Winston Churchill. Johnson called, describing the plans of the Nazi Germany with Europe, the whole project, I quote, a sinister edition of the European Union, end of quote. But the progressive EU agenda of new liberalism has been in the last few years expanded in very extremist ways, mainly on the basis of the climate religion and pushed through by a majority that basically is a mixed bag of communists, Greens, socialists, so-called liberals, and unfortunately also progressive Christian Democrats. The next European Parliament will not only decide upon Hungary's future, but upon the future of the entire continent. Will this continent end in slavery and in a big brotherish brave new world, or will we in 2024 prevail? The answer is ours, my friends. Let us act together, stand united, and change the regime. Thank you.
Hello, my Hungarian friends. My name is Eduardo Bolsonaro. I'm a lawyer, federal police officer, and nowadays a federal congressman. I'm also the son of the President Jair Bolsonaro. First of all, I apologize for not attending in person, but I have been appointed by my party to be a member of an important parliamentary investigation committee. In this brief message, I would like to tell you that the distance between Brazil and Hungary is merely territorial, as our thoughts unite us. The demonization that they make of your excellent Prime Minister Viktor Orban is the same as they make of my father Jair Bolsonaro and my family. All just because we do not surrender to the narratives and lies of the left that does everything to take the power, having even killed more than 100 million people in just one century where it passed. That's more than all of the pandemics, hurricanes, earthquakes, natural disasters, and wars ever recorded in the human history combined. Even the assassination attempt that my father suffered during the 2018 election campaign was made by a former member of the Socialism and Freedom Party who stabbed 6 inches into my father's belly and nearly killed him. The videos are on the internet for anyone who wants to see. About communism, I even have a bill in the Congress that criminalizes Nazism and communism, which proposally I presented in September 1st, mentioning the double invasion of the Poland on September 1st of 1939, which marked the official beginning of the World War II. As a people that not only lived through the Second World War, but also experienced a left-wing dictatorship, know that the Hungarian people are an example for the free world. I subtitled by my own the Viktor Orban's speech at CPACHungary in 2022 into Portuguese, and I presented at CPAC Brazil last year the presentation Hungary, Example for the World. It was a copy and paste of Viktor Orban's speech exposing 12 points of success in the fight against communism. The left, realizing that we are increasingly connected and going to the root of the problem created mainly by the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci and the theorists of the Frankfurt School such as Max Horkheim, Theodor Adorno and Herbert Marcuse, passing through the American Saul Alinsky and here in Brazil by Paulo Freire, the left tries to separate us, to isolate us. For that, they curse us with everything. Nazist, fascist, racist, or even create words like homophobic. It matters little that, for example, President Bolsonaro reduced murders in Brazil by 1/3, certainly including blacks and gays, or even that they made this access to firearms more flexible so that even minorities could exercise self-defense. The hateful and intolerant leftists want power. It doesn't matter the reality they live. I could also talk about how Brazil with President Bolsonaro privatized large state-owned companies by reducing corruption and making these companies target profit records just by appointing good and non-corrupt managers to manage them. For the first time in history, Brazil had lower inflation than the United States and Germany. But this is for a later conversation. Hungary and Brazil are not alone in this fight. We have friends in Portugal, Spain, Italy, United States, Argentina, Chile, Peru, Mexico, Uruguay, Paraguay, and several other countries. Because what we want is just to have a normal life, spend Christmas with the family, have a job, freedom to seek happiness, while the left want to control us and destroy everything we love. You can be sure that it's not an easy fight, but the other path, which would be to live accepting dictatorial orders and living in disagreement with what we believe, is not an option. So let's fight back, but united, always remembering a phrase attributed to Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of America. The price of the freedom is the eternal vigilance. Thank you very much, Michaelos, for this opportunity, and once again I apologize to don't be again in the wonderful Budapest with you. And I always have to thank from ACU, Matt and Mercedes Lab, this beautiful couple that provide to us all of these great connections where we learn with each other. Thank you very, very much from the deep of my heart. God bless you all, my friends. Hope to see you soon.
Most következő előadónkkal többször is volt szerencsém már interjút készíteni. Képzeljék el, hogy ő az az ember, aki egy adott napon belül több országban is képes megfordulni. Nem viccelek, lehet, hogy Szófiában ébred, aztán már Szingapurban vacsorázik, és már indul is tovább Isztambulba, szóval kevesen bírják azt a tempót, amit a sportos, fáradhatatlan politikus külügyminiszterként diktál. Szinte állandóan úton van, hogy Magyarország érdekeit képviselje, rajong a hazájáért. És ha ez még nem lenne elég, kellő mennyiségű humorral és kemény munkával rendszeresen helyreigazítja a nyugati balliberális médiamunkásokat. Megtiszteltetés, hogy felkonferálhatom, hölgyeim és uraim, a CPACHungary színpadán Szijjártó Péter, Magyarország külügyminisztere.
Jó napot kívánok! Jó napot kívánok! Good afternoon to all of you! Nagyon szépen köszönöm a megtisztelő fogadtatást. Miklósnak komoly szervező munkája lehetett benne. Köszönöm, rendes vagy. Érdemeimen felül van. Nagy tisztelettel köszöntök mindenkit. Miklós, köszönöm szépen, hogy az idei esztendőben is lehetőséget biztosítotok nekem arra, hogy itt a CPAC-en a közönség elé állhassak. Szép számmal nem csak, hogy meghívtatok külföldi vendégeket, hanem ők el is fogadták a meghívásotokat, ami mutatja a CPACHungary létjogosultságát, amihez gratulálok nektek. Hogy azok a vendégek, akik elfogadták a meghívást erre a rendezvényre, azok egy közepes méretű, szárazföld által körülölelt közép-európai országba jöttek, ahol kicsit több mint 90 000 négyzetkilométeren, kicsit kevesebb, mint 10 millióan élünk. Úgy, hogy az elmúlt években, mondhatnám most már azt is, hogy több mint egy évtizede, a nemzetközi liberális mainstream elementáris és koncentrált támadásával nézünk szembe nap mint nap. De dacára ennek a folyamatos, koncentrált és elementáris támadás sorozatnak mi még mindig itt vagyunk, és túl azon, hogy itt vagyunk, sikeresek is vagyunk, és ez annak a jogos igénynek ad táptalajt, hogy adjunk választ arra a kérdésre, hogy mégis ez hogyan lehetséges. Hát ez úgy lehetséges, kedves barátaim, hogy mi itt Magyarországon minden nyomásgyakorlás ellenére megőriztük a szuverenitásunkat. Minden válságból erősebben jöttünk ki, mint ahogyan belementünk. És ez is felveti a kérdést, hogy mégis hogyan sikerülhetett. Hát úgy, hogy mi soha nem vettük figyelembe a nemzetközi liberális mainstream diktátumait, soha nem a nemzetközi liberális mainstream elvárásai alapján állítottuk össze a válaszainkat a válságokra, minden egyes esetben ragaszkodtunk a szuverenitásunkhoz, minden nehéz kérdésre magyar választ adtunk, és minden magyar válasz a magyar érdekek alapján jött létre. Mert kedves barátaim, emlékezzünk csak rá, hogy is volt ez a globális pénzügyi válság idején. Hatalmas volt rajtunk a nyomás, de mi hazaküldtük az IMF-et. A progresszív adót megszüntettük, bevezettük a flat tax-et, munkaalapú társadalmat kezdtünk építeni, és elértük, hogy ma minden magyar, aki dolgozni akar, az tud is. Hogy volt ez a migrációs válságkor? Miközben hatalmas nyomást raktak ránk annak érdekében, hogy mindenkit engedjünk be válogatás nélkül, elvárták tőlünk, hogy tűrjük el, hogy megsértik mindenfajta jogalap nélkül a határainkat, elvárták tőlünk, hogy tűrjük el, hogy akik idejöttek erőszakkal, azok mindenfajta tisztelet nélkül viszonyuljanak hozzánk, a közösségeinkhez, az életünkhöz, a szabályainkhoz. Elvárták tőlünk, hogy eltűrjük, hogy elfoglalják a közterületeinket, és elvárták tőlünk azt is, hogy elnézzük, hogy terroristák bújhatnak meg az illegális migrációs hullámokban. Mi mit tettünk? Nem engedtünk a nemzetközi liberális mainstream diktátumainak, szuverén döntést hoztunk, kerítést építettünk, megszerveztük a határvédelmet, megvédtük a határunkat, elgáncsoltuk a kötelező letelepítési kvótát, és Magyarország magyar ország maradt. De hogy volt ez? Hogy volt ez a világjárvány alatt? A nemzetközi liberális mainstream azt akarta, hogy mi az emberek életének megmentéséből ideológiai kérdést csináljunk. Nem tettünk, nem engedtünk nekik, amíg Brüsszelből SMS-ben alkudoztak a vakcinák megszerzéséről, nem csoda, hogy késtek, addig mi valódi oltóanyagot vásároltunk, megmentettük az emberek életét, és elsőként tudtuk újra nyitni Magyarországot. És hogy volt ez a világjárvány nyomán előállt világgazdasági válságkor? Mindenki azt akarta, hogy fogadjuk el, hogy úgyis tömeges lesz a munkanélküliség, úgyis el fogják veszíteni a munkájukat az emberek, de mi ezt nem fogadtuk el. Minden idők egyik legnagyobb beruházás támogatási programját raktuk össze, szuverén módon, nemzeti alapon, és a világjárvány után többen dolgoztak Magyarországon, mint előtte. És hogy van ez most, kedves barátaim, hogy van ez most, amikor háború van a szomszédban? Hát ez úgy van, hogy a transatlanti világ háborús pszichózisban szenved. Úgy van ez, hogy a háborús retorika sokkal hangosabb, mint a béke hangja. És aki a béke mellett szólal meg, az a nemzetközi liberális mainstream megbélyegzései közül 3-ból választhat. Vagy orosz kém, vagy Putyin barátja, vagy a Kreml propagandistája. Ebből a 3 megbélyegzésből lehet választani. És közben mi történik? Brüsszel a háborúra adott válaszaival tönkreteszi Európát, tönkreteszi az európai gazdaságot. Mert mi történik Amerikában? Elfogadták az infláció csökkentéséről szóló törvényt, amely egy olyan jogszabály, amely jó minden amerikai vállalatnak. Mi történt Európában? 10 szankciós csomagot fogadtak el Brüsszelben, amely rossz minden európai vállalatnak. Tehát miközben olyan válaszok születtek, ami jó az amerikai vállalatoknak, olyan válaszok születtek, ami rossz az európai vállalatoknak. Milyen európai versenyképességről beszélhetünk így a jövőben? Ugye mi normális emberek úgy vagyunk, hogyha 10-szer kudarccal szembesülünk valamilyen cselekedetünk nyomán, 11-szer ugyanazt már valószínűleg nem követjük el. De Brüsszelben nem úgy gondolkodnak, mint a normális emberek. Ott úgy gondolkodnak, hogyha valamit 10-szer elrontottak, akkor nekifutnak 11-szer is, hát ha még nagyobb lesz a baj. És most ez történik, a 11. szankciós csomagról tárgyalnak Brüsszelben. És miközben, kedves barátaim, a szomszédunkban itt háború dúl, aközben az európai szintéren megindult egy harc. Megindult ugyanis egy progresszív nyomulás a külpolitika terén. Mi is a progresszív külpolitika? A progresszív külpolitika azt jelenti, hogy megsemmisítik a szuverén nemzeti külpolitikákat. És hogy mennyire akut ez a veszély, kedves barátaim, azt mutatja az a tény, hogy a tegnapi napon létre is jött ennek a progresszív külpolitikai nyomulásnak az első struktúrája, az első látható szervezete. 9 ország hozta létre azt a csoportot tegnap, amelynek deklarált célja, hogy az egyhangúságot kivezessék az európai külpolitikai döntéshozatalból, jöjjön a többség dönt elve, ami természetesen nem mást jelent, mint hogy a nemzeti érdekeknek annyi. Nos, kedves barátaim, ezt a progresszív külpolitikai harcot nem más indította meg, mint Németország. Az a német külpolitika, amely teljes mértékben elvesztette a stabilitását. Az a német külpolitika, amely minden tisztelettel a kolléganő iránt kiszámíthatatlanná, összevisszává és átláthatatlanná vált. Mert emlékezzünk csak, mit mondtak a németek a háború kitörését követően. Itt semmilyen fegyverszállítás nem lesz. Emlékeznek, a sisakokig merészkedtek. Ehhez képest most már nem csak, hogy szorgalmazzák a legmodernebb nehéz fegyverzet szállítását, hanem abban tevékenyen, tevőlegesen részt is vesznek. Emlékezzenek, mit mondtak? Nem lehet szankciót kivetni az energiahordozókra, sem a földgázra, sem a kőolajra. Ehhez képest mára az Európai Unió önsorsrontó módon Európát egy energiaellátási válságba taszítva mind a kőolaj, mind a földgáz szállításokra szankciókat vetett ki. Még szerencse, hogy mi kiharcoltuk magunknak a kivételt, zárójelbe teszem hozzá, nemzeti alapon szerveződő szuverén külpolitika. És mit mondtak? És mit mondtak a nukleáris energiáról? Na, hogy ilyen szankciók biztosan nem lehetnek. Ehhez képest most ők maguk fejtenek ki nyomást az Európai Bizottságra annak érdekében, hogy az kezdeményezzen szankciókat Magyarország nukleáris ipara ellen. Kiszámíthatatlan, veszélyes német külpolitika. Azonban, kedves barátaim, azt kell mondjam, hogy hiába várják, vagy hogy még konkrétabb legyek, senki ne várja, mert senki nem is várhatja, hogy mi majd alávetjük magunkat ennek a kiszámíthatatlan, progresszív, németek által vezetett külpolitikának. Nem fogjuk. Miért is tennénk, kedves barátaim, miért vetnénk magunkat alá mindennek? Azt tudom mondani nektek, önöknek, arról szeretnélek biztosítani titeket, önöket, hogy a magyar külpolitika az magyar külpolitika marad. Magyar külpolitika marad, szuverén külpolitika marad, a döntéseket itt Budapesten fogjuk meghozni, és ezek a döntések a jövőben is kizárólag nemzeti érdekeket fognak szolgálni. El kell mondjam nektek, el kell mondjam nektek azt is, hogy mi készen állunk a harcra a progresszív külpolitikával szemben. Mert emlékezzünk, mi legyőztük a nemzetközi liberális mainstream nyomását akkor, amikor a gazdasági válságot kellett kezelni. Legyőztük a nemzetközi progresszív liberális mainstream nyomását akkor is, amikor kívül kellett tartani a migránsokat. Legyőztük őket akkor is, amikor emberéleteket kellett menteni, és most is helytállunk a háborús propagandával szemben. És ezt a küzdelmet, ezt a harcot is meg fogjuk nyerni a harcot a progresszív külpolitikával szemben, nem adjuk fel Magyarország szuverenitását, nem adjuk fel a magyar szuverén külpolitikát. Ebben kérem a segítségeteket, ebben kérem a támogatásotokat, amely az elmúlt években is nagyon komoly támaszt jelentett mindannyiunk számára. Köszönöm szépen a meghívást, köszönöm, hogy itt lehettem.
Sehr geschätzte Organisatoren der Konferenz CPACHungary, liebe patriotische Mitstreiter aus aller Welt. Die Republik Ungarn und meine Heimat Österreich sind verbunden durch eine gemeinsame Grenze, aber mehr noch durch eine gemeinsame Geschichte. Die Donau als Lebensader verbindet unsere Hauptstädte Wien und Budapest miteinander. Ungarn und Österreich sind in Europa mit jeweils knapp an die 10 Millionen Einwohner eher kleine Länder. Umso wichtiger ist es daher, gegenüber den Großen unsere Interessen zu verteidigen, die Interessen unserer Bürger und unsere nationale Souveränität. Genau das tut Ungarn und Viktor Orbán und ist damit ein Vorbild für viele in Europa, für viele Bürger und für die Politiker, denen die Anliegen ihrer Bürger noch etwas bedeuten. Wir sind beide Mitglied der Europäischen Union, eines Zusammenschlusses, dessen wichtigstes Ziel das gemeinsame wirtschaftliche Fortkommen der europäischen Staaten war. Ein Europa der Vaterländer, das sollte die EU sein, das hat man uns versprochen. Aber man hat dieses Versprechen nicht gehalten. Wir finden uns heute in einer Union, die souveräne Vaterländer nicht mehr akzeptiert und auch selbst für niemanden ein Vaterland sein will, sein kann und auch nicht sein darf. Denn die Europäer sind und bleiben Spanier und Franzosen, Deutsche, Schweden, Italiener, Griechen, Polen, Rumänen, Ungarn, Österreicher und so weiter. alle sind sie keine Untertanen einer EU-Regierung. Die Administration in Brüssel ist eine Scheinregierung ohne Volk. Sie ist eine abgehobene Elite, der die Bürger der europäischen Vaterländer schon lange nichts mehr bedeuten. Die EU-Kommission mit Frau von der Leyen an der Spitze gefällt sich als eine Art selbsternannte Elite. Sie musste sich nie gegenüber dem Volk rechtfertigen. So wie viele andere internationale Organisationen ohne jede Legitimation versucht die EU, die Bürger aber zu lenken und zu steuern. Die Globalisten in Politik, Wirtschaft und Medien sind die einzigen Verbündeten dieses abgehobenen Eurokratenzirkels. In der Weltgesundheitsorganisation und im World Economic Forum sitzen die Freunde der Eurokraten. Dort, wo die Milliardäre von Gates bis Soros ein- und ausgehen und mit ihrem Geld versuchen, die Politik zu steuern und abhängig zu machen, damit sie ihre Pläne umsetzt. Der Globalismus will keine nationale Souveränität und er will keine persönliche Individualität. Was er will, ist Gleichmacherei unter den Staaten und Gleichmacherei unter den Menschen. Und die EU-Kommission in Brüssel ist eines seiner lautesten Sprachrohre. Je mehr der Globalismus um sich greift, umso mehr verkommt alles zu einem Einheitsbrei. Das ist das Ziel der Eliten. Eine Entwurzelung des Einzelnen und eine Entwurzelung der Völker. Wundern Sie sich auch darüber, wie schnell jedes Mal eine von oben verordnete Einheitsmeinung als einzig erlaubte Antwort feststeht, wenn es auf der Welt völlig neue Entwicklungen zu beantworten gibt? Haben Sie sich auch gewundert, wie schnell bei der Bekämpfung des Coronavirus alle mächtigen Akteure in dieselbe Richtung gerudert sind und wie brutal Kritiker unterdrückt und ausgegrenzt wurden? Haben Sie sich auch gewundert, wie schnell sich in Europa alle darüber einig waren, wie auf den Krieg in der Ukraine zu reagieren ist und wie schnell alle Kräfte, die sich für Frieden einsetzen, als Putin-Versteher beschimpft wurden? Das Dogma der angeblichen Alternativlosigkeit ist das zentrale Steuerungsvehikel der Mächtigen. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, dass sich nicht zum ersten Mal Patrioten aus aller Welt ausgerechnet in Ungarn versammeln, ist alles andere als ein Zufall. Ungarn ist ein Hort der nationalen Selbstbestimmung und des Widerstands gegen den globalistischen Zugriff aus Brüssel. Ungarn stemmt sich als NATO-Mitglied gegen die kriegslüsterne Sanktionspolitik der EU und setzt sich für Frieden zwischen Russland und der Ukraine ein. Eine Position, zu der die Regierung des neutralen Österreich vor lauter EU-Hörigkeit nicht mehr fähig ist. Ungarn stemmt sich aber auch gegen die Masseneinwanderung, mit der Europa seit 2015 in einem katastrophalen Ausmaß konfrontiert ist. Eine Massenzuwanderung, die von kriminellen Schleppern organisiert und als Flucht vor Verfolgung getarnt wird. Die EU ist nicht willens und in der Lage, die Grenzen Europas vor diesen Eindringlingen zu schützen, ganz im Gegenteil. Sie schützt die Eindringlinge davor, wieder in ihre Heimat abgeschoben zu werden, wenn sie, wie die allermeisten, keinen Grund für Asyl vorweisen können. Sie schützt sie mit absichtlich schlechten Gesetzen und mit Urteilen europäischer Höchstgerichte, die nur noch fassungslos machen. Diese Gerichte kümmern sich nur noch um die angeblichen Rechte der Eingewanderten, das Recht der europäischen Völker auf Heimat aber treten sie mit Füßen. Es macht einen immensen Unterschied, ob man sich diesem Versagen der EU-Politik einfach unterwirft oder ob man Widerstand leistet. Dieser Unterschied bedeutet in Zahlen 112.272 zu 45. 112.272, das ist die Zahl der im Jahr 2022 in Österreich gestellten Asylanträge. 45, das ist die Zahl der im selben Jahr 2022 in Ungarn gestellten Asylanträge. Das ist der Unterschied zwischen einer stolzen Festung und einem Zuwanderungsmagneten mit aufgespannter sozialer Hängematte. Der Unterschied zwischen einem österreichischen Regierungschef Nehammer, der seine nationalen Möglichkeiten nicht nutzt und Verantwortung abschiebt, und einem Macher an der Spitze des Staates namens Viktor Orbán. Ich sage daher, die EU muss von Ungarn lernen. Aber weil das nicht zu erwarten ist, sollten die anderen Mitgliedstaaten von Ungarn lernen. Ich stehe dafür, dass auch Österreich zur Festung wird. Denn eine Festung steht für Sicherheit, für Schutz und Geborgenheit all derer, die sich in ihr befinden. Das ist es, was die Politik den Bürgern zu geben hat. Wir brauchen in Europa viele Festungen. Nur so kann auch Europa als Ganzes zur Festung werden. Eine solche Festung ist kein Selbstzweck. Wir müssen auch wissen, was wir beschützen wollen. Wir wollen darin unsere Werte und unsere Traditionen schützen, für die wir als Gesellschaft einstehen, die schon unsere Vorfahren und auch wir selbst gemeinsam erarbeitet haben und die wir für die Zukunft erhalten wollen, für die, die nach uns kommen. Wir wollen unsere politischen Werte schützen, die Demokratie, die Rechtsstaatlichkeit, die Grund- und Freiheitsrechte. Diese Werte verteidigen wir im Inneren gegen all jene, die Krisen als Vorwand nehmen, um sich darüber hinwegzusetzen. Wir sind aber auch bereit, sie nach außen zu verteidigen, gegen Einwanderer aus fernen Kulturen, die diese Werte nicht kennen und auch keine Bereitschaft haben, sich an uns und unsere Werte anzupassen. Und genau so wollen wir unsere gesellschaftlichen Konventionen und Traditionen erhalten und verteidigen. Die Art, wie wir zusammenleben in unseren Familien, die als Keimzellen unserer Gesellschaft selbstverständlich eine privilegierte Stellung gegenüber anderen Formen des Zusammenlebens haben müssen. Die Art, wie wir unsere Sprache benutzen, ohne ständig sogenannte Geschlechter zu erwähnen, die es in Wirklichkeit ja gar nicht gibt. Und dazu gehört es auch, den Wohlstand in Anspruch zu nehmen, den man sich erarbeitet hat, ohne dabei in Angst vor Kriminalität oder vor wirtschaftlichen Krisen leben zu müssen, die oft nur Folgen des politischen Versagens sind. Wovon ich hier spreche, sowohl in gesellschaftlicher als auch in wirtschaftlicher und kultureller Hinsicht, das ist Normalität. Und die Menschen, die das wollen und das von der Politik erwarten, das ist die Mitte der Gesellschaft und nicht ihr radikaler Rand. Normalität ist der Überbegriff für all das, was sich die Bürger zurückwünschen, gerade angesichts der vielen Krisen und Katastrophen, die in den letzten Jahren über sie hereingebrochen sind. Sicherheit, Wohlstand, Familie, Identität und Selbstbestimmung und nicht zuletzt Normalität, das sind die Werte, die wir in unseren Festungen schützen und verteidigen müssen. Vielen Dank und viel Erfolg Ihnen allen in unserem gemeinsamen Kampf gegen Globalismus und Gleichmacherei, für die Werte und für die Würde unserer Bürger, Völker und Nationen. United we stand.
Kedves vendégeink, most pedig kávészünet következik, 15 perc múlva folytatódik a CPACHungary olyan fontos témákkal, mint például a Vogue. Várjuk Önöket vissza! Szeretettel köszöntünk mindenkit a kávészünet után. Steffi, hogyha megengeded, én egy személyes és alapvetően eléggé idegesítő történettel kezdeném meg ezt a beszélgetést.
Parancsolj!
Azzal, hogy hát én édesapa is vagyok. Tehát van egy 4 éves kisfiam, és egy 4 éves kisfiú ugye már abban a korban van, aki gyakran néz meséket is. És képzeld el, az manapság egy gyakori jelenség, hogy akár 4 éveseknek szóló mesékbe is a gender propaganda folyamatosan próbál becsempészni olyan dolgokat, amiket nem biztos, hogy egy 4 éves gyereknek látnia kellene. Borzasztóan idegesítő.
Biztos, hogy nem. Biztos, hogy nem kellene látnia egy 4 éves gyereknek ilyet. Igen, és hát pedig lássuk be, hogy a valóságban, amiről beszélsz, ugye ez a woke idealizmus, videológia tulajdonképpen, ez igazából sehova sem vezet, csak ugye rombol. És én teljesen egyetértek veled, de azt gondolom, hogy egyébként most következő felszólalónk is, előadónk, aki feleségével együtt 4 gyermeket nevel. Az alabamai republikánus képviselőről van szó, aki óvatosságra int a tengeren túlon az egyre aggasztóbb méreteket öltő gender ideológiával szemben. Következzen az igazi lokál patrióta Barry Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hungary is a shining example for all of us who share 3 priorities: God, country, and family. America was actually built on these same priorities. Tragically, many proud democratic nations around the world, including our own, are now in a struggle for survival against the radical leftists hell-bent on eradicating these foundational values. They want to replace timeless truths with woke policies that destroy freedom, family, and faith. And they weaponize institutional power against anyone who stands in their way. These radical leftists reject the values of the American founders, the ones that they had in mind when they gathered nearly 250 years ago to write our Constitution. The values that make America truly great: freedom, self-determination, and national sovereignty. Hungarians have fought for these values for the last 500 years. Lord willing, we will be fighting together as freedom-loving patriots for the next 500 years. Because no matter how they try to cancel us, to ridicule us, and to demand that we bow to their false god of government, we will never back down. I hear this when I travel across my district in Alabama to learn more about the issues that my constituents are most concerned about. It's not skyrocketing price of fuel or food or even paying higher tax rates. Even though they justifiably blame President Biden for these policy failures, their biggest concern is the weaponization of government against the American people and our own values. They see the weaponization of the American justice system against President Trump. And they think, if they'll do that to him, what on earth would they do to me? They see conservative opinions being censored by big tech. They see girls being forced to allow biological boys in the locker rooms and in competitive sports. And they see their elected leaders cowering in fear to this woke mob. But in the midst of the darkness, they also see flashes of hope. In small acts of resistance, when a young female swimmer speaks out against radical trans agenda, or when a coworker refuses to mandate their pronouns in their bio, or when we fill a Patriots Hall in Budapest. We have the truth on our side, and we will never be silenced. To fight back against tyranny and woke ideas, I joined Chairman Jim Jordan and House Judiciary Committee just this year. Through this committee, we're investigating the woke policies that are hurting women, families, and the most vulnerable citizens amongst us. For example, we're fighting back against woke open border policies that put women and children in grave danger for allowing them to be exploited by drug and human traffickers. We're standing up for female athletes who have lost opportunities, including scholarships and prize money, because they were forced to compete against biological men. I know sometimes it feels like we're fighting an unending, increasingly ridiculous tide of radical ideas. But we have one weapon in our arsenal, my friend, that the left does not. That's the truth. It's not your truth. It's not my truth. It is the truth. Because the Bible promised, the truth shall make you free. Let me repeat that. The Bible promised, the truth shall make you free. Like Daniel in Babylon, he stood in truth. He held fast to his convictions. He was under some intense pressure, with a corrupt government and officials coming after him. Does that sound kind of familiar? The radical left tries to scare us into self-censoring, not speaking the truth, stating the facts like there are two genders, men can't have babies. You know, in some countries, that'll get you labeled as a bigot, guys. In other countries, that'll get you put in jail. But we must never cave to the temptation to self-censor. We have to be behind the leaders in politics, the media and science and academia who are attacked during this because they're going against the tide. When they're attacked, we've got to stand with them, and they risk being canceled, but we got to do what we're called to do. We have to support them. We have to speak out for them. We have to tell others about them, and most importantly, we have to pray for them. This is perhaps the most radical act of rebellion against tyranny on the left. Let me say this, because at its core, I believe that this is not a political battle. I really don't believe it's between the left and the right, or Democrats and Republicans in America. This is a spiritual battle. This is good versus evil, right versus wrong. This is light against darkness. We must be on our knees before God so we can stand solid on our feet as citizens and leaders with our eyes straight ahead to face this battle. For ourselves, for our children, for our countries, and even for the world. No matter, again, the personal cost. I love this year's CPAC theme, and thank you for having me. United we stand. Because I believe conservatives across the world need to come together to preserve our priorities, which is God, country, and of course, family. Hungary is a standard bearer in this fight. They're bearing the standard. They fight against socialism and communism. And it has been a privilege to speak with many of you and hear your own stories. As President Trump said in his video address last year to CPAC, I believe the best is yet to come. His leadership provides hope to many, many across the world, as does the leadership of our Prime Minister Obama. But if we want to be the best, we must unite in fighting it. We must come together. As Ronald Reagan said, one of my wife's favorite presidents, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. It is my prayer that we will continue to unite against woke, weaponized ideologies that threaten our families and our freedom. May God bless you all. May God bless Hungary, and may God bless America. Thank you.
We'd like to thank CPACHungary, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, for inviting me to give a short address here. We'd love to be there in person, but I had a very special guest, Bishop Schneider from Eurasia was here for a couple of days, and we hosted him here in the United States, a very important event for us in this fight for religious freedom and to make sure that we're at the forefront of supporting all the traditional Catholic efforts in our nation and throughout the world. Also want to thank Viktor Orban for coming to Dallas to the CPAC Texas in 2022 in the summer. Quite an inspiration, and I really want to make sure that people know, we've got Jack Posobiec there, we have Carrie Lake, you have many people that Matt and Mercedes have brought over at the cutting edge of the populist nationalist movement in our country and hopefully leadership throughout the world. But I want to talk for a second the leadership of Hungary, and particularly Viktor Orban, in three areas: the great fight against George Soros, this whole issue of stopping invasion of the country, of this illegal immigration, and the sensible approach to the Ukraine war. First off, it's incredible the efforts you've done to stop Soros from taking over and destroying your country. In the United States, he's had a tremendous impact. Anarchy and chaos in many of our cities are directly tied to the attorney generals and district attorneys he's put in. He's in many, many programs. He's, quite frankly, a monster. And we're fighting him and his son on virtually every front. We really want to thank Viktor Orban and the people of Hungary for taking up that fight and being at the lead of it. Also, an invasion, you showed the world how it could be done by putting up a fence and digging in and saying, hey, we're not going to let our country be overrun. We're not going to lose our culture, our civilization, our society. It's been an inspiration throughout the world. Right now we have an invasion on our southern border. At the end of the Biden regime, there'll be 15 million illegal aliens in the United States. This is unprecedented in our history, and I think we look to Hungary and to Viktor Orban and what you folks have done as kind of a guide of what must be done in this country. And at the same time, you've been very charitable and philanthropic in allowing Ukraine war refugees in. So it shows that it can be done. And it must be done. And we want to thank you for your inspiration as we now have this fight to stop the invasion in our country and to really reclaim our sovereignty. The last part is the very common sense and humanitarian way that you have put forward this opposition to the continuation of the Ukraine war. I take a much harder line. We're absolutely adamantly opposed to any more U.S. funding of this proxy war with the Russians. We think it's heading into very dangerous territory, that the border dispute on the eastern Russian-speaking border of Ukraine between two Slavic entities is not in the vital national security interests of the United States, like our southern border or like Taiwan. And we want a full 100% cutoff of all funds. Now, I realize other people oppose that, particularly people here in the United States, even the Republican Party. But I think Viktor Orban and Hungary have led the way about how we must have a de-escalation, not an escalation. The globalist powers, particularly in the United States and in NATO and in Davos, want to escalate this conflict and really have it metastasize into a third world war. That must be stopped. So sorry I can't be there in person. We're there in spirit. Want to thank CPAC for doing this again, and particularly want to thank the Hungarian people and Viktor Orban for showing leadership about what nationalism, the positive nature of nationalism, and what it means to stand up for your sovereignty and to make sure that you keep your country and you pass it on and bequeath it to future generations. Proud to be part of this program, proud to know Viktor Orban, and proud to be allied with the Hungarian people. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome, CPACHungary. I wish I could be with you to welcome so many international conservatives that are coming to address your group. But as we look to defend God, country, and family, we know that that battle is one that must be won and can be won if we work together. The Hungarian people and the conservatives in the United States look to not only foster that relationship, but allow it to build and grow. As we look at the family values that continue to come under attack, whether it's from the progressive woke left here in the United States or the European Union in your neck of the woods, it is time that we have to stand shoulder to shoulder to make sure that those family values not only don't get erased, but they're part of our culture of winning for the freedom-loving generations to come. I want to thank you once again for your boldness, for your willingness to stand strong, and for the Hungarian people, many of whom are not only a beacon of freedom in your area of the European Union, but they're also a symbol of what is right and good as we fight for our future. Thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless your conference.
Még csak 27 éves, de már most komoly politikai karrier áll mögötte. 2012-ben 16 évesen csatlakozott Marine Le Pen pártjához, amelynek jelenleg az alelnöke. 2019 óta európai parlamenti képviselő. Hevesen ellenzi az illegális migrációt, és hazája iszlamizálódása ellen is küzd. Jól ismeri ezeket a problémákat, hiszen Párizs egyik legszegényebb külkerületében nőtt fel, ahol a legnagyobb arányban élnek bevándorlók. Következzen Jordan Bardella.
Dear members, dear friends, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here for the new edition of the CPAC, to be in Budapest with all of the patriot movement from Europe and from the world. If you allow myself, I will express now in French. Je tiens à saluer amicalement l'ensemble des participants de ce CPAC et à remercier ses organisateurs. Merci tout particulièrement à toi, mon cher Miklos. Merci au parti du Fidesz, qui représente ici comme à Bruxelles un vent de liberté et d'insoumission si européen. J'ai eu l'honneur de rencontrer son président, Monsieur le Premier ministre Viktor Orban, qui porte la voix d'une nation européenne libre, qui défend son identité avec fierté et fidélité. Une voix par ailleurs incarnée par la présidente de la République de Hongrie, Katalin Novák, avec qui j'ai eu la chance d'échanger et qui nous a honorés de sa présence hier soir. Très chers amis, le réveil en cours des peuples d'Europe et du monde nécessite cette coordination internationale et je suis très heureux de représenter aujourd'hui le Rassemblement national, premier parti d'opposition au président Emmanuel Macron et très certainement, nous y travaillons, le prochain parti présidentiel de France. Il y a un an, ici même, j'avais évoqué les 3 grands défis qui se posent à l'Europe au XXIe siècle, la démographie et les vagues d'immigration qui bouleversent nos sociétés, l'écologie et la protection de l'environnement, et enfin les enjeux posés par l'intelligence artificielle, dont les récents développements d'outils comme ChatGPT ont montré la force de cette révolution technologique en cours. Aujourd'hui, c'est une nouvelle menace qui pèse sur les sociétés occidentales que je souhaiterais aborder devant vous, l'offensive woke et l'idéologie périlleuse de la cancel culture. Au nom de la justice et de l'égalité, cette offensive woke auquel font face les pays occidentaux qui prétendent déconstruire la société pour en révéler les prétendues discriminations et oppressions. En vérité, derrière cet objectif, le wokisme est en train d'instaurer partout une ère du soupçon généralisé. Le wokisme a retourné le scepticisme des Occidentaux, il fait le procès hystérique de nos traditions, de nos repères, il attaque avec férocité la famille, l'autorité, les différences biologiques, la complémentarité des sexes, la science, les identités nationales et plus que tout, la raison occidentale. En prétendant éveiller nos sociétés et lutter contre les discriminations, l'idéologie woke en crée de nouvelles. Elle prépare l'avènement d'une société de suspicion et d'oppression, une société de la défiance et de la violence. À l'heure où le monde vit de grandes transitions qui engagent l'avenir de notre humanité, à l'heure où le monde vit une accélération du temps liée notamment au progrès technologique, le wokisme n'éveille pas, il rend obscur et contribue à rendre les hommes et les femmes démunis face aux menaces plus vulnérables et sape les fondations les plus solides. Il sape les abris les plus protecteurs, à commencer par la famille. Cette idéologie est un poison lent qui se diffuse par des directives, des circulaires dans les administrations publiques et les institutions européennes, dans les écoles et désormais dans les entreprises. Un poison qui se diffuse chez les éditeurs de livres, qui engagent désormais des sensitivity readers pour réécrire les classiques de notre littérature et canceliser ce qui ne leur plaît pas avec une arrogance et un respect inouï pour l'œuvre et pour l'art. La réécriture de livres, la réécriture de l'histoire, l'effacement de personnages sur les photographies officielles, ce que nous font vivre les partisans de l'idéologie woke ne ressemble pas à la démocratie européenne, mais aux régimes les plus liberticides et les plus totalitaires. Mes amis, cette offensive woke, cette folie woke, Nous y sommes confrontés dans tous les pays d'Europe et dans tous les pays du monde. Nous devons y faire face pour préserver ce que nous sommes, nous devons y faire face pour préserver notre civilisation et au fond pour demeurer nous-mêmes. Nous devons nous appuyer sur nos histoires respectives, nous devons nous appuyer sur nos héros, sur nos gloires, parce qu'ils ont précisément cette capacité à émouvoir les cœurs et à marquer les esprits. Nous devons nous appuyer sur les simplicités touchantes de la vie, de l'amitié et de la famille, sur la chaleur de la tradition et de nos fêtes millénaires qui en sont les meilleurs remèdes devant cette nouvelle dictature des interdits. Mais ne nous y trompons pas, mes chers amis. Le wokisme s'inscrit dans un sentiment plus large partagé partout dans le monde par les peuples, celui de la dépossession. Dépossession du pouvoir, d'être nous-mêmes, dépossession de pouvoir assumer fièrement notre civilisation pour la transmettre aux générations qui viennent, à nos enfants et à nos petits-enfants. Pourtant, vous avez le droit d'être européen en Europe et d'en être fier. Vous avez le droit d'être hongrois en Hongrie et d'en être fier. Vous avez le droit d'être français en France et d'en être fier. Et même si ce droit a été enlevé au peuple d'Europe par les partisans du wokisme et du communautarisme, nous nous battons, nous, à notre niveau, pour rendre aux Français la fierté de ceux qu'ils ont été d'abord et celle de ceux qu'ils sont ensuite. Et le premier échelon de protection et de transmission de ce patrimoine immatériel, c'est la famille, et c'est donc au fond la natalité. Par une politique ambitieuse et volontariste de soutien à la natalité, le gouvernement hongrois a réussi à s'engager pleinement dans ce défi démographique et civilisationnel. Honneur à tous les gouvernements, à tous les mouvements politiques qui, partout en Europe et dans le monde, s'engagent et se battent pour protéger et transmettre. Mes amis, la clé de victoire électorale doit d'abord être une victoire idéologique et culturelle. L'offensive woke ne peut être qu'une parenthèse si nous arrivons à maintenir dans le cœur des peuples l'amour de la patrie et le respect de la diversité, de la vraie diversité, celle des peuples d'Europe et des peuples du monde. C'est cet espoir, ici au CPAC, que nous incarnons dans toute l'Europe et dans le monde. L'espoir que les peuples redeviendront maîtres chez eux et maîtres de leur destin. Tout l'enjeu ici en Europe des prochaines élections européennes sera de faire émerger cette majorité alternative au Parlement européen et pour la première fois, cet objectif avec l'ensemble des partis patriotes du continent est atteignable. Contre les partisans du wokisme et de la déconstruction, la dynamique patriote s'est enclenchée en Europe. Et la Hongrie, ici, a d'ailleurs été l'un des précurseurs de ce printemps des peuples européens autour de Viktor Orban. Nous avons pour la première fois le potentiel, la force pour réorienter ensemble, tous ensemble, l'Europe de l'intérieur. Par la défense de nos frontières contre l'immigration massive et anarchique. Par la défense de notre histoire commune contre la cancel culture. Par la promotion de nos valeurs contre une Commission européenne et une Union européenne de Bruxelles qui fait la promotion du voile islamique. Par le respect de nos souverainetés et par-dessus tout de la volonté des peuples. La tâche est grande, mais la réussite est à notre portée. Peuple d'Europe, levez-vous. Ils ont éteint votre lumière, mais nous la rallumerons. Thank you very much. Merci à vous.
My dear fellow conservatives, today, unfortunately, I cannot be physically present at your CPAC in Hungary, but know that I'm present in spirit. And actually, not only today. We have to realize that the battle that we're fighting together is a battle of all days, all hours, and every minute. What we are fighting for is about so much more than the next election or lecture or book release. We are fighting for the survival of everything we hold dear. Our culture, our family, our faith, our values, our traditions, our language, and our free nation state. Sure, it's nice when our parties and movements enjoy great success, as they often do, but it's only a snapshot in time. We all need to realize that our work is one of and long duration. We have to realize that because we cannot ignore the fact that the damage already done today by the monstrous alliance between the globalist capitalists and the left is enormous. We are conservatives. We want to move forward, but carefully, to embrace the future while respecting what is good from the past. However, today as conservatives, we must conclude that instead of moving forward, we must dare to take steps backward in certain areas. Allow me to take you on a journey into the woke madness we're already experiencing in my country, Flanders, today. These are all recent examples I'm going to give you. In contrary to what you may think, none of these are made up or an attempt to humorize you. They are already reality in woke Belgium. Are you ready? Here we go. In Belgium, there is a so-called transgender law. This law was recently amended. Those who want to can change their gender and name as often as they wish. In Belgium, you can wake up as a woman in January, be a man for a while in February, only to be a woman again in March. Or in other words, in January, Paula, in February, Paul, and in March, Pauline. In schools, another example, young children are taught about gender identity using a lesson method adapted to their age. The so-called, no joke, gender cookie. They learn that biological sex, gender identity and sexual attraction actually have nothing to do with each other. Read-alouds are organized for young children by drag queens. Apparently it's important for children to learn that men too can wear dresses. This is all supposed to be educational? Come on, let's be honest. It's all about indoctrination and nothing to do with education. Sometimes though the wokes fail in their attempt quite hilariously. In Antwerp, they recently tried to bring two of their favorite target minority groups together. Muslim immigrants and the LGBTQIA+ community. They actually organized a so-called queer iftar for Muslims in the LGBTQI+ community during the Ramadan. A non-existing community. The queer iftar was soon cancelled after threats from the same Muslim community, or how one victim group cancels out the other. And this last example I definitely do not want to spare you. The beautiful Flemish historic city of Bruges is competing for the chance to be a European capital of culture in 2030. Something I can only applaud. It's a beautiful country. If you ever visit my country, please visit Bruges. Only the city council of Bruges appointed a lady called Dalila Hermans as coordinator of this project. You obviously don't know her, but let me describe her to you. Dalila is a female, black and woke. She's straight though, so she ticks almost all the virtue boxes. But let me quote what this lady has said about us white European people. And I quote her. Throughout history, white people were always on the wrong side. In almost every story, white European people brought death, destruction and misery. End quote. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the lady who apparently should prepare Bruges to become the cultural capital of our Europe in 2030. My personal opinion, woke activists do not defend our culture. Instead, they constantly attack our culture. Therefore, woke activists are unfit to put our culture in the international spotlight. Dear friends, these are just some of the recent examples from my own country, Flanders. But you all know that the breakdown of our norms and values, the degradation of our culture and the constantly propagated self-hatred is a phenomenon that transcends borders. So I not yet have mentioned the pedo children books in the Netherlands, the takedown of statues in Britain, or the violence of Antifa terror groups in the United States. That would drive me too far in this speech. However, we should be well aware of those as well. We should look over the borders and realize this is a battle we have to win together. My dear Hungarian friends, It is therefore fantastic that CPAC is organized in the beautiful Budapest for the second time. My thanks to Miklós Santo, who once again put his shoulder to wheel together with our American friends. Thanks in part today, Budapest is not only the capital of Hungary, but also the capital of the conservative resistance and the resistance to all I mentioned before. And that resistance is only as strong as the people leading it. Therefore, I show my respect to all the people who speak at CPACHungary. And I show also my respect to all of you on the ground in your own country. When you go home, know that you're on the right side of history. My dear friends, it's actually very simple. The globalist who wants to drink the same coffee all over the world is wrong. And the patriot who supports his own local coffee bar is right. The open border activist who wants to invite the whole world to Europe, he is wrong. The realist who wants to protect and strengthen his borders in his country is right. The leftist egomaniac who wants to destroy the traditional family is wrong. The family man who wants to protect the family as the cornerstone of society is right. My dear fellow conservatives, I could name any topic, and anyone with a moral compass that points in the right direction instinctively knows that we are right. As I said multiple times before, also last year at CPAC, we are the good guys. We protect what is good and what is pure. We do not aim to destroy, we aim to build. Build on the foundations that have been put there by our fathers, mothers, grandfathers, grandmothers and their forebears. We want to build a society where we can be proud of. We want to hand over something to our children and grandchildren that they can be proud of. Our roots reach far into the past, and at the same time we will need to grow still in the future. And no one can take that away from us for one simple reason. We will not let it happen. Thank you, CPAC. Thank you, Hungary. God bless you, and long live my country, Flanders.
A türelem szobrát lehetne róla mintázni. Kevés olyan ember van, aki ennyire nyugodtan és informatívan képes válaszolni a baloldali sajtó, vagy ahogy ugye magukat hívják, a független objektív sajtó, sokszor kevés értelemmel, viszont nagyon sok nyökögéssel rendelkező kérdéseire. A kormányinfók főszereplője politikusi pályája előtt ügyvédként védte a szocialista karhatalom 2006-os áldozatait, majd a törvényalkotási bizottságban alkotott maradandót. 2018 óta a miniszterelnökséget vezető miniszterként szolgálja a hazáját. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják hatalmas szeretettel Gulyás Gergelyt!
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Tisztelettel köszöntök mindenkit! Miután meghallgattam a kedves felvezetést, arra gondoltam, hogy igazából kijövök és visszamegyek, mert ezen már csak rontani tudok. Főleg azért, mert nyilvánvaló, hogy a szervezők a konzervatív táboron belül is válogatnak, és az egyes politikusokkal szembeni szimpátiájuk csökkenő mértékét mutatja, hogy ki mikor került sorra a mostani konferencián. Én utoljára maradtam, és valóban minden elhangzott, aminek el kell hangoznia, ezért részben szeretnék a magyar kormány nevében utolsóként köszönetet mondani mindazoknak az előadóknak, akik vállalták, hogy eljönnek Magyarországra, egy olyan országra, amelynek politikai jelentősége ma a konzervatív vitákban lényegesen nagyobb annál, mint amit a 7 milliárdos világon egy 10 milliós ország és egy 11 nehány milliós nemzet súlya egyébként önmagában indokoltá tesz. De hogy ez miért van így, annak az oka, hogy mi is rendezünk CPAC-et, hiszen az elmúlt években Magyarországon egy olyan konzervatív kísérlet zajlik, amelynek természetesen részeredménye van, ahogy általában a történelemben részeredményekről számolhatunk csak be, de ez a részeredmény ez nem vitásan sikeres. Sikeres azért, mert demokratikus legitimáció áll mögötte, sikeres azért, mert 4-szer egymás után sikerült nagyon nagy többséggel megnyerni a parlamenti választásokat, és sikeres azért is, mert nem mondott le azokról az alapvető konzervatív értékekről, amelyekről sokszor azt látjuk, hogy Nyugat-Európa önmagukat kereszténydemokratának és konzervatívnak nevező pártjai már lemondtak. És a CPAC fontos szerepe, hogy összekösse az óceán két partját, hiszen az amerikai konzervatívok fontos fóruma ez, amelyet most már más országok is vendégül látnak, de ettől még a kapcsolattartásnak, az amerikai konzervatív erőkkel való kapcsolattartásnak az egyik legfontosabb fóruma. És rögtön dicsérjük is meg amerikai barátainkat, hiszen látjuk azt, hogy ha Nyugat-Európába utazunk, akkor sokszor a konzervatív pártok is elfogadják azokat a kereteket és játékszabályokat, amelyeket a baloldal, a liberálisok számukra megszabnak, de Amerikára ez nem jellemző. Amerikában a konzervatívok megmaradtak konzervatívnak, és úgy gondolják, hogy azokat az alapvető értékeket, amelyeket a woke támad, meg kell védeni. A woke természetes ostobaságairól naponta sokat hallunk, a dániai szoptató férfi szobrától kezdve a műkorcsolyázó világverseny megnyitóján hasoncsúszó balettruhás, önmagát nőként azonosító biológiai férfi szerencsétlenkedéséig. Erre Budapesten mondják, magyar mondás, ingyen senki nem lehet ennyire hülye. De nem lenne méltányos, hogyha ellenfeleinkről azt feltételeznénk, hogy ezt ők ingyen csinálják. Egyre több bizonyítékunk van, hogy ez nincs így. Magyarországon a legkézzelfoghatóbb bizonyíték az éppen az, hogy Amerikából 4 milliárd forintnak megfelelő dollárt kapott a magyar ellenzék arra, hogy hatalomra kerüljön, és hogy ne lehessen Magyarország többé egy olyan konzervatív kereszténydemokrata kormány által vezetett ország, amely az amerikai jelenlegi adminisztráció szemében szálkának tűnik. Azt is látjuk, hogy a woke éppen a hazát kérdőjelezi meg, a szabadságot veszi célba, azt a jogot, hogy a nép szabadon dönthessen a saját sorsáról, hogy maga határozza meg azokat az értékeket és azokat a kereteket, amelyek között élni kíván. Éppen ezért az a célkitűzés, amit itt láthatunk a bejáratnál, No Woke Zone, ez egy közös felhívás a cselekvésre, egy olyan felhívás a közös cselekvésre, aminek a célja és sikere csak az lehet, hogy ne csupán egy szép, a Duna mentén fekvő épületre írhassuk ezt ki, hanem írhassuk ki mielőbb az országainkra is. Legyenek olyan politikai erők kormányon, amelyek azt hirdetik, hogy a saját hazájuk nem válhat woke zónává, akik úgy gondolják, hogy a férfi férfi, a nő nő, az alapvető értékeinket, a nemzetet, hitet, hazát és összetartozást pedig meg kell őrizni. Éppen ezért ajánlom figyelmükbe végül a Magyar Alaptörvény preambulumát, amelyet nemzeti hitvallásnak nevezünk, amely úgy szól, hogy valljuk, hogy az emberi lét alapja az emberi méltóság, valljuk, hogy az egyéni szabadság csak másokkal együttműködve bontakozhat ki, valljuk, hogy együttélésünk legfontosabb keretei, a család és a nemzet, összetartozásunk alapvető értékei, a hűség, hit és a szeretet. Ezt kívánom mindenkinek, aki a CPAC nagy családjához tartozik. Köszönöm a meghívást!
Dear friends of CPAC, dear fellow conservatives, unfortunately I cannot be with you in Budapest today, but I send you warm greetings from Warsaw and congratulations on organizing such a high-profile event. 19 years ago, Poland joined the European Union, as did Hungary. But today, the EU is completely different. Corruption, blackmail and overpricing are the order of the day. Demoralized Eurocrats on Berlin's belts are blackmailing Poland, which by implementing the Fit for 55 is financially losing out on EU membership. Will not give in to the Eurocrats. I am for a strong Poland, for a strong Hungary. Without there will be no strong Europe. I believe in God. I believe in Poland. I believe in the Polish nation and the sovereign nations of the European Union. The God is with you. The God bless Hungary.
Professzor, volt sportkommentátor és politikus. 2019 áprilisában megalapította a Ségán nevű pártot, és még ugyanebben az évben, októberben beválasztották a köztársasági közgyűlésbe Portugáliában. Magabiztosságával és karizmájával a portugál jobboldal vezetője. Kérem, fogadják hatalmas tapssal André Venturát!
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here because tonight, to be honest, there's no other big family or best place on earth to be. And I'd like to address this speech with something that I think is very important. Nowadays, we face different challenges. But the biggest war of our time, it's not military or even political. The biggest war of our time, it's a cultural war. We are facing this tremendous cultural war all across Europe. And when we are facing this cultural war, we have to understand this is not just about the present, it's also about our future and the future of our kids and our families. Yes, we have a war in Ukraine right now. We have the Brussels dictatorship and bureaucracy. We have increasing poverty in the world. But nothing is less important than our identity, our Christian identity that we must defend at all costs. And we have to stand for it, because there will be no second chance to defend our identity. Our identity is being stolen right now. It's being stolen for these leftists and liberals who want to destroy our way of living, the values we believe, our families, and all the world in which we live in. We are under attack. Not only our freedoms and our fundamental rights, but our main values, our Christian identity is at stake and at risk right now. It depends on us to fight for it. That's why it's so important that we have meetings like these we are having here in Hungary today. So, when we try to understand why our identity is being stolen, why this woke culture, these attacks on family, on Christian values, in everything which we believe, we understand why. Because we are having nowadays big financial groups that are funding and fundraising these attacks on family, these attacks on Christian values, and these attacks on our freedom. We know who they are. They are the George Soros groups, they are the international big finance and big tech, and they also want to take care of the media to destroy the values in which we believe. So our message here from Budapest must be very clear. They will not succeed. They will not pass. And they will not steal our conservative values from us. We will stand for our conservative values, and all across Europe they have to hear that we are firmly and we are very, very firmly decided to stand for our values and for our identity. But that, thank you. But that's not the only problem we face. All this woke culture, it's all also about our children. and about the future of our countries. Most of the people here from Europe or from the United States know that our future is at stake right now. Look what happened with children. This woke culture became some kind of mass sexualization of our children. Since the very early stage, the idea of these leftists and liberals, it's to provoke our children, our kids, not to be integrated, not to have fully happiness and developed personalities. They want to make them merchandising for their pervert values and goals. Our children are also under attack today because this leftist culture wants to destroy the education as we know it. This mass sexualization of children is something for which we will pay a high price in the future. And we will have to stand against it as well. There will be no future if we don't protect our children. And some people don't believe that our children are under attack as well, but they are. Nowadays, these leftists and liberal and the globalists, they don't want the children to develop into normal manhood or womanhood. They want to make them merchandising for their purposes. They want to make them like objects, like simple merchandising for ideological and political purposes. Again, the message from Budapest must be that they will not pass and they will not succeed. And we must be firmly defending our children. But our conservative model of life or vision of life must be something else. We support family. And maybe a famous writer said the cornerstone of all conservatism is the defense of family. And he is right. Maybe one of the most important values of the conservatism polity is to defend families. But why are families under attack nowadays as well? Not because they don't like families like men and women or men and men or what they believe it's family. They hate the concept of family because the normal concept of family, it's the normal identity of our civilization. And that's why they want to destroy it. They hate everything that is part of our traditional values and identity. And that's why they want to destroy it. It's very easy to understand. Look at Hungarian government, for example. It's a tremendous example. Encourage birth rate increase to rise and not to decrease. Support large families. But that's not what they want. They prefer mass immigration to replace the families. And we are fighting, these two giants are fighting right now while we are speaking here, in two different models. One that defends that we should support families, support large families, increase the birth rates. And other view who say we don't need that. We can have mass immigrations to our countries. While we are here, I know that most of our countries, Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, America, most of our countries are now facing tremendous waves of immigration like we never seen before. Here in Hungary, it's a tremendous example of border control, tolerance, and humanity, but not mass immigration. We are not humanists if we say, let them all come in. This is the biggest mistake we can do to our countries and to our homes. The defense, or those who defend mass immigration, are again destroying our value and sacred identity. If we let anybody come in from all the places on earth, from Afghanistan, from Syria, from Libya, from Morocco, everywhere, soon we will not be a house or a continent. We will be a platform where everybody can come and go, but we cannot be called home. And this is our continent. This is the continent for which our fathers fight. This is the continent for which our grandfathers fought. So we have two chances. Say, come all, and God bless mass immigration. Or give them the message that we have to give them from Budapest. That we will protect our continent. And we will protect our identity. And we will protect our home. Because this is our home. It's not an Islamic home. It's Europe home. And it's Christian home. And it's our values home. Last year, in European Union, we had the high-level haul, the record of illegal immigrants. Last year, the European Union was at its higher level of illegal immigration, and also at asylum. We are facing a big threat to our future. Defending borders, it's not racism or xenophobia. It's protecting our home, this fantastic continent called Europe. You know, I thought a lot before addressing you with these examples. But a couple of weeks ago, in the last day of Ramadan, I was traveling into Lisbon, and I passed to one of his historical streets. On my left side, thousands, literally thousands of people with Islamic clothes were occupying all the street and were praying. Praying in Islamic songs and Islamic prayers. And when I looked at it, it reminds me of what we have to do if we want to secure the future of our continent. Yes, we must be tolerant and we must be humane for those who need our help. We have to, and there's no doubt on that. We are Christians. And it was Jesus who said, never forget the foreigner. But one thing is not forgetting the foreigner. Other thing is left or permit or allow that the foreigners become majority in our countries and in our continent. My friends, if one day we are a minority and not the majority of the people, our identity will not be facing a threat at that moment. Our identity has been definitively stolen, destroyed, and humiliated. We can have immigration, but we cannot let all this mass immigration destroying Europe. And especially when we are defending the identity, our sacred identity, and the values that we defend. I don't want my kids, I don't want my children, I don't want my grandchildren or my brother or my sister. I don't want them in the future to limit the rights of women or to make children to get married at 14 or 13 or saying that we cannot go to churches or having crosses on the schools because they will be offended. I don't want a continent like that. I want a continent tolerant, humane, but that never forget that historically, morally, we are a Christian continent and we are a conservative country. We need to defend that conservative continent. So it's out of doubt that we are facing the fights of our times. For some of us, leaders of parties, of governments, of coalitions, it's the fight of our lives. One Spanish politician said, fighting the woke culture is probably the fight of our lives. Usually the Portuguese don't agree with Spanish. But this time we can agree that this is the fight of our lives. And sometimes I know it's very hard and very difficult because we see that we are losing on media. We are losing on intellectual circles. We are losing on universities. We are losing on schools. We are losing on newspapers. We are losing on the streets. And we say, how can we fight this? They have more money. They have more people. They mobilize. They have all this George Soros money funding and fundraising their movements. Can we win? Are we able to win? Europe is changing. in Portugal, in Spain, in France, in Netherlands, in Belgium, in Hungary, in all the Eastern Europe. Europe is changing. We are not sleeping anymore. We are now decided to fight this woke culture and the attacks on our identity. So let's keep this fight. Let's keep this identity. And even if we are less or if we are weaker, let's fight like if we were stronger or if we were more powerful than them. In one of the most letters, St. Paul said, if God is for us, who can be against us? And we should never forget that. If God is with us and for us, no one can be against us. No one can be against us. This letter of St. Paul should remind us all of our duty to this continent. We are not only citizens of this country and of this continent. We have not only rights, we have duties. And our duty is preserve, is defend our values and our identity. And if they want to go to battle, we go to battle against them. Because we fight for our home, we fight for our kids, and we fight for our identity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi there, CPAC goers in Hungary. How exciting for you that you have the opportunity to hear from some true leaders, happy warrior freedom fighters who are working every single day to promote freedom and to make certain that the focus is on keeping our freedom, keeping our faith, our families, and preserving hope and opportunity for future generations. I hope that you are energized and that you come away inspired. It is going to take each and every one of us doing our part to expand freedom around the globe.
Az olasz testvérek, a Fratelli d'Italia európai parlamenti képviselői is elfogadta a meghívásunkat, és előad a CPAC-en. A milánói politikus szerint Magyarország egyedül nem nyerheti meg a harcot a brüsszeli bürokrácia ellen, ezért is van nagy szükség a konzervatív erők összefogására nemzetközi szinten. Mi pedig köszönjük neki ezt a támogatást, és köszönjük, hogy itt van velünk. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Vincenzo Sofo!
Cari amici patrioti di tutta Europa, sono contentissimo di ritrovarvi qui anche quest'anno e quindi per farvi un regalo parlerò in italiano, visto che sappiamo tutti essere la lingua più bella del mondo. Voglio innanzitutto ringraziare i nostri fratelli ungheresi che con il CPAC ci permettono di riunirci, di discutere, di coordinarci, di riflettere sulle azioni politiche da portare avanti, dandoci l'esempio su ciò che dovremmo fare tutti noi. È la seconda volta che ho il piacere di essere designato a rappresentare il mio partito, Fratelli d'Italia, a questo evento. E ricordo bene quando l'anno scorso eravamo proprio qui, in questa sala, a discutere del futuro del conservatismo, della nostra famiglia. In quell'occasione ricordai come il nostro compito oggi non sia tanto quello di difendere e conservare la società in cui viviamo, ma piuttosto di ricostruirla, poiché gli ideali e i valori che vogliamo difendere sono in realtà stati distrutti, o quasi in questi anni, dalle sinistre progressiste. È uno dei fondamenti della civiltà europea sul quale si è concentrata l'opera di distruzione delle sinistre, è proprio quello dell'identità, della cultura, dei principi di base delle nostre comunità. Lo hanno fatto a colpi di teoria gender e LGBT per minare le basi della cellula fondante della società, la famiglia, e finanche della natura umana, l'identità sessuale. Lo hanno fatto a colpi di cancel culture per cercare di debellare ogni riferimento storico in grado di ricordarci quanto grandiosa sia la nostra millenaria civiltà europea. Lo hanno fatto a colpi di ideologia no borders per creare brecce e allentare la coesione etnica dei nostri popoli. Lo hanno fatto a colpi di accetta contro la nostra spiritualità, per evitare che i nostri uomini e le nostre donne possano liberarsi dalla gabbia del consumismo e ricordarsi di avere una missione più alta e nobile da compiere, per loro, per le loro famiglie, per la loro nazione. Hanno fatto tutto ciò usando come vessillo la lotta alle disuguaglianze e alla discriminazione delle minoranze, sintetizzata in ciò che ha preso il nome di movimento woke. Levando gli occhi a questa sala, però, mi domando ora se vi sia qualcuno che si riconosce in questo movimento, in questa ideologia, e credo proprio che la risposta sia no. Inutile dunque perdere tempo a descrivervi il wokismo, a denunciarvi le conseguenze nefaste per la nostra società, ad evidenziarvi le incoerenze e i paradossi, perché vi strapperei certamente qualche applauso, ma verrei meno a quello che è il nostro principale dovere. Perché vedete, in questa sala siamo tutte persone che svolgono un ruolo politico o metapolitico, tutte persone informate e formate. Rappresentiamo una classe dirigente, rappresentiamo un'elite conservatrice che ha il compito di indicare alle proprie comunità la via di uscita da questo declino. Ecco perché, come vi dissi lo scorso anno, dobbiamo svestire i panni della Cassandra che profetizza le sventure e indossare quelle del Cesare che conduce il suo esercito verso la vittoria. Ma per farlo dobbiamo innanzitutto domandarci come sia possibile che siamo qui oggi a doverci confrontare sull'ideologia woke. Un'ideologia che non ha nulla a che fare con l'Europa, con le sue tradizioni, con i suoi usi e con i suoi costumi. Un'ideologia che non è un prodotto europeo. Woke, LGBT, gender, cancel culture e compagnia bella non sono made in Europe, sono prodotti di importazione. E qui dunque ci troviamo di fronte al problema di fondo. L'Europa, quel luogo che nei millenni è stato faro per tutto il mondo, che ha generato Atene, Roma, la Chiesa, il Medioevo, il Rinascimento, che ha dato i natali a Pericle, Alessandro Magno, Carlo Magno, Federico il Barbarossa, Napoleone, Bismarck, quella fucina ininterrotta di storia, di cultura, di filosofia, di arte, l'Europa che fu Roma e che da quel momento in poi tutti hanno fatto a gara, tutti gli altri, per rivendicarne la successione, da Costantinopoli a Mosca fino oggi a Washington. Ebbene, questa Europa si è ridotta oggi a importare e scimmiottare pseudo-ideologie e pseudo-culture da altri luoghi. Questo è accaduto perché, rinunciando al nostro patrimonio identitario, abbiamo creato un vuoto che è stato sfruttato dal progressismo internazionale per compiere una grande sostituzione della cultura europea. Una grande sostituzione è resa possibile dal fatto di usare in Europa, ad esempio, social network creati e gestiti da stati digitali che hanno i loro natali altrove e che vengono utilizzati ad hoc da alcune potenze per indebolirci, come accade ad esempio con TikTok, utilizzato dalla Cina per corrompere elementi della nostra gioventù attraverso la promozione in Europa di teorie gender, LGBT e woke, mentre usa lo stesso social in Cina per forgiare i propri giovani al patriottismo. O dalla propaganda operata dai giornali che leggiamo ogni giorno, molti dei quali testate internazionali, le cui redazioni madre, anch'esse si trovano al di fuori dell'Europa e che propongono a ripetizione articoli ad esempio su quanto sia orrenda la maternità. Per non parlare di quanto accade nel circuito televisivo, dove la propaganda woke avanza sempre più per mezzo di trasmissioni i cui format sono anch'essi di importazione, come ci dimostra in modo drammaticamente lampante, ad esempio, l'Eurovision Music Festival. E così vediamo ad esempio il tradizionale festival della musica italiana, un tempo palcoscenico per artisti del calibro di Mina o di Domenico Modugno, conosciuti in tutto il mondo, diventare una sfilata di pseudo cantanti tutti rigorosamente vestiti gender fluid, e le nostre radio essere rimpiazzate da applicazioni come Spotify, dove prosperano oscenità come la musica trap e i suoi brani che inneggiano addirittura a stupri. Lo stesso accade con le nostre produzioni cinematografiche, con Netflix che scalza ad esempio Cinecittà e opere d'arte come quelle di Fellini che vengono rimpiazzate da serie TV che propongono Achille nero e Cenerentola trans. Per non parlare della moda, dove la proverbiale eleganza proposta dai grandi stilisti italiani è stata soppiantata, salvo poche eccezioni, da direttori artistici che utilizzano le collezioni per fare campagne pro-gender e addirittura pro-pedofilia. Una grande sostituzione che per fortuna al momento resta circoscritta ai luoghi nei quali questa bolla progressista vive, le grandi città borghesi, anch'esse ormai distrutte dalla propria identità, anch'esse ormai diciamo svuotate da queste archistar internazionali che le hanno costruite diciamo spogliando l'urbanistica, no? Spogliando l'architettura che era caratterizzante di questi luoghi. Mentre non passa l'avanzata woke laddove il mondo reale resiste a quello virtuale, laddove il locale resiste al globale, le nostre periferie, le nostre campagne, dove ancora si ammazza il maiale per fare il sanguinaccio invitando parenti, amici e compari a rituali comunitari, dove le chiese sono ancora il centro del villaggio e gli uomini fanno a gara per avere l'onore di portare a spalla la statua del proprio santo patrono durante le processioni, dove ci si incontra nelle piazze invece che su Tinder e si fischia alle belle donne invece che mettere il like su Instagram. Luoghi come il Sud Italia, il mio amato Sud Italia, povero, selvaggio, ma fatto di gente che conosce il sacrificio, di madri e di padri che ancora ti tirano uno schiaffo se ti azzardi a essere maleducato, di contadini con la terra irrimediabilmente sotto le unghie incastrata e la schiena dolorante, ma fieri della fatica che fanno. Di ragazzi e ragazzi che ogni giorno devono sudare per strappare un lavoro pagato pochi euro l'ora o in alternativa devono salutare i propri cari, fare le valigie ed emigrare. Di uomini e donne che parlano ancora i dialetti e rispettano ancora gli usi e i costumi dei nostri avi. Gente che non ha tempo da perdere con le pagliacciate woke. Gente che costituisce oggi il nostro baluardo contro l'avanzata progressista e il nostro avamposto per la controffensiva conservatrice. Gente e terre che dobbiamo difendere con il coltello tra i denti perché custodi di quel che resta della tradizione europea. Perché se oggi la più grande battaglia portata avanti dai nostri movimenti è quella per la chiusura delle nostre frontiere fisiche all'invasione migratoria, io dico che la stessa battaglia va fatta per chiudere le nostre frontiere ideali all'invasione ideologica. Dobbiamo portare avanti battaglie politiche di riconquista culturali, ma non limitata solo a battaglie contro le dottrine gender, LGBT, woke, immigrazioniste, perché per proteggerci da esse serve innanzitutto riaffermare in tutti i settori usati dai progressisti come cavalli di Troia un concetto di stile autenticamente europeo. Parlo della musica, del cinema, dell'arte, dei media, della moda. Parlo della necessità di riaffermare, parafrasando Giorgio Armani a proposito di grandi stilisti, il concetto di uomo che deve nascere, vivere e morire vestito di un'eleganza composta data da principi e valori sani. Così invece che di piegarci alle Netflix dobbiamo dotarci di Hollywood europee che esportino la nostra civiltà nel mondo. Invece di piegarci ai Soros dobbiamo fare squadra per dotarci di strutture con la stessa capacità di influenza per controdiffondere la nostra identità. Perché sotto i nostri piedi abbiamo una terra in cui riposano gli antenati che ci hanno lasciato in eredità un patrimonio storico e culturale inestimabile e non possiamo permetterci che finisca anch'esso sottoterra, calpestato da nuove generazioni ammantate di vessilli arcobaleno. Vi lascio allora con un messaggio e lo faccio con un aneddoto narrato da Plutarco. Si tratta di un aneddoto accaduto in Grecia, nell'antica Grecia, in uno stadio gremito da persone che assistevano ai giochi. A un certo punto si vede un anziano camminare in cerca di un posto in cui sedersi tra i settori in cui erano seduti questi greci. Avanza ancora, davanti agli occhi di questi greci, settore per settore, senza purtroppo trovare nulla, finché giunge al settore dove si trovavano gli Spartani, i quali, vedendo l'anziano arrivare, si alzano tutti in piedi per offrirgli un seggio dove sedersi. Come spiega Plutarco, in realtà tutti i greci presenti in quello stadio erano coscienti di quel che avrebbero dovuto fare con l'anziano, ma soltanto gli Spartani lo hanno fatto. Allo stesso modo, in realtà tutti gli europei sono coscienti del declino che la nostra società sta attraversando, ma restano lì a guardare, mentre noi dobbiamo essere quelli che mostrano l'esempio decidendo di agire. Noi oggi dobbiamo essere gli Spartani della rinascita europea. Grazie.
Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, elérkeztünk a 2 napos CPAC végéhez.
Dani, milyen kár, hogy véget ért ez a 2 nap, pedig még annyi mindenről beszélgethettünk volna. Te hogy érezted magad?
Fú, én bevallom őszintén, nagyon jól éreztem magam. Felemelő és feltöltő volt 2 egész napot eltölteni ennyi patrióta között, úgyhogy nekem ez egy örök életre szóló élmény volt. És te?
Azt hittem, mert meg sem kérdezett,
igen,
hogy egyébként én hogy éreztem magam.
Gondolataimban,
de
2 napos emlékben.
Így van, és tudom, hogy már te is fáradt vagy,
én
de valójában én is nagyon
újra
jól
kezdhetjük, ha szeretnétek.
És hát nagyon izgalmas kerekasztal beszélgetéseket láthattunk és hallhattunk, lelkesítő előadásokat, úgyhogy egy igazi ilyen szellemi fröccs volt szerintem, amit itt az elmúlt 2 napban kaptunk.
Illetve én most még ebben a pillanatban megragadnám azt a lehetőséget, hogy itt a színpadon állva megköszönjem minden munkatársunknak, ugyanis a kedves nézők akár offline, akár online követték a CPAC eseményt. Alapvetően itt a színpadot látták, nem látták azt a sok embert, aki a háttérben dolgozott azért, hogy mi és önök is itt lehessenek, akár beszélhetünk az Alapjogokért Központ minden munkatársáról, akár a technikai személyzetről, akár az operatőrökről, a hangmérnökökről, a rendezőről, tényleg bárkit.
Most nem tudunk mindenkit felsorolni, de természetesen még a tolmácsoknak is szeretnénk megköszönni a munkájukat, mert nem kis teljesítmény volt, amit itt véghez vittek. Talán egy taps jár mindenkinek. És önöknek is nagyon szépen köszönjük, hogy itt voltak velünk az elmúlt 2 napban, és megtiszteltek minket a figyelmükkel, és hát nem maradt más hátra, mint hogy konferenciánk záró akkordjaként felkérjem Szántó Miklóst és Matt Schlappet, hogy mondják el beszédüket. Viszontlátásra!
Viszontlátásra!
Matt, the floor is yours.
All right, well, we want to say thank you. We have another successful CPAC in the books. Thank you, everyone. For all the folks that traveled from overseas, and particularly from the United States of America, thank you for your warm Hungarian hospitality. Thank you for the extra 8 pounds I gained from eating your wonderful food. And sampling some of your wonderful drinks. We have a kinship, I believe, between the vast majority of the American people, even when our government gets it wrong, and the people of Hungary. And we've learned so much from talking with you over the last 2 years. I want to thank, obviously, your political leadership. Your prime minister is an exemplary person and is really a beacon of truth to the world. And Miklos, to you, to the center, to the growing and important work of the center, it's inspirational. The time you come to America, you're inspiring that type of activity back in the United States of America. And as you know, we're going to be taking the CPAC show on the road. It's pretty important work. We're going to be going to Mexico, and Eduardo was here to talk about that. We're going to be going to Australia. We're going to be going to Japan at the end of the year. So if any of you want to come, give us a call and join us. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves barátaim, ilyenkor nagyon nehéz egy ilyen 2 napos rendezvény után még tényleg bármi újat mondani. Úgyhogy én nem is fogok, így döntöttem. Nem keresek valami jó, fancy idézetet egy híres konzervatív politikustól, amit most lehetne idézni nagy bölcsen. Pusztán csak annyit mondok, hogy az a terv, amit a fejünkbe vettünk, az megvalósulni látszik, a konzervatív erők nemzetközi együttműködése itt Budapesten, amerikai barátainkkal együtt, és velük közösen én is nagyon hálás vagyok Mattnek és az Amerikai Konzervatív Uniónak, az amerikai CPAC-nek. A partnerségért és az együttműködésért. És itt Matt is, meg Donald Trump is említette az én nevemet, és az egyáltalán nem valami álszerénységből mondom, de szerintem sem az amerikai elnök, sem Matt nem rám gondolt, hanem az Alapjogokért Központ munkatársaira, akiknek kiadta munkáltató utasításból, hogy legyenek itt most. Úgyhogy egy nagyon nagy tapsot kérnék mindenkinek az Alapjogokért Központból. Nem sorolok most fel mindenkit név szerint, mert abból sértődés lenne, hogyha valakit kihagynék, de mindenkinek, a kommunikációs csapatnak, az elemzőknek, a grafikusoknak, az EU-s teamnek, a nemzetközi csapatnak, a rendezvényszervezőknek, az irodában, az adminisztratív háttérmunkát végzőknek, mindenkinek nagyon szépen köszönöm, a személyes munkatársamnak nagyon szépen köszönöm a sok segítséget, nagyon hálás vagyok ezért, hogy ez sikerült összehoznunk, és természetesen ez azért számokban is kifejezhető, mert több mint 2000 regisztrált vendég volt itt az elmúlt 2 napban, több mint a végén, bár 2,5 nappal ezelőtt 300-350 külföldi vendégről beszéltem, de összesen 400 külföldi vendég volt most itt. Körülbelül 120-130 újságíró, hozzávetőlegesen 35-36 kiállítópartner, külföldről, Magyarországról egyaránt, de egy óriási nagy csapatot sikerült itt összehozni. Nekik is köszönöm, hogy a technikai személyzetnek és mindenkinek, aki közreműködött a mostani CPACHungary megvalósításában, és én bízom benne, hogy jövő évben folytatni tudjuk önökkel, azt még nem tudom, hogy ugyanitt és ugyanekkor-e, de szerintem lesz. Köszönöm szépen!
Good job.